Oh, I'm so tired. I'm hungry too. Naruto thought to himself as he and his team followed Sensei Iruka down a long corridor leading to an unknown destination. The small scratches and bruises on his body kept reminding him of himself, but he paid them no mind. And how could it be otherwise, since we just finished the second stage of the Chunin exam, and this is no joke, Datbeo. Okay, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, you have to get to the end of this hallway and get to all the past teams. And I have to report to the Hokage, their former class teacher said, and was about to fold the seal and disappear, but he was stopped. Sensei. Wait. The blonde exclaimed and rushed over to the teacher. What was the technique you used before you appeared in front of us? Oh, you mean the summoning technique. That's an easy one. I just put together a small sequence of hand seals and, having said that, Iruka slowly put 3 seals together while smiling. And disappeared. Cool. Naruto marveled at how quickly their teacher disappeared from the academy. You guys go ahead, I'm going to the bathroom to take a piss. Asshole. How can you say that in front of girls? Sakura shouted, but the blue-eyed boy had already disappeared around the next corner. The pink-haired girl and Sasuke decided that it was really not worth waiting for him, and went on their way. Okay, well, I guess I'm far away. Now we can try to use the summoning. How surprised Sasuke and Sakura will be when I show up next to them. Uzumaki thought and smiled. Taking a deep breath and calming down a bit, he folded the seals shown to him and put a large amount of chakra into them. Suddenly, the world around him disappeared, and when he was able to open his eyes again, he simply couldn't believe what he saw. Everything had changed. He was now standing on a cliff, and the view in front of him was breathtaking. A huge rock, like the fangs of a beast, surrounded on all sides by huge waterfalls, was in front of his eyes. The view was so beautiful that it took his breath away. When he was finally able to gather his thoughts, he decided to look around a bit and realize where he had gotten to. Walking from side to side, Naruto realized that he was on a steep cliff and had no way to get down. He was about to panic, but the unusual sound of wind, like the flapping of large wings and the loud roar of an unknown creature, made him come to his senses. The boy turned around and his jaw dropped to the ground, for a huge, blue dragon was flying towards him. The creature landed right in front of him and stared straight at him, and Uzumaki couldn't even move a finger because of the shock, let alone run away and hide. It felt like the legendary beast was looking right into his soul. That's it, I've had it. Now I'm going to get eaten. The blonde thought to himself and began to remember all the pleasant moments from his short life. There's still so much I haven't had time to do. Finally, you're here. We've been waiting for you for a long time, the dragon suddenly said in a loud and commanding voice. The blue-eyed man jumped with surprise when he heard it. My name is Ventos, I am a dragon of air. What's your name? Me. I'm Naruto, the boy stammered. As hard as he tried, he couldn't suppress his panic. The thoughts in his head were rushing from side to side, and he couldn't think of any plan to save himself. Holy shit. What is even going on here? How did I get here, and what does it mean that they were waiting for me? It's nice to meet you. Do not fear, my brothers and I will not harm you, Ventos said and bowed. Welcome to this world, Lord. What? Master? Naruto exclaimed. Even though he thought he couldn't be surprised by anything else today, those words knocked him off balance again. A long time ago, 1,000 years ago, our sage predicted that a man from the shinobi world would come to us, a man who would determine the fate of 2 worlds, ours and his. He said that only this guest would be able to choose between good and evil, and that only he would be the one we would have to obey, the dragon answered and bowed again. You are the first to come to us. Therefore, you are our lord. Yes, the blonde said and scratched the back of his head. What am I supposed to do now? I don't know anything about you or your world. First, you must sign this scroll with your blood, Ventos said and extended his paw forward. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a large scroll appeared in it, which he immediately held out to the boy. Bite the thumb of your right hand and write your name. Then leave a palm print. Naruto didn't hesitate to do as he was told, for he had no reason to doubt the words of his new acquaintance. As soon as he was done, he returned the bundle to the legendary beast. Congratulations. You are now a true dragon lord. Ventos said loudly and with admiration in his voice. And stretched out his muzzle to him. Now you can use our power and the power of true lords at any time. I'm cool now. Uzumaki exclaimed and jumped happily on the spot. The dragon, however, ignoring his joy, breathed blue flames at him. The boy was frightened at first, thinking that he would make a good kebab, but his expectations were not destined to come true. Instead of pain, he felt an unusual, pleasant feeling of lightness. I brought you a small gift from all the dragons of the air, Ventos said and gave him a semblance of a smile. Thank you, Uzumaki said and smiled back. It suddenly occurred to him that he was probably already late for the meeting with the Hokage about the end of the second stage of the Chunin exam. Damn it. I'm late. How do I get back to my world? It's easy. Make a dragon seal and you'll be back. It's also a good way to get back here. Be sure to come back as soon as you're free. Thank you. I'll definitely come back here. Naruto exclaimed, and instantly folded the seals and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. As soon as he appeared in the same place where he had disappeared, he rushed down the corridor, hoping that he wouldn't be scolded for being late for such an important meeting. In half a minute he saw the backs of his comrades and was a little surprised, because when he ran away from them, he spent much more time. He was also surprised that they were only going to the meeting hall, not returning from it. Am I too late? The meeting isn't over yet. He blurted out as soon as he caught up with them. What are you talking about? You just ran away. The meeting's still 10 minutes away, Sakura marveled and looked at him arrogantly. Yeah, I'm more and more surprised at myself every day I spend with her. How did I ever fall for her in the first place? Uzumaki thought after seeing her arrogant look. Alright, let's hurry up. As expected the meeting started 10 minutes later, but Naruto didn't listen to what the Hokage and the referee were saying. He didn't even notice Kabuto leaving the exam. All his thoughts were occupied with today's dragon-related events. What surprised him the most was that although he had spent about half an hour in that world, not even a minute had passed in reality. But he was distracted by Sakura's voice asking Sasuke to withdraw. Sakura, I've already told you this. I'm an Avenger. I don't care about the title of Chunin. Am I strong or not? I need an answer to that question. To do that, I need to fight the strongest. And they're all here, the brunette said and looked at the pink-haired woman with a piercing gaze. I warn you, if you deprive me of this opportunity, I will never forgive you. Sakura, let him do what he wants. We all came here to see what we can do. If you reveal his secret, then everything we've been through will be for nothing, the blue-eyed man said and looked carefully first at the Uchiha and then at Haruno. Okay. I'll keep quiet, Sakura replied after a little thought. Thank you Naruto. Know that I want to fight you too, Sasuke smirked, and something inside of Uzumaki flipped. He immediately wanted to roll mountains with joy, but he was interrupted. Well then, we will begin the qualifying stage. You will fight each other one-on-one in real combat, said the referee who introduced himself as Hayate. There are 20 contestants left, so we'll have 10 fights. The winners will have the right to participate in the third stage. Okay, the first pair will be Uchiha Sasuke vs Akato Yoroi. Everyone else, go up to the second floor. That's what everyone did. Naruto didn't wait for a second invitation, so he immediately went upstairs and took a comfortable seat to watch the battles, but in his head he began to think hard about the gift Ventos had given him before he left. As soon as the battle began, Uzumaki immediately noticed that time seemed to slow down for those fighting in the arena. Their movements, the slightest muscle contractions became visible to him. What on earth is going on? I can't understand anything, the blonde thought to himself. Okay, I'll wait for my turn, and then everything will fall into place. For now, I'd better think about some new technique. His mind was still on the dragons, so he didn't notice the end of Sasuke's battle, and he didn't pay any attention to the rest of them. He only came to his senses when he heard his name. The next battle is Uzumaki Naruto vs. Kiba Inuzuka, Hayate said as he stepped into the middle of the arena. Kiba, huh. I should be able to handle him with ease. The boy, not thinking long, quickly jumped down from the second floor and approached his opponent. How lucky I am that my opponent will be a weakling like you, exclaimed the dog breeder and smiled unkindly, trying with all his might to show his toughness. Out of pity for you, I'll kill you with one blow. Don't regret your words, Kiba, Naruto parried and smirked at him too, so much so that the brunette took an involuntary step back. If you're ready, you may begin, the referee said. Kiba folded a single hand seal and his body began to slowly change. The fangs and nails on his hands grew larger, making him look like a real wild beast. A second and he attacked with great speed. Uzumaki, thanks to the fact that time had slowed down again, was able to see the attack and easily dodge it, hitting Inuzuka in the shoulder. Bastard, how did you dodge? The brunette exclaimed and clutched at his bruise. The blonde didn't bother to answer that question, but quickly covered the distance between them himself, trying to engage his opponent in close combat. As his thoughts quickened and his body began to obey better, he was able to land a few blows to his body and one to his leg, reducing his speed a bit. But the dogman was not so simple. Using smoke bombs, he and his dog, who had managed to turn into an exact replica of his master, lurked in the veil. Decided to defeat me by stealth, No way. I'm better than you. Naruto thought and concentrated on finding his enemy in that cloud of gas. Suddenly he sensed where he was, and gathering all his strength into a fist, he struck hard. I think I've got it. Sniffing is a cool thing. But don't relax, Inuzuka. This isn't over yet. Everyone in the stands froze in anticipation of the outcome of this fight. At the beginning, many were sure that such a simpleton wouldn't be able to compete with Kiba, but as the events unfolded, everyone realized that they were wrong. That's strange. That doesn't sound like Naruto. I'll have to talk to him after the preliminaries are over, Kakashi thought, leaving an imaginary notch in his head for the future. Suddenly, Kiba flew out of the cloud of smoke, followed by the blonde man jumping out and landing right on top of him. That's it. You're finished, Uzumaki exclaimed. He spun his opponent around his axis and delivered a powerful heel kick to the head. This blow sent his opponent flying and he hit the ground. A second and the fight is over. Kiba lies on the ground, showing no signs of life. The referee steps in to assess the condition of the fighters and raises his hand. Inuzuka Kiba is unable to continue the fight. Naruto Uzumaki was the winner. The blue-eyed boy, hearing these words, of course rejoiced, but immediately asked permission to leave the battlefield for a while to go to the bathroom. After receiving permission and hiding from everyone, he quickly formed a single seal and moved to the dragon world. As soon as he moved, he immediately saw Ventos, who was lying on the same sheer cliff, curled up in a ball. Ah, the young lord has already returned. I'm glad you were freed so quickly, said the dragon, raising his head. How do you like my gift? I don't fully understand, but I've noticed some changes in me, Naruto answered the question asked of him. Could you explain to me what exactly you got me? It's simple. I gave you some dragon traits. Smell, reflexes, and speed of thought, Ventos said and smiled. You still have much to learn about this world. And how lucky you are to be our master. Uzumaki said and scratched the back of his head, but after half a minute he smiled radiantly and added. But I'm very happy about it, because this way I can definitely become stronger and fulfill my dream. How so? And if it's not a secret, could you tell me more about it? Ventos asked, moving closer to him. There is nothing to hide. I dream of becoming Hokage, the strongest and most respected shinobi of Konoha. Uzumaki exclaimed, happy that someone was asking about it. I want to prove that even the untalented can become geniuses. To prove people wrong about me, and to show that I can protect my friends. I see. That's a good goal, the dragon nodded and thought about something. After a few seconds, it stared at him again with its huge, vertical pupil eyes. But you're wrong about your lack of talent. What do you mean? What do you mean? The blonde was surprised, because he had always thought that he didn't have any specialties. You're an Uzumaki. Your clan has incredible vitality and a predisposition to fuinjutsu, Ventos clarified, raising an eyebrow just like a human. Didn't you know that? No, this is the first time I've heard of it. To be honest, I didn't even know that the Uzumaki clan existed. In fact, I don't even know my parents' names, Naruto replied sadly and lowered his head. The Uzumaki clan had existed a long time ago. Now it's almost extinct. There are only a few members left and you are one of them, the dragon explained and then hesitated. Wait, do you even know what Fuinjutsu and life force are? I didn't do well at the academy, and I'm not very bright, the boy admitted, scratching his cheek with his index finger. He didn't like to admit it, of course, and preferred to hide it, but he decided to tell the dragon about it, because now they were connected. It's all right. You'll catch up. I'll see to it, sighed the legendary creature and hastened to rejoice the boy at once. There is a huge library in our world, which contains a lot of knowledge of the shinobi world. We prepared it specially for the arrival of our Lord, as well as for ourselves. Wait, how do you have knowledge from our world, because you said that I am the first person who came here? The boy asked in surprise. You are the first. But we can enter your world at will, but we cannot stay in it for a long time in our present form. That's why we take human form and secretly collect new knowledge, the dragon explained. Knowledge, the dragon explained, seeing his lord's interest in the matter. By the way, would you like to our library right now? Can I? Naruto exclaimed. What else could his reaction be when a real dragon offered to take him for a ride? And not just anywhere, but to the place where the knowledge of all time is stored. Of course I can, because you're my master. Your word is law for me, replied Ventos and put his wing to the boy, so that he could climb on it. Uzumaki immediately seized the opportunity, climbed on top of his new acquaintance and made himself comfortable so that he wouldn't fall from the great height and throw off his skates early. A flap of huge wings and they were already in the air. When the blonde was able to open his eyes, an even more stunning view opened up before him. There was a single water surface stretching to the horizon, with small islands in some places, and in the center, surrounded by waterfalls, was a mountain of enormous size, like a fang. Up to this point, as it turned out, they had been almost at the foot and now they were flying to the very top. The strong flow of wind, of course, beat in the boy's face, preventing him from looking around and trying to throw him down, but the feeling of flight so encouraged him that he did not care about all the hardships, and he just caught the buzz. With just a few flaps of his wings, the huge dragon landed on a peak that turned out to be gentle rather than steep. Once down from Vento's back, Naruto began to look around and saw nothing resembling a library. In front of him was just a small cave that went far into the depths of the mountain. Where is the library? The blonde asked after a while and stared at the dragon. Wasn't it supposed to be here? The cave is the entrance to it. When you get inside, you'll understand, Ventos answered and shrank in size. That way I can go with you. Once inside the cave, Naruto saw a long corridor. Candles hanging on either side of the passage lit the way well and allowed him to view the skillful drawings on the walls. They depicted a variety of beautiful places with dragons soaring through the sky. Seeing all of this, Uzumaki never ceased to be amazed. And then, 5 minutes later, a bulky black door appeared in front of him. Without thinking long, the blonde opened it and found himself in a huge hall with no end in sight. On both sides of the room were racks of scrolls and bookshelves, packed to the brim. Wow! The boy exclaimed and opened his mouth involuntarily. Yes, there's a lot of information here. It would take a normal person 10 years to read it, replied Ventos, smiling at his lord's reaction. What? How so? Uzumaki shouted upon hearing such a statement. He simply couldn't imagine that he would now have to spend a whole 10 years here. Moreover, he wouldn't be able to do that, because his vigor and desire to do something all the time would ruin him faster. Calm down. You're a dragon lord. That means you are no longer an ordinary human, Ventos hastened to reassure him. The gift I gave you when you first came to this world will help you. And the time difference between the worlds will also be on your side. I still don't get it. What was the gift? What's the time difference? I gave you not only the sniff and reflexes of dragons, I gave you our specialty, which allows you to memorize a huge amount of information and perceive it much faster. Speak plainly, Datbeo. I don't understand you. I told you I'm not good at thinking. Shouted the boy, hearing a speech full of incomprehensible words. I'm sorry, the dragon sighed and was silent for a few moments, thinking how to make himself clearer. I meant that when you read a book, you will remember the information faster, and your reading speed will be faster than that of ordinary people. What's more, you'll be able to memorize hand-printing sequences on the fly. I'm so cool now. Naruto rejoiced and jumped in one place, but suddenly stopped. What were you saying about time? Our worlds are dependent on each other, but there is a small difference in time between them. 1 month spent here is equal to 1 day in your world, explained Ventos. This will allow you to train and study books much faster. Moreover, you will not age. After spending a year here, you will physically grow older by only 12 days. But that doesn't apply to your physique. If you become physically stronger, when you return to reality, you'll retain all your experience and strength. Well, it's not a big difference. The blonde shouted after hearing such a speech. This is very useful. Great. Now I'll quickly become strong. Don't be in such a hurry. You're only here for the first time today. You have a lot more to learn about us. And to become a true master and subdue all dragons, you will have to learn a lot. The dragon interrupted his shouts of joy. Inwardly, he was glad that his master was so eager to start training, but he also realized that if he was not prepared, he would fail. A true master. To conquer all the dragons. Naruto thought again and began scratching the back of his head. Damn, if it weren't for the accelerated perception of information, I would have died of brain overload a long time ago. I've learned too much today. Listen to me carefully. I'm going to tell you how dragons came to be and what you have to do. Do we have a deal? Asked Ventos and, after waiting for a positive nod, began to gather his thoughts to explain everything as clearly as possible. All dragons are creatures of the elements of your world. The first of us appeared when your world was first formed. And I was one of them. Now, a few thousand years later, there are many more of us, because people have learned to mix elements and create new ones. When a man creates a new element, he doesn't realize that he has created one of us. Do you understand? Yes, Uzumaki nodded and sat down on his heel. The master, that is you, is able to control us all, but not at once. Right now, only those whose elements you have been predisposed to since birth will obey you. For you to use others, you must prove yourself worthy. If you recognize me, that means that one of my elements is wind, right? The boy asked and folded his arms across his chest. You got that right. The wind element is available to you from birth, that's why I appeared before you when you first came here, Ventos confirmed with a nod. But I don't know who else you can control. You must find out for yourself. I'll tell you one thing. The fact that you signed the contract with your blood and became our lord allowed you to awaken all your elements, which you would comprehend as your experience and power increased. So I need to learn my elements, right? Okay, I'll think about how to do that, Naruto said and got to his feet. For now, I need to get back to my world. I don't want to miss the other contestants' midterm fights. Okay. When you get back, we'll talk more and you can tell me more about yourself. The dragon smiled and lay down on the stone floor of the library. The boy didn't answer anything, just nodded in agreement, folded the dragon seal and moved. Opening his eyes, which he had closed during the transition, he looked around to make sure no one had seen him and, finding no one, he walked slowly to the battle hall. As he expected, no more than 3 minutes had passed since his fight with Kiba. He even caught a glimpse of Inuzuka being carried out on a stretcher. Naruto only chuckled at that and went up to the second floor so as not to disturb the fights. Naruto-kun. He heard a girl's voice behind him. Take it. Turning around, the blonde saw Hinata Hyuga, a girl from his class, holding out a jar. Thank you, Naruto said and took the gift from her hands. What is it? A healing ointment. It will help heal your wounds, Kurenai-sensei said. Uzumaki, not thinking long, applied it to the scratches he had received during the second stage and the fight with Kiba. To his surprise, they immediately began to heal, not even leaving a mark behind. Either it's some kind of super drug or there's something wrong here. I'll have to ask Ventos what he thinks about it later, the boy thought to himself. All right, the next fight will be between, said Hayate, who had been supervising the transportation of the injured man until now. Neji Hyuga and Hinata Hyuga. Whoops, this is going to be interesting. Gotta watch their fight closely, since one of them will be my opponent. thought Naruto and looked at the one named Neji. He's kind of weird. Angry looking and his hands are clenched into fists. I don't like him. Meanwhile, the rivals had already come down and stood across from each other. And something began that the blonde had not expected. The guy, not shying away from anyone, began to openly insult Hinata. You won't make a good shinobi. You can't change your destiny, the guy with black hair finally said. You bitch. He's pissing me off. I could just punch him in the face right now. Naruto thought and gritted his teeth to keep from roaring with anger. Taking a deep breath, he pulled himself together and decided to support his classmate. I don't know what you think of yourself, but you have no right to talk about others like that. Even if a person is weak, through hard work and willpower, they can become stronger. So don't you dare say that. And you, Hinata, don't listen to him, just punch him. The girl, hearing those words, was as if resurrected. Fear was gone from her eyes, and now she was filled with determination. And so, finally, the fight began. Thanks to his improved reflexes, Uzumaki was able to watch their incredible fight. Smooth movements were replaced with fast and precise movements. Using an unusual style of taijutsu, chakra surged out of their palms, trying to catch the opponent. He saw it all and tried to memorize it, because it might come in handy in the future. But after the first missed blow, Hinata had already lost her ability to fight, but she was still on the attack. When she was exhausted, Neji rushed to finish her off, but Naruto interrupted him. He jumped up and grabbed her arms and pinned them down in a single leap. What are you doing, asshole? Shouted Hyuga. Don't interfere with our fight. Look at Hinata. She can't fight back. She can barely stand up. You're going to kill her, aren't you? Uzumaki yelled at him. Calm down. The fight is over. You won. He's right. There's no need to go that far, Hayate said, and raised his right hand in the air. The winner is Neji Hyuga. The brunette, hearing this, pulled his hand out of her grasp and strode towards the stairs to the second floor. Hinata, on the other hand, fell to the floor and lost consciousness. Medics and Jonin immediately rushed to her. Neji, I will defeat you in the third round. I promise. Uzumaki made a promise to himself and stared at Hyuga. Is that our Naruto? He reacted faster than the Jonin gathered here. Something is clearly wrong here. Another reason to talk to him, Kakashi thought and left another notch in his mind for the future. After Hinata was taken on a stretcher to the infirmary, everyone took their seats on the second floor. Meanwhile, Hayate, the referee of the intermediate stage, entered the arena to announce the next fight. All right, next up will be Rock Lee vs. Gaara no Sabaku. Contestants to the arena, please. As soon as the man said that, a loud, joyful shout of cheers from Rock Lee and his teacher rang throughout the hall. The guy with the red hair and the love character on his forehead just hummed and walked slowly toward the stairs. As he passed Naruto, the blonde felt a sharp pain in his stomach. It felt like something inside him was boiling and trying to get out by any means necessary. What's happening to me? Is it all because of this guy? Who the hell is he? Uzumaki thought to himself and grabbed his stomach to ease his pain at least a little. What's more, there's just an incredible lust for killing coming from him. As if hearing Naruto's thoughts, Gaara turned around and looked at him with harsh, hate-filled eyes. That look gave the boy goosebumps on his skin and made him feel uneasy. And the fellow from Suna, without a word, went on his way. Finally, the opponents stood opposite each other and the referee announced the start of the fight. From the very first moments, Naruto fixed his gaze on the red-haired man. The sand subjugation technique he used for both attack and defense interested him greatly, and he wanted to learn as much as he could. What surprised him even more was Lee's incredible speed that appeared after removing the weights. I wonder how fast I'd be if I could combine my dragon reflexes with the ability to carry the same weight on my legs. He thought to himself and gave himself the promise of the same weight. Naruto thought and made himself promise to talk to Ventos about it. Meanwhile, the passions in the arena were heating up. Rock Lee was beating Gaara with the power of the inner gate opening and dodging dangerous attacks with sand. But Sabaku was much smarter than everyone expected and was able to defend himself with sand against the deadly lotus, softening the impact on the ground. It was obvious that both opponents were already at their limits and could barely stay on their feet, but neither of them wanted to give up. Damn it, I can't interrupt their fight. I can't intervene, because Rock Lee can still fight, but he can't handle it. He just won't make it. Screamed the blond man in his thoughts as he saw the sand coiled around his comrade's left arm and leg. Naruto had always dreamed of becoming stronger to protect his friends. But there was nothing he could do about it now, so he just clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, Lee. Sand coffin. Gaara said, and a wild scream of pain mixed with the sound of bones breaking rang out throughout the hall. Immediately after the scream subsided, Jonin and medics appeared in the arena, rushing to help the injured. In other words, the fight was over, so Uzumaki rushed to his comrade to support him, but what he heard threw him off balance. I'm sorry, but he won't be able to be a shinobi anymore. I'm sorry, the man in the white robe said, turning to Guy, Rock Lee's teacher. Those words hurt Naruto as well as everyone who heard them. The boy fell into despair. Everything around him was gone for him. I failed to protect my comrade, he told himself over and over again. But someone put a hand on his head and ruffled his hair, bringing him out of his despondency. Turning around, he saw Kakashi-sensei. Don't worry. Everything will get better, the gray-haired man said and smiled with his one eye that was visible to everyone. By the way, after the fights are over, we'll need to talk. Yes, sensei. I have a word with you, too, the boy nodded. And, thank you for your support. The winner of the 9th fight is Gaara no Sabaku, Hayate said as the medics took Lee away. The Sandman only smiled bloodthirstily at those words, and Naruto shuddered in disgust at him. The next fight was between the Sound Shinobi and Choji, but it was over after the first blow. Akamichi was in no way able to defend himself against the sound technique affecting the fluid in the body itself and lost, but the blonde didn't even notice it. He was focused only on the fact that he just needed to get stronger, so that such a sad story would not happen again. Finally, all the fights were over, and the winners were lined up in a single row. The third Hokage himself came out to give his usual boring speech. Congratulations, you have all passed the qualifying round and have earned the right to fight in the third round, said the head of Konoha, without taking his favorite pipe out of his mouth. In the last round, you will have to show what you can do. You have 1 month to prepare. What does that mean? Shikamaru asked. They probably want to make a show out of our battles. To do that, they need to gather the people and organize the place where the last stage will be held, Naruto said on automatic and only then realized that he had said it out loud. Everyone present was shocked, as they were well aware that Uzumaki was not brilliant in intelligence and wit. And now he had figured it all out on his own. I'm sorry. It just slipped out. Ahem, you said it right, Hiruzen continued to say as he recovered from the shock. We're giving you so much time to learn new techniques, because now you all know each other's abilities and techniques. You should also rest and regain your strength. I have 31 days to spare. That means I can spend 2 whole years in the dragon world, and the rest of the week I can rest, the blonde thought and smiled at this prospect for the future. But before I leave, I need to talk to Kakashi-sensei and warn him. Before we part ways, you must pull one piece of paper with a number on it out of the box. This is to determine the order of the fights and your opponents, the Hokage said and gestured for everyone to come forward. Each of the genii gathered here approached him. He took out a piece of paper with a number on it and called out his number in a low voice. Morino Ibiki wrote down the numbers and showed the sheet to the Hokage and then to everyone else. Hiruzen started to explain something again, but Naruto wasn't listening to him anymore. Great. I'll fight Neji like I wanted to. I'll show him where it's at. And I have plenty of time to prepare. Rejoiced the boy. And Sasuke's going to fight that Gaara. We'll have to warn him. Finally everyone was released to go home, but Uzumaki went in search of his teacher, as he had intended, and found him in the Konoha hospital. Kakashi gestured that talking here was a bad idea and ordered him to follow him. Once they had gotten a good distance away from the busy streets, they sat down on a bench near a mountain with stone portraits of the heads of the village. Naruto, I've been following you in the preliminary stage and what I saw doesn't look like you at all, said the man with gray hair. Maybe you can explain to me what's going on with you. I'm sorry, master, but let's do it another time. I don't have anything to tell you right now, the blonde replied and smiled. But I promise that I will tell you everything later. Then what did you want to talk to me about? The Jonin asked, tilting his head to the side. I'll warn you right away, I'll be training Sasuke. I've already made arrangements with him. I can find you another teacher as good as me. Thanks, but no thanks. I wanted to let you know that I will train on my own, the boy said and saw Sensei's face change from calm to surprised. Yes, surprised, so surprised. Well, I won't ask you about it. I'll see for myself later, Kakashi said as he calmed down. Is that all you wanted to talk to me about? No, I wanted to ask you something, Uzumaki replied as he shook his head. How can you recognize your chakra element? Yeah, you're just surprising me today, Hitaki said scratching the back of his head. It's very simple. You need a special leaf that reacts to chakra. If the leaf shifts, you get lightning. If it burns, you have fire. If it gets wet, water. If it rots, it's earth. Torn in half, wind. Sensei, do you have such sheets with you? The blonde asked after hearing that answer. I'd like to test my elements right now. You're lucky I brought them with me today. Here you go, the gray-haired man said and held out one leaf to the boy. Could you give me 3 leaves? I want to know all my elements, not just one, Naruto said and smiled embarrassed. Here you go. Clamp them between your fingers and let the chakra flow through them, Kakashi said, complying with his apprentice's request. But I highly doubt that you'll have more than one, because to develop all 3 elements, you need. Hitaki couldn't finish when he saw the sheets in the blonde man's hands change. The gray-haired man opened his mouth in surprise, because all 3 elements were different. So I have wind, fire and lightning, right? Naruto said as he looked at the sheets that had changed shape. If I'm not mistaken, you have lightning too, right? Yes, you're right, Kakashi replied, not believing his eyes, and nodded his head with his mouth still open. Could you show me some techniques of this element? Of course I can, the gray-haired man said and folded a few hand seals. At the same second, his hand was covered with lightning sparks and a sound like birds chirping appeared. This technique is called Reikiri. But it's very complicated. You need good reflexes and speed to use it in battle. Without the Sharingan, I wouldn't have been able to master it. You used the bull, rabbit, and monkey seals and then concentrated the chakra in your palm, right? The blonde commented on his teacher's movements, taking his chin with his right hand. We'll have to try that later. Keep in mind that not everything is as easy as it seems. You must first learn the basics and only then try to recreate the technique. Do you understand? Kakashi asked in a stern voice. Yes sensei, thank you, Naruto replied with a bow. By the way, sensei, warn Sasuke to train better, because you know what a difficult opponent he has. Okay. Sure. Don't worry about it, Kakashi said and smiled. I have to go now. See you later, master, Uzumaki said and ran towards the village. He has 3 elements at once, and he also understood the principle of using Reikiri right off the bat. He surprises me more and more every day, the gray-haired man thought as he stared at the back of the retreating boy. I'll be looking forward to your fight in the 3rd stage of the exam. In the meantime, Naruto was already jumping from rooftop to rooftop, heading for his small apartment. He was glad that he was able to recognize his chakra elements and was going to head to the dragon world without wasting any time. Once he got home, he opened the door and immediately grabbed his backpack to gather everything he might need for the next 2 years. The boy put in 2 sets of shuriken and kunai each, 2 sets of change of clothes, a water flask, energy pills, and a few blank scrolls just in case. Taking another look around the room he had lived in his entire life, Uzumaki slung the packed briefcase on his shoulder and sighed deeply. I'm going away for 2 whole years. I'll be much stronger when I come back, the boy thought and folded his only handmade dragon seal and disappeared from his home world. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the same library and Ventos lying in the same spot where he had last seen him. You're finally back, the dragon said and lifted his head from his front paws. For how long? I will spend 2 years in this world, Naruto replied with a smile on his face. Is that enough time for my training? Quite, the legendary creature nodded and his eyes glittered with eagerness for action. Based on what you've said, I can think of a plan for your development. For the first 6 months, you will study theory. Then, you'll spend a year honing your skills, and the rest of the time we'll spend subduing as many dragons as possible. Well, that was a quick plan. I couldn't do that, Uzumaki said, scratching the back of his head. I had 14 days to come up with it, because if I'm not mistaken, you spent less than half a day in your world, the dragon said and smiled, revealing his razor-sharp fangs. By the way, did you find out what your elements are? Yes. I have wind, fire, and lightning, the boy said happily and smiled broadly. So, besides me, you will be subject to Ignis, Lord of Fire, and Fulgur, Lord of Lightning. Not bad, the dragon said and got up from the floor of the library. They're strong dragons, and they're sure to get along with you. You said we would try to subdue as many dragons as possible. What did you mean by that? Naruto asked and looked at Ventos carefully. He wanted to get stronger, but he wasn't going to force anyone to submit to him. You'll have to win in a fair one-on-one fight, the Wind Lord explained. If you are confused by the word, subjugate, don't worry, I didn't say it right. You have to prove your strength and your ability to lead us in battle, that's all. That's better, the blonde sighed in relief. And now we'll look into your mind, and fix some things there, Ventos said and reached out his paw to the boy's head. Don't worry. It won't hurt. Hey, what are you going to? Naruto was indignant, but couldn't even finish. His body began to grow heavy and his consciousness drifted farther and farther away. A moment and he was already asleep on the floor of the library. Don't worry, my lord. When you wake up, you will already be above the concept of an ordinary human, the dragon said and smiled at the thoughts that appeared in his head. What a noise in my poor head. What has happened to me? Naruto thought, assuming a sitting position and grabbing his head. His thoughts were confused and he couldn't concentrate on anything in particular, and his vision was unfocused. But he could still see Ventos lying nearby. You are awake at last, my lord, he heard the dragon's familiar voice and was glad that he hadn't dreamed what had happened to him. It was still hard for Naruto to believe that he was in a different world, where the real dragons lived and considered him their lord. How are you feeling? Any pain? I feel a little dizzy, but I'm fine, the boy said honestly and couldn't hold back a smile. Good, the dragon nodded his head, as if to confirm something. So it was a success. What do you mean by? The blonde wanted to ask, but remembered that before he passed out he saw a huge paw reaching for his head. A second, and his cheerful mood changed to one of concern, and he began to examine his body for any injuries. Once he was sure everything was in order, he looked at his new acquaintance carefully. What have you done to me? I merely completed your rebirth, which began when you first came to this world, the dragon said calmly, as if he were talking about a trivial matter, without blinking an eye. Just unlocked the hidden potential of your body. Thanks to that, your reflexes from earlier have taken root much better, plus your strength, agility, and speed have increased. And you call this just a datbeo? Uzumaki exclaimed in surprise and looked carefully at his interlocutor. What else have you done to me? That's not everything, is it? You're right. I increased your regeneration ability. Now, if you take any damage, your wounds will heal much faster. But remember, you can't regenerate your eyes or heart, the dragon said, as if advertising what he had done. Then he added quietly. Although, you didn't really need that. Why is that? Naruto asked. He was getting tired of trying to make sense of the phrases Ventos said that only he could understand. It reminded him of Iruka-sensei's lessons at the academy. Back then he couldn't understand anything either and just listened. But now he was trying to absorb as much information as possible. Can you explain to me what you're talking about, huh? Okay, I'll tell you everything in detail, the dragon sighed. He was disappointed that his lord was a stupid, 13-year-old boy, but he was determined that in 2 years he would train him in every aspect and make him a different person. I'll start at the beginning. The Uzumaki clan you belong to has always been known for its talents in seal techniques, its large supply of chakra, and its life force. We'll save the seals for later, what's more important right now is life force. You are capable of coexisting with so-called Biju or tailed beasts. Are you implying that one of them is inside me? Naruto asked in surprise, following Vento's train of thought. To say that he wasn't shocked by the news was an understatement. He was just shocked at the news, because he had already guessed who lived inside of him. And that beast is the nine-tailed demon fox. Yes, the dragon nodded his head. You've been a Kyuubi Jinchuriki since you were born. Therefore, the wounds you receive during battles heal much faster than those of ordinary people. I wasn't expecting that, the boy said and fell back, staring at the ceiling with unfocused eyes. His mood had gone nowhere, leaving nothing but emptiness. So it was because of him that my whole childhood I'd been looked at like a freak, like a monster. He's the reason they didn't want to be friends with me and avoided me. Let's talk about this a little later, okay? We'll talk about it later. We have more important things to do right now, said Ventos and got up from the floor. Aren't you hungry by any chance? Yes, I am. The blonde exclaimed and instantly got upright. Of course he was, for he hadn't had anything in his mouth since yesterday morning. Without another word, he simply followed the dragon leading him in an unknown direction. After 10 minutes of wandering through a wide corridor that could easily fit Ventos at his full height, the company finally arrived at the so-called dining hall. But it was hard to call it that, in Naruto's opinion. The arena he had just fought in was the same size. It was the same size as the arena he'd just fought in. However, it was much more beautiful. The walls were decorated with skillful masonry made of black and white stones, two huge chandeliers above the ceiling as if made of gold, and a wooden floor. All this together created the effect of luxury and gave the feeling that the boy had come not to an ordinary dining room, but to the castle of the daimyo himself. Are you sure it's a dining room? Naruto asked with a whistle of surprise. The library is just a part of this underground complex. Everything here was created with an emphasis on the fact that in the future our Lord will appear and will live here, said Ventos and looked at the boy with a respectful look. The mountain is divided into 3 levels. The first is the library and dining room. The second is the living quarters, which includes a bedroom, office, spare living quarters, and a hot spring. And the entire 3rd level is a training ground for practicing techniques. Wow! If this is what the dining room looks like, I can't imagine what awaits me in the bedroom and office. The blonde exclaimed in amazement. Since he had lived his entire life in a small dormitory apartment in Konoha, he couldn't get used to such luxury. Leaving all conversation for later, the boy and the dragon began their meal. There was nothing at the table that Naruto was used to, but instead there was plenty of rice, roast pork, and vegetables. He was so hungry that he didn't even argue about the missing ramen. He just started devouring everything he could get his hands on. After filling his stomach with the delicious food, Uzumaki relaxed in his chair, but he was prevented from falling asleep by Ventos, who suddenly started talking. By the way, that's not all I did to you. There's something else. What is it? Naruto asked in surprise. He was tired of being surprised, so he was ready for the dragon to put wings on his back or turn him into a fire-breathing lizard that could start spitting fire at any moment. I removed the mental tabs in your subconscious, thus awakening your love of knowledge, the dragon said and, seeing the boy's incomprehensible look, sighed heavily and decided to explain in a more understandable language. The Uzumaki clan was known for more than just their abilities and strength. Your ancestors were the most well-read clan in history. Your love for knowledge, embedded in your blood, allowed you to become so dangerous that enemies who feared you had to destroy your homeland. I've never noticed an appetite for reading. Are you sure you're telling the truth? The blonde man scratched the back of his head, remembering how hard it had been for him to learn anything at the academy. It's all because someone, when you were still very young, put mental tabs on that feature of yours. So they limited your mental abilities as well, said the legendary being. Apparently this someone really didn't want the Jinchuriki, the village's living weapon, to be intelligent. I have more and more questions for Old Man 3, Naruto said and smirked wickedly. But not a moment later, his usual bright smile appeared on his face. Now that we've got that sorted out, let's get to learning the theory. And so began Uzumaki's 2-year apprenticeship in the dragon world. Every day he read a variety of scrolls and books that described not only ninja techniques and arts, but also various historical events, chronicles and much more. But most of all, besides of course the knowledge of his clan, he liked to read about Konoha. It was how he learned the entire history of his village from its founding to the present day. His entire day was scheduled by the hour. Right after breakfast in the fancy dining room, he would read for 10 hours at a time. Then, after a hearty dinner, he would begin his 4-hour training session on the 3rd level. Only then would he retire to the residential level for rest. To briefly describe the training ground, the daimyo himself would envy such a private space. The place of his practice sessions was like a huge field with rivers and forests and had everything he needed. A huge space to study fuinjutsu, elemental techniques and the like, as well as an arsenal that had all the weapons of the world. The living level was even cooler. The boy's bedroom was furnished with only one bed, but it could easily fit 5 people, and a closet that held Naruto's spare clothes. The bed was so soft and comfortable that as soon as he touched his head to the pillow, he immediately passed out. Though, that was more because he was leaving absolutely all of his energy at the training ground. The hot spring, located on the same level and flowing directly from the mountain, allowed the boy to have a good rest after a hard day and soothe his aching muscles. After the removal of the so-called mental restrictions, Naruto noticed that all the information he received was much better than before and remained in his memory instead of immediately flying out of his head. This allowed the boy to begin training in the use of fuinjutsu, as well as applying his knowledge and creating his own seals. Along with this he meditated, trying to increase his concentration and the capacity of his chakra channels. But he didn't forget about strength training either. Push-ups, sit-ups, running, pull-ups, abs, all of these he did in order to develop his body for more difficult techniques that require a certain level of physical strength. The dragon and the boy talked often during the practice sessions. The blonde learned a lot not only about this world, but also about his own. In general, Ventos turned out to be a pleasant conversationalist with whom he wanted to talk about any topic. The fact that it was just the two of them made it all the more convenient. After 6 months, Ventos, who was watching Uzumaki's training, who was practicing a technique, suddenly got up from his seat and came closer to him. "Lord, I think it's time for you to meet your other teachers," he said, causing the blonde to jump in surprise. Naruto looked carefully into the eyes of his, already friend, and nodded his head, giving his agreement. "Since you agree, I'll invite them to join us. That's enough training for today. You can rest." "Okay, I'll go for a swim then," Naruto said and walked towards the stairs. On his way he took off his sweat-soaked tank top, exposing his torso. The dragon, satisfied that 6 months hadn't gone by in vain, went about his business. The next morning, the blonde was awakened by a familiar roar mixed with one new one. Though he had just woken up, he immediately realized what was wrong and quickly dressed in the clothes prepared from the evening and rushed to the exit of the underground complex. Why did I only hear one unfamiliar roar? Naruto thought to himself as he ran out of the cave that served as a disguise for the entrance. A second and a dragon appeared before him, sitting on a steep cliff, the size of which was the same as Ventos. Its scales were cast in gold and shimmered in the sun. The creature's head was turned toward the horizon, but not for long. A moment and its serious, full of wisdom huge, golden eyes stared at the boy. "Ah, hello. Is that him?" asked the creature in a serious voice, turning his gaze to Ventos. "Is this our lord?" "Yes," the blue dragon nodded. "And could you be a little more gentle with him? Until I'm sure he's in my element, I'm going to treat him seriously." "And you don't tell me how to behave," the golden one replied firmly, snorting irritably. "Why? Does he only have 2 chakra elements, or did I arrive early?" He didn't have to answer that question, as something flashed in the sky and crashed into a mountain not far from Naruto at high speed. As the dust from the impact settled, everyone gathered to see a large, black dragon sitting in a funnel of fire. It felt like lava was flowing between the gaps in its scales. After looking around with his red eyes, he laughed wildly, thus putting Uzumaki in a state of stupor. "Ah, how high I landed, though. I should do it again." "Stop laughing," said in a booming voice Black. "Where is our master?" It's me, the blonde said firmly and looked straight into the dragon's eyes. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. What's your name? I am Fulgur, Lord of Lightning. Nice to meet you, the Golden One said, tilting his head forward slightly. I am Ignis, Lord of Fire. And it's a pleasure to meet you, too, the Black One replied and repeated the movement of his brother. And how can I prove to you that my elements are wind, fire and lightning? Asked the boy in a serious voice. He realized that if they did not believe him, he would have to fight them. And he did not count on his success in this case. There is no need for us to prove anything, Fulgur replied in a softer voice and bowed again. I, like Ignis, have already sensed our elemental kinship, Lord. Well, that's good. Now we can start the real training, Naruto said after letting out a sigh of relief. Turning around 180 degrees, he walked inside his training base. Now the real fun begins. I've got a year and a half ahead of me. And I'm not going to give up. Well, my 2 years of training in this world have come to an end. So many unusual and mind-bending things have happened to me during this time, that it would be enough for 2 peaceful lives. But a lot of good things have happened here, too. Where without it? If I think back to the conditions I'd lived in Konoha and compare them to those of the dragons, it was like someone had played a cruel joke on me. Just the attitude of the people around me was worth it. I've always seen only hatred and contempt in their eyes, but here. Lord, it's time for you to go back, if you want to have time to do everything you've planned. Ventos interrupted my thoughts about my miserable life. It wasn't surprising that he mentioned my plan, since I had talked to him more than anyone else. Even before all my teachers were gathered, we had long and frequent discussions on various topics. And we didn't talk less afterwards. Yes, you're right. Thank you all for training me, I bowed to the dragons gathered around me. They not only made me stronger, but smarter. And I can't repay them. And that makes me sad. You don't have to thank us. We did what we had to do, Fulgur replied with his usual meaningful snort. He reminded me of Shikamaru, lazy and smart at the same time. Except that he'd have more strength. And he didn't look like a human being. I'll be back here again, I smiled my trademark smile as I made a single hand seal and collected chakra. It was a moment before I was back in my own small apartment in Konoha's dormitory. It was very poor compared to what I had in the other world. Torn wallpaper in some places. An old TV that normal people have long forgotten about, a creaking bed and a small table in the very center of the living space. If I were to describe it in one word, it wouldn't be very pleasant. So, now, when with the decomposition of things from his small backpack is over, you can look at yourself cute in the mirror. Wiping the interior from the dust, accumulated not because I was away for a long time, but because I used to be an unkempt and capricious boy, I was horrified by my own reflection. Well, here came the case before my important meeting. My orange jumpsuit, screaming of childhood playing in my heels, had been torn during training. The bandage to which the Leaf Village protector was attached was holding on to its last breath. In a word, flatulence. Took all my available money, and went on a shopping trip. In other words, shopping. Forgive the girls my insolence, but I chose comfortable and liked my clothes without brainstorming and spending many hours. I bought 2 sets, hid one of them in the seal on my arm, and wore the other. I was now wearing a white, long t-shirt, a black sweatshirt with shortened sleeves, and black pants that looked like standard Jonin pants. After checking to make sure it didn't interfere with my movement, I was satisfied. About 2 years ago, when I found out some of the most interesting details about what was done to me as a child, I had a whole bunch of questions. And who better to answer them than the Hokage himself? That's right. No one. That's why I'm going to the residence. I knocked on the door like a polite man, heard the permission, and went inside. Before me opened such a familiar picture. Hiruzen sitting at his desk, reading reports and smoking his favorite pipe. But I felt uncomfortable because he didn't even deign to look at me. It's like he's got nothing in front of him. In principle, judging by the way I behaved before, his attitude toward me is understandable. But nothing, soon his opinion will change and no one, not even those 2 Anbu members sitting under the ceiling, will stop me from achieving it. Old man, I came here to find out who my parents were. Can you enlighten me? My voice is serious and demanding. What did you want? For as long as I can remember, I've always asked him that question when I met him, but I never got an answer to any of my questions, so I gave it up. Now, I just need to know. Naruto, first tell me where you've been for almost a month. The gray-haired man finally raised his eyes at me and it was easy to read that he wasn't going to answer my question. What a nuisance. I realize, of course, that he can't tell me not only because he doesn't want to, but I can't help it. You don't want to, do you? Then I'll have to talk to you in a bad way. I lower my head so that my bangs cover my face. A second, and the room gets a lot hotter than it was. Flashes of light appear above me, in company with the small amount of Kyuubi chakra released, wrapping around my body like orange tails. Oh, and my red eyes with the vertical pupil pointing straight at the Hokage adorned the whole picture. Suddenly, the Anbu lurking under the ceiling became active. With a quick jerk, they were at my back and thrust their katanas right into my chest. Damn, that hurt. But it didn't hurt much. That's the problem, if they wanted to kill me, they should have chopped my head off or stabbed me in the heart. Everyone was expecting me to fall to my knees or at least cry out in pain. But they didn't expect any of that. Bummer, ladies and gentlemen. It's my death, not your death. And I just bought these clothes today. I saw my brand new white t-shirt turn red from my blood, and I felt sorry for the money I'd spent on it. I yawned, not covering my mouth with my palm, and continued to look at the two cold blades sticking out of me. In a moment, the members of the task force fly to the opposite wall and bang their heads against it. What about me? I didn't do anything. I didn't even lift a finger. Sweet dreams, my dears. I wish you dream of rainbow unicorns flying through the sky. At that moment, I wanted to laugh the evil laugh of some movie villain about to destroy this whole mortal world. I've got a nine-tailed demon inside of me. I'm just right for the part. I wish they'd shit their pants in fear. At least I'd get a laugh and prolong my life a little. A bloodthirsty grin was about to appear on my face. But I restrained myself, because I didn't want to create a reputation for myself as a maniac and a mentally ill person, or to eliminate witnesses. Old man, I don't want to fight anyone. And what we just had was just a little demonstration. I turned to the Hokage, making sure the Anbu weren't going to attack me again. But I want the material damage repaired. Naruto, what was that just? Was that? Hiruzen's shocked, stuttering from what just happened. And his eyes. His eyes were so wide open and bulging forward that they reminded me of a slingshot, ready to fire at any moment. I, whistling a little song, calmly pulled out two katanas, laughing to myself. Now, are you going to tell me who my parents were? I emphasize the respectful address to show that I'm serious now. I sit down on the floor and scratch the spot where the wound was not so long ago. Instant regeneration is great, but it has its drawbacks. Or how about this? I tell you what you want, and then I get what I want. Okay, I agree to your proposal, the old man nodded after a moment's thought, and I felt better. As for the fact that I needed to tell him about my training, I didn't care. Who better than the Hokage to know the true potential of his subordinates? My story took a long time. That's right. If there's a lot going on, it's a long story. Of course, I was telling the truth and nothing but the truth, but I didn't reveal anything. You have to have a trump card up your sleeve. When it was his turn to tell me about my parents, Sarutobi reinforced the barrier hiding everything that was going on inside him. As I listened, my surprise grew more and more, and along with it, the urge to soap up someone's face didn't sit still either. I'm the son of the fourth, for fuck's sake. The son of the hero who saved Konoha. How dare they keep this from me? Who's responsible for this? Show him to me and he'll die. I'll tear him apart. Yeah, you surprised me. Hiruzen took a drag and let out a few rings of smoke from his mouth. He had smoked at least 6 pipes during our conversation. He was probably trying to calm his nerves, which had been inflamed by my demonstration. Why? Many smokers say that nicotine clears your head of unnecessary thoughts and calms your nerves. I guess it does. You think your story didn't surprise me? You're wrong. Then you're very wrong. I let out a loud sigh. Well, Everyone has their own ways of calming down. Suddenly, one of the most interesting thoughts that had never occurred to me until now popped into my head like a meteorite. So, if my father was the Hokage, he must have had a house in the village. Am I right? Is it still intact? Yes. It's still intact, and it's been empty for 13 years, waiting for its owner. Third nodded, took another puff, and when he saw that I wanted to ask him something, he raised his hand. You want it, don't you? The old man's not as bad as I thought he was. I've been picturing him for the last 2 years as the biggest asshole I've ever met. But in reality, he's just white and fluffy. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that. He had something to do with it, too. That's why he's trying to buy me off with my parents' house. We'll make a deal. If you get the rank of Chunin, I'll give you the right to the house. He smiled lightly at my nod of agreement. He must be glad he's not being taken advantage of. Most likely, he'll make it so that it would be very difficult for me at the third stage. But be warned, I will evaluate you with bias, here. That's what you need to prove. Good. I'll take you up on your offer. What else can I do? It's not good to leave my parents' house in the wrong hands. Standing up and going to the door, I turn around and send a menacing look over my shoulder. Get the papers ready, old man. After all, this is already my property. As I left the Hokage's residence, I was pleased to note that one of the 3 goals I had to accomplish before the final stage began had been accomplished. And I can feel that I'll be done with the second one soon. Call it what you want. Intuition or fifth sense, but I know that's the way it's going to be. Now, I should go see Lee, because I'm probably the only one who hasn't been to see him since the fight with Sandgara. Well, Sasuke doesn't count. He's a selfish person who doesn't care about anyone else from a high tower. Actually, I've had a lot to think about during my time in the dragon world. And my Sharingan brunette and classmate was no exception. I used to try to prove to him and everyone around me that I was worth something, that I could do a lot. But now I don't need that. Let them think whatever they want about me. I won't get in the way. No, I haven't given up my desire to protect all my friends and become Hokage. I just realized that if you want respect, you don't have to become the leader of the village. As I was thinking about it, I didn't realize I'd reached the place I wanted to go. You think this is a hospital? You're wrong. I came to the Yamanaka family's flower store. I didn't go to Lee's empty-handed. But now I'm faced with this dilemma: act as before, or show my seriousness. Okay, whatever happens. Going inside a small room, I go to the counter, mottled with a variety of colors and, just about to consider the flowers to choose the right ones, as suddenly I was not allowed to do so. Welcome to our store. Can I help you? Asked me in a familiar and so polite voice that I was scared. I've never been addressed like that before. I'm the demon in me. Which means I'm his spawn. Others who do not know about it, that is, my classmates, consider me a fool who does not deserve such treatment. Yeah, I was wondering if you could help me pick out a bunch of flowers for Lee. I turned around and saw Ino's face. To say she was very surprised is to say nothing. Her jaw dropped almost to the floor, and her eyes jumped out of their orbits and ran off into the distance. What are you doing, Naruto? Or you? Oh, she blushed so cute when she realized who I was. She's a dream. Too bad she'll soon become a shouting, hand-wringing megala. Well, me. So what? You'll forgive me, but lately, making fun of people has become my favorite thing. You weren't expecting a prince on a white horse instead of me, were you? Sorry, but the horse refused to come here, saying that I do not like him, and he will not ride me. No, I didn't expect that. The girl was still in a stupor. And I thought that after these words, she wanted to kill me. But she didn't. It's not like that. I wonder what's going on in her head. You've changed so much since the midterms. Your shoulders have gotten broader, you've gotten bigger, and your suits, okay, now, from now on, if you could elaborate. Did she just give me a compliment? Thank you for saying that, but I didn't expect it, I said honestly. Ino was always ignoring me, even though I didn't try to get her to notice me. And if I was in the way of seeing the great Sasuke, she was ready to tear me up. Why don't you help me? What? Finally. She's awake. Thank God for that. I'm just sick of talking to the wall. It's like a miracle of miracles. You want a present for Lee, don't you? Well, you're gonna have to wait a little while. I'll be right back, she said and disappeared into the back room. I envied her speed. Not even 3 minutes later, a panting Yamanaka appeared in front of me with 2 beautiful bouquets of various flowers. I'm not a botanist, and I don't know which flower is called what. I'm not interested in it. Here you go. Pass the second bouquet on my behalf. Yes. Is this girl that ran a marathon if she breathes like that? Or what? I don't get them. That's okay. You made some beautiful bouquets. After paying and saying goodbye to my classmate, I finally went to the Konoha hospital to visit my friend who had been so unlucky with the enemy. On the way, all the passers-by looked at me so surprised that I felt uneasy again. Where was it ever seen that the most unpredictable and naughty ninja of the village calmly walked down the street with 2 bouquets of flowers and not in his orange suit? I get it. As I walked into Rock Lee's room, I saw an unexpected sight. Sandy Gaara is standing by my friend's bedside, trying to kill him with sand. He had a blissful smile on his face. But Lee surprised me much more. They're trying to kill him, and he doesn't give a shit. What can I say, the kid's got nerves of steel. With a quick jerk, so that the enemy did not have time to react to my appearance, I jumped to the red-haired man and threw him off the bed. I calmly place the flowers on the nightstand, turn around, and watch with satisfaction as Gaara struggles to move his body. It's a fairy tale, not a painting. What did you do to me? Let go of me. Oh, he's screaming. It's like his favorite toy was taken away from him in a child's sandbox. I felt sorry for him. I'll kill you, asshole. My mistake. Now I don't feel sorry for him at all, on the contrary. I'd like to kill him so he doesn't hang around in other people's rooms. You shouldn't shout where a sick person sleeps. Be a little quieter. I'm not the one to tell him off, of course, but I don't want to miss this opportunity. After creating 3 clones and giving them a mental order, I calmly leave the room and go to the stairs leading to the roof. Behind me, I can hear Gaara growling in anger and cursing me in every way possible. My clones are laughing at him, but they're carrying their burdens quite briskly. Well, here we are. Having put the heavy load on the ground, the helpers disappear in the clouds of smoke, and I have nothing left but to sit down quietly on the chair I brought with me. A mental command and Sabaku sits down on the floor. His eyes read anger, misunderstanding, annoyance, and more, but I ignore it. It hurts. What have you done to me? Why can't I move my sand? Well, finally, the red-haired one has calmed down a bit. Then we can have a little talk. Hopefully calmly and without incident. You see, you're wearing a special restraining seal that doesn't allow you to move anything but your mouth. I theatrically spread my hands apart and told him in the voice of a master teacher. By the way, I've always wanted to make fun of someone like that, but I haven't had the time. And your sand doesn't listen, because that's the way nature works. The earth is weaker than lightning. That's not my fault. What do you want from me? You just got straight to the point, didn't you? I like it when people understand how to behave and what I want from them. Let me put it this way. I help you solve your one-tail problem. Don't look so surprised. A man sees a man from afar. There's one of them in me, too, and I understand you perfectly well. I wanted to laugh out loud when his eyes widened in surprise. Okay, I needed to calm down. As it was in one book from the Dragon World, be patient, Cossack, you'll be an adamant. I don't know who they are. But that's not the point. I had to explain to the kid about the tailed ones. I just didn't want to keep this conversation going for too long. Ahem, here's the deal. I help you, and you tell me some information I'm interested in. Is that a deal? What makes you think I'm gonna go along with this? You're trying to show me that you're doing just fine, aren't you? Well, go ahead. I'll stay out of your way. The only thing I need to be happy about is persistent, or rather stubborn people to change my mind. Am I a fool? But now you'll realize that you need it more than I do. I don't know. I just don't think it's cool to live without sleep and with a beast that's always buzzing around in my head. And his anger, which is flowing to you, doesn't make it any better. I shrug, leaning back in my chair and folding my arms across my chest. Consider this. I can better seal your monster, so that he can not even yell without your permission. And you can use his chakra with no problem. He's been quiet for a long time. He must be thinking. Think all you want, I'm not going to rush you. But I don't really want to sit here until the cat walks. Good. I'll take it, I guess he's a talented crab who can whistle so fast. He looks just like him with the color of his hair. What do you want to know? That's a whole other conversation. Naruto's paw. Yeah. I was expecting something similar to this, but in my heart I hoped it was just my imagination. The attack on Konoha by the alliance of Suna and Sonic. It's not going to end well. There would be casualties on both sides. Residential buildings and manufactories destroyed. All of this will lead to considerable financial losses and a drop in morale among the villagers. Not good. Well, at least I learned something useful. The time of the invasion, the location of the enemy shinobi and their numbers. That's a pretty good start. With this knowledge, we can think of countermeasures. Thank you, Gaara. How did you put it? I'm considered mentally deranged and a soulless weapon, but they don't think it's necessary to keep information from me. Right. Speaking of sheep, Sandy, you're pretty heavy. I realize resealing isn't the most painless process, but still. You're a ninja. You should have a higher pain threshold. But I don't. As soon as I put in the enhanced 8-element seal, you started screaming and then passed out. Oh, well, you'll have to forgive me, I talk to myself when I'm nervous. Well, this is an empty room. That'll do. I can't leave the redhead on the roof, can I? He can rest here and then he can go back to his comrades. I've got somewhere else to be. That's right. It's not like I haven't been to see Lee. I left the bouquets, but I didn't talk to him. It's not nice to do that to a friend. I hope he's awake and feeling a little better. Oh, Naruto, long time no see, said Rock Lee sitting on the bed as I entered his room. He had a cast on his left arm, and his leg was covered in it, too. He'd been hurt badly, but he was still alive and thinking positively. You've changed since the last time I saw you. A little, I nodded and scratched the back of my head. I don't know why, but I do that when I'm embarrassed or worried. It's a bad habit like my Datbeo phrase. Well, I can't help it. That's just me. By the way, these 2 bouquets are for you. One from me, one from Ino. Thank you. And tell Ino I said thank you. Rock Lee blushed a little and averted his eyes. Of course, it wasn't every day that he got flowers and care. I will. Okay, tell me about it. How are you? And there was a grimace of pain on his face, mixed with sadness and hopelessness. It hurt me to see him like that. I haven't known him long, but I think we're a lot alike. The doctors say I can't be a shinobi. I knew that, but I didn't want to believe it. I'd heard what the medic had said after the fight. But I'm not going to give up. I have the power of youth with me, and that means I can do anything. All his sadness and longing instantly disappeared. Now there was fire in his eyes. Great, that means there's still time to fight for his future. You're right, Lee. You can't give up without a fight. I nod and smile my signature smile to cheer him up. It's the best I can do for him. At least for now. I'll do my best to find a way to cure you. I promise. Thank you, Naruto, he said to me as I grabbed the doorknob to leave the place. The words gave me a feeling of joy and warmth in my heart. I smiled over my shoulder and walked out. After the hospital, I decided to go eat at my favorite diner, Ichiraku Ramen. Now, sitting at the counter, watching Tyuki and his daughter Ayame prepare my double portion of noodles. In the 2 years I've spent in the dragon world, I've never once managed to eat ramen. As Ventos said, shinobi should eat plenty of meat and vegetables, not convenience food. It was useless to argue with him. So I had to agree with him. But it's okay to indulge once in a while. Naruto, you haven't visited us in a while. I was beginning to worry. Old Tyuki was as kind as ever. He and his daughter are one of the people who have always been there to cheer me up. You disappeared for 2 weeks and I haven't heard from you. I'm sorry. There were some urgent matters that needed to be dealt with before the 3rd stage. I didn't go into details. I didn't want to burden them with unnecessary information. You've changed. You've become more masculine. And you've changed your image, Ayame said and put a big plate of noodles in front of me. She has a beautiful smile, though. It's all kindness and care. No falseness in it. Here, eat it. Thank you for the food and for the kind words. I was embarrassed. It's nice to hear good things about myself. Especially when it's not the first time I've heard it. But quickly coping with my emotions, because I was a ninja, I took my chopsticks in my hands. But they wouldn't let me start the meal. There's a third round of exams coming up, right? And you're taking it, right? The diner owner asked and looked at me with a serious look. After receiving my nod, he patted my shoulder. We'll come to cheer for you. Thank you. I won't let you down. He was able to set me up to win the upcoming match with just one phrase. Although, I wasn't going to lose anyway. Now we can eat. Itadakimasu. So, when all the things planned for today are done, and my stomach is full of food and no longer resentful, I can relax a bit. And for that, you can't find a better place than hot springs. It's a good thing my finances aren't singing romances yet. Although they're about to start. Quickly jumping from roof to roof, I thought about my parents. I would like to communicate with them, but, unfortunately, it is not possible. They died right after I was born and there is nothing that can be done about it. I don't have a single relative to whom I can tell about myself, complain about the injustice of the world or just ask for advice. That's a shame. Oh, well, something else is bothering me right now. Now, standing on one of the lampposts adjacent to the springs, I observe a most interesting picture. Some gray-haired old man in a red coat is sitting under the fence watching the women's baths. In a word, a pervert in his old age. Well, the world is not without its surprises. I conceal my presence by reducing the flow of my chakra in my body, sneak up behind him, and fold a combination of hand seals. On my right hand, my fingertips and the palm of my hand itself light up with blue flames, and I touch the old man carefully so as not to scare him off. Yay! He still hasn't noticed anything. He continues to admire the girls, and the smile never fades from his face. But not for long. Hey, what the hell? He finally noticed. You're so slow, uncle. If I didn't want to write something in my notebook, I'd have sat there until tonight. Oh, I'm so nervous. Like a fish caught in a net. He'll soon run out of steam. Dear, you're being very uncivilized. What's more, you're not old enough to be doing this kind of thing. Oh, I'm in moralizing mode again. What can I do if I'm more snide than I used to be after dealing with dragons? And I don't advise you to try to break free of that seal. Punk. How dare you shackle me? Do you know who I am? Grandpa, as I mentally christened him, didn't have time to finish. He was struck by a bolt of lightning chakra that I had specially added to this technique. Now it's very difficult to contain my laughter, because my interlocutor became like a white-haired hedgehog, the needles of which are a bit smoky. And his eyes. They are bulging with such force that they are about to roll away. It's a work of art, not a painting. That's me. I told you not to move, or you'll get struck by lightning again, I said in a calm voice, as if a teacher was reprimanding a misbehaving student. I'll remove the immobilizing seal and we'll talk normally, but somewhere else. Agreed, Jiraiya-san. And all I got in response was silence. He didn't return from the battle. Well, at least he nodded instead of answering. Without saying a word, I walked towards the abandoned training ground where I used to train as a child. The gray-haired man follows me. I can feel him burning his gaze into my back. Clearly he's trying to figure out who he's looking at and how I know his name. But it's no secret at all. The Great Dragon Library is full of all sorts of knowledge. It was there that I managed to find a mention in the historical annals of the great trio of Sannin who fought the leader of the Hidden Rain, Hanzo the Salamander. They piqued my interest, and I began searching for more information about them. As it turned out, Orochimaru, who had left Konoha to become an S-class Nukenin, or rather the snake that had attacked my team during the second stage, Jiraiya, who was following me, and a certain Tsunade, who was a great medic, were on the same team and were known to the shinobi world. Remembering everything I'd read about them, I didn't notice that I'd brought my traveling companion to the same training ground. Okay, I need to concentrate and talk to him properly. He's quite an interesting and famous person after all. Tell me, kid, how do you know me and why did you bring me here? So you're asking me straight to the point, huh? He folded his arms across his chest, adopting a stance that said he was waiting for an answer. All right. I'll answer all your questions, and you can help me with something. It's nice that even a little brat like you knows me, but still, don't insult me. Grandpa, I'll answer all your questions if you beat me. It's been a long time since I've fought anyone, and I don't want to lose my skill. It's true. I haven't fought anyone in the last 2 years. Just practicing techniques with dragons and beating up combat simulators. How's that sound? Keep your nose clean, boy. If you know my name, you know who I am, fine. So you've accepted my challenge, you've got a fighting stance, huh? This is gonna be fun. I'll show you how the great hermit of Mount Myoboku fights. End of Naruto. Come on, attack. I'll give you a little head start, Jiraiya said with a smirk on his face. He obviously thought that a kid like that wouldn't be able to counter him, but he was wrong. Naruto didn't need to be told twice, so he rushed straight into the attack. But not mindlessly as before, but intending to find out his opponent's weaknesses by engaging him in close combat. And only after that would he start using techniques so as not to waste chakra. A quick dash and he was already in hand-to-hand combat with the gray-haired man. Uzumaki attempted a straight punch to the face with his hand and then a slashing kick to the ribs, but his opponent was able to dodge it by jumping back far enough. The blonde didn't hesitate, and thanks to his speed and reflexes from the dragons, he was able to catch up to Jiraiya and pull off another combination. Jumping up, he quickly spun upside down in the air and tried to kick his leg over his head from top to bottom, but his leg was intercepted. Jinchuriki had planned it that way, so he kicks his other foot into the right side of his enemy's face, putting more than a little force into the blow, throwing the tumbling Sannin to the side. A second and a cloud of smoke appears in the place of the gray-haired man, from which a log appears instead of the enemy's carcass. Realizing that a replacement technique had been used, Naruto begins to sniff around to find the enemy. His keen sense of smell, another gift he had received in the other world, did not fail him, and he was able to block the blow from behind in time. But the lightning-fast series of blows did not allow the boy to counterattack, so he had to go into a deep defense. Choosing a good moment, Uzumaki grabs the gray-haired man's leg with his left hand, which was supposed to hit him in the ribs, and with his right hand delivers a punch to the solar plexus, complete with a kick to the supporting leg. And now, Sannin was about to fall to the ground, but it didn't happen. The enemy used the substitution technique again. And you're not bad at all, Jiraiya said, jumping down from the branch of a nearby tree. From his heavy breathing in his face, which had droplets of sweat on it, it was obvious that the last strike had reached its target. To be honest, I didn't expect this turn of events. Thank you, Jiraiya-san. I'm pleased to hear your praise. The blonde bowed and smiled cheerfully with his radiant smile. Though he didn't show it, some of the blows had gotten to him. His right side was hurting, and his arms had been knocked off during his defense by the enemy's strong blows. Holy shit. Cuts, wounds and broken bones heal quickly, but bruises are cranky. What kind of bullshit is that? That's not fair. Now we'll test your ninjutsu skills. Be ready, I'm attacking. Shouted the gray-haired man and began to quickly fold his hand seals. Spiny Guardian. Sannin's hair began to grow right before his eyes, heading towards Naruto, but he didn't panic, jumped aside and simply swung his arm. Futo. Wind blades. After his hand motion, several air currents flew towards the gray-haired man, slashing everything in their path. And the hair that sought to grab the boy was no exception, turning into mincemeat. But this was not the end. Kaiten. Song of the Fire Dragons. 5 clots of flame flew out of the blonde's mouth, turning into dragon heads and flying toward Jiraiya. But Grandpa didn't hesitate and used his hair again, but now for his own defense. As the final explosions rang out, Naruto saw the cocoon of white hair open up and release Sannin unharmed. A gloating smile appeared on his face. You're caught, Jiraiya-san, he said and folded a single seal. A 5-sided barrier, execution by lightning. The writing around the man began to quickly form a pentagon. A moment and the barrier was in place, but what happened next was something Sanin hadn't expected. Electrical charges erupted from the 5 corners and rushed towards him. A bright flash and a violent explosion signaled the end of the battle. Jiraiya-san, come down from the tree. Don't you think I didn't realize it was your clone? The Jinchuriki asked and smiled slyly. Waiting until his opponent re-entered the clearing, he held out his hand to him. What do you think of the proposal to consider this fight a draw? I agree. You surprised me, to be honest, the gray-haired man said, scratching the back of his head. Who is your teacher? I want to talk to him about you. If he raised you like that, he's a genius. My teacher is Hitaki Kakashi, the blonde said and smiled sarcastically. True, he only showed me one technique, Reikiri. But I didn't use it now. Then how did you? Sanin exclaimed, but he wasn't allowed to finish. Naruto didn't want to listen to the incredulous cries of incredulity and decided to interrupt. I learned everything on my own, he replied firmly, thus stopping any further questions. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm the son of your former apprentice, the 4th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, the blonde said and bowed to a stunned Jiraiya. What? How could you? Who told you that? The gray-haired man shouted even louder, so loudly that he could be heard on the outskirts of the village. Let's talk about this in a more appropriate place. After all, when I met you, I was on my way to the hot springs, said Uzumaki, already walking in the direction he wanted to go. Would you like to come with me? Naruto's paw. I had anticipated that a fight with one of the legendary Sannin team would be difficult, but I didn't think I would be so exhausted. Although, I finally got to try out my new skills in a real fight. And I was pleased with the results. I was able to stand up to someone who, just 2 weeks ago, if you counted the time of this world, I would have lost to. Now me and Jiraiya, were relaxing, sitting in a hot spring. Grandpa sipped his sake quietly, and I needed nothing more than a hot bath right now. After coming here, we discounted and rented a VIP for a while so that we could talk without any extra ears. But none of us were in a hurry to start a conversation. The only thing I managed to tell him on the way here was what Hiruzen had told me about my parents himself. Sanin is probably thinking about it right now, so I won't interrupt him. You're a lot like Minato. You look a lot like Minato, with your personality, your seriousness, and your hair color, but you got your face from your mother. Tears came to my eyes, and unfortunately I couldn't do anything about it. Shit, I wish I could have talked to them. I didn't even get to see them. Life, however, is not a fair thing. You probably think you're alone in this world, don't you? Trust me, I'm not. What do you mean? Do I have any relatives? No way. I lived alone for 13 years and now they tell me I have relatives. That can't be true. I feel like an old man, even though I'm only 50, he said, but I didn't say it out loud, just nodded in agreement. Since Old Man 3 told you about your parents, I can tell you that I'm your godfather. What? You're my godfather? My anger was unstoppable. I was ready to tear him up just because he never visited me once. Doesn't he realize how hard it was for me to live with people who hated me? Then why the fuck haven't you ever visited me? After your parents died, there was a confidentiality order. No one was to talk about your family. I was thrown out of the village for 13 years because I wanted to adopt you, he said in a voice that made me feel sorry for him. What's more, there wasn't a single lie in what he said. Jiraiya wanted to adopt me, didn't he? And I was mad at him. I see. It wasn't his fault. I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you in your time of need. I'm sorry. It's okay, Godfather. It's not your fault. It's the fault of the one who forbade you and the one who threw you out. Tell me, who is it? I'm itching to punch that man in the face. The Hokage, the daimyo, God himself. I'll beat anyone. It was the Konoha elders who forced the third to issue that order. But it wasn't his fault, trust me. Yeah, so the ones I was going to kill have dug themselves a deeper grave. Well, they'll get their comeuppance soon enough. Just remember that revenge is not the solution to all problems. He seemed to realize what I was thinking by the look on my face. It'll be a better world without 3 old men. Okay, I hear you. Now, I want to tell you about how I got so strong and a few other things, I said, my hands already folding the seals to create a barrier that would prevent anyone from overhearing us. Well, now we can. So. Jiraiya's eyes were like two saucers with a gold rim. He was so surprised by my story that even now, 5 minutes after I'd told him everything, he was able to get out a simple sentence. Well, it can't be helped, because it's not every day that you learn that there's another world where legendary creatures live. Moreover, I told him that Konoha was about to be attacked by an alliance of sand and sound. All of this information has put him out of his mental equilibrium. I was wondering if you could help me organize the village's defenses. I know where the main enemy forces will appear in the time, but I can't do it by myself at all, and how else should I be? Clones are a good thing, but they don't last. They can be destroyed with a single kick. So I can't go broke. Wouldn't it be easier to tell the third, huh? He's the Hokage, so he can take care of everything. That's true, but still. That's not an option. I'll have to explain my plan myself. Godfather, I only know one thing for sure. Orochimaru will be at the time of the attack. And he'll probably want to eliminate our old man. What could be better than natural theatrics? If he doesn't know about the attack, he won't arouse anyone's suspicion. No, just like a little kid you have to chew everything up, put it in your mouth, and move your jaw. Can you figure it out for yourself or not? I guess not. We'll warn all the juniors in advance and the rest of them just before the invasion begins. I'll set traps where they'll show up that'll get on their nerves. So, will you help me? Of course I will. You're asking me. And the thirst for activity that I must have overlooked when I thought he was lazy is just beating out of him. Well, at least at the moment. Even though I was kicked out for a whole 13 years, I still consider Konoha my homeland, my home. That's why I won't let my enemies destroy it. Suddenly, he thought for a second and looked at me strangely. Then he turned away again and, after a while, looked at me again. No, it's funny to watch him now, but it's kind of freaking me out. And, as it turns out, for good reason. Look, if you've already thought out a strategy and countermeasures, why do you need my help? Fucking hell. You just said you'd help me. Or what, you've lost your fuse already. I don't want anyone but you and the Jonin to know that I'm the one who thought up and organized this. I don't want anyone but you and the Jonin to know that I'm the one who thought up and organized all this. I'd rather they think I'm an ignorant fool than pester me with questions and requests for help. I'd rather Shikamaru suffer than me. I have other plans for my future than being a staff rat. I even have an excuse for my strength. And you're part of it. So don't tell anyone anything that you don't want them to know. Okay, I won't tell anyone the truth about you, he said as he filled a shot glass with sake and drank the hot drink. Strange. He didn't seem to have had a single drink during our entire conversation. He seems to have taken my words seriously. Well, that's good. Now we can get some rest. Naruto's paw. However, in the hustle and bustle, the remaining time before the third stage of the exam flew by. I was so exhausted that when I got home, I would pass out. Sometimes I didn't even make it to the bed and fell asleep in the hallway. What did you want? I'd like to see you with the kind of schedule one had. From dawn until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I honed my martial skills. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, and in between I physically strengthened my body and my stamina. The past me would have been hospitalized long ago from overexertion. Now my increased regeneration was keeping me from dying. After hours of hard training, I met with the Jonin to discuss the details of the upcoming defense of the village. I remember the faces of everyone in my apartment. When I told them the plan of action for the first time, they were all sitting there with their faces screwed up and trying to figure out if they were dreaming or if someone had put genjutsu on them. And from evening until late at night, instead of resting after a hard day, I made special traps based on the techniques of seals, which were then set in places where enemy shinobi appeared. Every day, I'm convinced that shadow clones are the best technique in my arsenal. Without them, we never would have made it. And it went on every day. To be honest, I'm very grateful to Jiraiya for his help. He was the one who got Asuma, Guy, Shikaku, Inoichi, Hiashi, Yamato, and Kurenai, The people who I thought were best suited for the job, to believe what I was telling them and help me eliminate the threat to the village without having to ask me all kinds of questions. He made it a lot easier to explain everything to everyone. Well, who do you think is easier to talk to? People who look at you like a monkey looking at a banana, or people who understand what's going on? Kakashi didn't even have to be persuaded. Just to get him out of his little stupor. I knew it, he said then. Later, the white-haired man told me that he'd seen the changes in my behavior and my actions during the intermediate fights. And I wasted my time racking my brains, making up an excuse for him. But, as it turned out, I was worried for nothing. Besides, Sanin helped me with my training. Every day we had practice fights, and together we thought of a strategy against Neji. Although he would often try to sneak away from me and go to a bar, his strategies weren't very useful. Suggestions like, tickle him to death, or, drop to the ground and play dead, were ignored immediately. So, he just listened to my suggestions and commented on them. What did he say when I caught him and dragged him back to the range by the scruff of his neck? Oh, yeah, spare your godfather. Let me relax a little in the company of sake, blackjack and young hussies. Do the deed and walk free, you old pervert. Finally, the long-awaited day of the third stage of the Chunin exam had arrived. I had set my alarm clock in the evening and went to bed early so that I wouldn't oversleep and rush like a sleepy amoeba to the stadium. I have had such incidents in the past and, to be honest, I don't really want to repeat them. So, calmly getting up at the time appointed by myself, taking a shower and having a couple of sandwiches, full of energy, I set off in advance. Even though I arrived at the place half an hour before the start, I was still stunned by the number of people present here, but, quickly pulling myself together, I decided to go up to the bed reserved for the participants. While going upstairs, I decided to look around. The 3 stands located in a semicircle above the battlefield were completely filled to capacity. Thanks to my keen eye and keen sense of smell, I was able to recognize the old man Kyuki and his daughter Ayami, who had kept their promise to come cheer for me, as well as the Jonin I was looking for. Great, they're all in position. So I can relax for now. And so, having risen, a surprising, or rather unexpected picture opened before me. Not only were all the participants here, except for Sasuke, who, as usual, practicing, forgot about everything, but also all the acquaintances from my graduation. What are they doing here? I can't understand. No, I can understand some of the reasons. Where's Sasuke-kun? Sasuke-kun. The 2 kunoichi who were ardent fans of that arrogant brunette were simultaneously shouting, as you might have guessed. They must have come here to compete for him again and rub everyone else's eyes. Choji, as usual, was quietly devouring his chips while exchanging remarks with a bored Shikamaru. Neji, in the company of his teammate Tenten, was also talking to her, as were Shino and Kiba. But the Suna team was nowhere to be seen. Well, everything's going according to plan. I stood aside, so as not to disturb anyone, and to pass the time, I tried to hide from the curious looks at me. They were probably wondering why the most unpredictable ninja wasn't wearing his brightest costume and why I wasn't moonlighting as a noise generator. Well, what can I do? I'm different now. Covering my eyes, I tried to find at least the slightest punctures and flaws in my strategy. After all, they, more than anything else, could affect the fate of Konoha. But I wasn't allowed to focus. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here? Isn't Sasuke with you? Ah, it was my pink-haired teammate who noticed Hitaki's appearance and began to interrogate him, trying to learn something new about her dear egoist. Chill out, Sakura. I'm just a clone, and I don't know where my original is or what he's doing now, she said. You see, he's a clone. He's the one practicing with Uchiha, while the real one is guarding the stadium as planned. Now, I need to talk to Naruto. Don't worry about it. Everything will be fine. The gray-haired man called me over with a discreet hand gesture, and we were just about to step aside to talk when I heard something that set me off. Ha, Naruto. He's a loser. Are you going to give him some advice, master? Don't bother, he won't remember anything. Haruno, as usual, is trying to piss me off. Well, push all you want, but don't shit yourself. And she, Realizing that Kakashi wasn't paying attention to her anymore, turned to her rival friend to show her awareness and continue her useless chatter. I mean, he's an orphan who's never seen his parents. That would explain his carelessness and brainlessness. Okay, bitch, you've crossed the line by saying those words. One more word, and I don't care if you're my partner. I'm already boiling with anger, and mixed with the tension and fatigue of a rough week, I've got a real bomb on my hands. So don't go on, or you'll find out what it's like to be a hot water bottle in the teeth of Tuzik. They probably gave up on him or just died on some stupid mission. That was the last straw of my patience. He's furious. Listen here, you pink-haired creature. If you think you're a know-it-all and you know everything about me, you're dead wrong. I half-turn to her and glare at her with angry eyes. And the girl, seeing the look on my face, almost fell on her heels in fear. Of course, she only remembered Naruto, the one who ran around the village with a smile on his face, always telling her he loved her. Damn, what a fool I've been. She's not worth it. You, the one who ignored me, the one who underestimated me all the time and humiliated me in front of everyone, you have no right to talk about me like that. Although I don't give a shit what you say about me. But, if you ever say anything bad about my parents again, I won't care that you're a girl or that you're on my team. I will rip you apart. Understand? When Haruno heard me say that, she went into a complete stupor. She wasn't the only one. Everyone in the room stood there with their mouths open, staring at me with frantic eyes, trying to figure out whether it was their comrade or a spy. With a snort, I quickly left the scene. But not far away, so that I could hear their conversation. You shouldn't have done that. You disappointed me, Hitaki grumbled unhappily. It hurt him now, too, because my father was his teacher and role model. That's how it is. That's the kind of thing that leads to reckless actions. And, mark his words, he wasn't kidding. Well, tell me, so, a little calmed down, waited for the gray-haired man to appear and concentrated. In order not to be distracted, I went straight to the point. After all, it is necessary to make sure that everything Gaara said is true. And what could be better than an immortal snake as the cage? What do we have now? Just as you said. The snake is still there, and some of the Anbu members are acting weird, for fuck's sake. And I was hoping it would be all right. But no, by the laws of the genre, the worst is bound to happen. There's no other way. All right, then we'll proceed as agreed. All right. Kakashi, without a word about the incident, disappears with Shunshin's help, and I have no choice but to go down to the arena, because all my comrades, even Gaara and his relatives, are already there. Standing up last and adopting a posture that says that I don't care about all this, because I'm not interested, or, in other words, my house is on the edge, I began to look obliquely at the geniuses gathered here and assess their capabilities. Oh, again Old Man 3 and some new referee are pushing their fiery speeches, which fly in one ear and out of the other. Sometimes, it's nice to live in the dark. You don't have to worry about anything. I was snapped out of my musings by the announcement of my fight and had to assume a fighting stance. Well, let's see who's stronger. I made a battle cry to avoid blowing my cover even more, though I was stronger than that, so I made a battle cry, pretending to be a simpleton, and stared at Neji. No, wrong. There's more to it, if you remember my arsenal of techniques. End of Naruto. I don't want to waste my Byakugan on someone like you. I'll take you out without it, Hyuga said and smirked slyly. His stance, gaze, and smile showed that he didn't consider his opponent his equal. I can't wait to see the desperation in your eyes. So are you going to keep talking all day, or should we get started already? Uzumaki asked and, pulling out a kunai from his pouch, grabbed it comfortably. The brunette drew his weapon as well, clearly intending to show that he was superior in everything. All right, the first fight of the third stage, said the referee with a toothpick clenched in his teeth. Here we go. Naruto, with a quick dash, approached his opponent and delivered a chopping blow from top to bottom, but his blow was too predictable for a melee master, so it had no effect. The kunai that met created a cluster of sparks, and their wielders jumped away from each other and came together again at close range. Neji's direct kick to his chest was blocked again, but the blonde was counting on it, so he threw a swift left leg kick. He was about to hit his enemy in the temple, but he dodged it skillfully, crouching down a little, thus missing the blow over his head. Neji was about to strike his opponent in the chest with his cold weapon, but Naruto sliced him in half with his wind chakra-soaked kunai. Hiding his weapon, the blonde began to launch a series of quick attacks. Straight and slashing arm and leg strikes, dodges, and unexpected sneak strikes. But not one of them ever reached the target. They were all repulsed. To break the distance between them, the Jinchuriki took a lot of air into his lungs, charged it with his chakra and let it out. By doing so, he threw his opponent back a few meters. Aha, so he has the wind element. I didn't expect a loser like him to have a wind element. I'll have to use the Byakugan after all, the brunette thought. At the same instant, the veins around his eyes tensed, signifying the activation of his Dujutsu. What? Still decided to be serious after all, huh? What's wrong with that? I'm such a weakling that I'm not worthy to see your true power. Uzumaki began to mock him, trying to make him mad. Now you know what real pain is. Hyuga said and smiled insidiously with just the corners of his lips. It was obvious that he was unnerved by the guy's words. Therefore, Naruto decided to act a little more brazenly. If you couldn't hit me before the activation of the Byakugan, you can't hit me now. All your attempts are futile. Huh, I haven't used a third of my power. I was just testing you and your abilities, that's all. The blonde's words sounded confident, and a fire of determination burned in his eyes. Something made the side family member believe him and increase his vigilance. Now that we're warmed up, we can start the real fight. Shadow cloning technique. An instant later, 20 exact copies of Uzumaki appeared in the arena, immediately taking out kunai from their pouches and wielding them as if bristling with them. Let's see how you can dodge them. Naruto said and threw 5 kunai at once. The same action was repeated by his clones. But Neji easily deflected them all. They flew off with such force that they stuck into the ground, a nearby tree, and the arena wall up to the hilt. Not bad. Not bad at all. The doppelgangers rushed to attack, but the Byakugan allowed him to track all their movements, as well as find the real one among them. The arena was covered in clouds left by the clones after being destroyed. Suddenly, there was a scream from the blonde man. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw that Naruto had been hit by Neji's soft hand and was now on his knees, barely breathing. I told you, everything you do is useless. Now, you can't control your chakra properly, Hyuga said, looking victorious. You can't even move now because of the pain. Give up. And admit that you'll never be Hokage. If fate has decided that someone is going to be a loser in life, then that's the way it's going to be. Accept it. And you call that pain? Asked the Jinchuriki. Suddenly, the entire arena was filled with the wild laughter of a boy who was holding his stomach and just couldn't stop. Don't make me laugh. And don't give me that fate crap. I don't believe in it. Flashback. Pa of Naruto. It's been a year since I started my training in the other world. Every day I practiced using elemental techniques with the dragons. In between, I read books on Fuinjutsu and many others. And now, on the 3rd level of the Great Library, or rather on a special training ground, I was practicing the Reikiri that Kakashi-sensei had shown me. The clones helped me a lot in this case. When Ventos told me about their peculiarities, I immediately thought of ways to improve my training methods. But I used them in limited quantities so as not to overexert myself. Holy shit. Fulgur, you've had it with lightning. My musings were cruelly interrupted, so much so that I now smelled like rotten chicken and the hair on my head turned into a hedgehog. Lightning bolts, wind currents, firestorms. I've been through it all. Good thing my accelerated regeneration saves me, or I'd be dead by now. If you want to fight someone, go fight Ventos. Hey, Naruto, don't take your problems out on me. Oh, remember the ray, here comes the sun. As usual, I snuck up unnoticed. I couldn't get used to the fact that such a huge creature could move so quietly. And by the way, it's my turn to train you. Why don't you fuck off, huh? Until he learns this move, he won't do anything else. Fulgur's eyes, which are usually golden in color and radiating the wisdom of the ages, have turned blood red. This only happens when there is a wind dragon around. Since I have known them for quite some time, I was able to determine their character. Ventos, like the wind itself, is usually calm, but when a walking lightning bolt appears on the horizon, he is immediately blown away. And so does Fulgur in his presence. They're like children. Honestly. Ignis, who is absent at the moment and probably doing something stupid, is a different story. He's like the living embodiment of fire. Ruthless, he doesn't listen to anyone and likes to burn so hard that it's a real pain in the ass. What is only worth his flights at unreal speed with elements of crashing into walls and setting fire to everything around. As they explained to me later, it's because of their elements. Wind is stronger than lightning, so these two dragons fight over every little thing. Lightning and fire are neutral to each other, but still try to communicate as little as possible. And fire and wind are quite friendly with each other, because their elements can support each other. Stay awake. You'll freeze, exclaimed the legendary creatures and hit me with their Bogatorski strength, thus again interrupting my thoughts. Why? Damn, I'm so sick of being targeted by them. Even though I'm their lord, they forget that during training. Well, they'll find out soon enough. End POV Naruto. End flashback. I've been hit harder than you. Naruto said and got to his feet. Neji jumped away from him and stared at him in surprise, as few people got up after being hit by the soft palm of his clan. You can't use chakra anymore anyway. Give it up nicely, Hyuga said, but there was no confidence in his voice. Did you know that the current discharge can both block all the tenketsu in the body and restore them? The Jinchuriki asked suddenly. A second and one discharge after another passes through his body. The brunette looks at his opponent in shock, not believing his eyes. Phew, it's better now. We can continue. And then it started all over again. A hail of blows from the blonde, who had somehow managed to speed up, prevented the owner of the Shikugan from counter-attacking. After taking several blows to the body and head, Neji was confused. Kaiten, flame cannon, Uzumaki exclaimed and a huge jet of fire erupted from his mouth towards his opponent. It burned everything in its path, but when it reached the enemy, it stopped as if it met an obstacle. Hyuga, seeing that he would be in trouble if this technique hit him, decided to use his trump card. Kaiten, he exclaimed and began to rotate while releasing chakra from different parts of his body, creating a powerful shield for himself. The fire that met this barrier surrounded it and filled the entire arena. Why do I have such bad luck with clothes? Naruto asked, looking at what was left of the top. The fire had burned most of it. To keep it out of the way, the boy tore off the remnants and was left with a bare torso. Is that really Naruto? Ino thought, looking at the 13-year-old boy's pumped-up body. But what surprised her most was the tattoo that resembled the head and tail of a dragon, starting at his right shoulder and ending near his hand. What happened to him? The brunette didn't escape the fate of his opponent either, but he didn't remove his burnt clothes, but simply stood still and regarded the boy, trying to figure out who he was. A second, and the Jinchuriki disappears from his sight, followed by a strong kick to the head, throwing him a few meters away. Now, overcome with pain and fatigue, it was Huey's turn to get up from the ground, but he couldn't do it. What the hell? Why can't I move? He shouted and tried to make the slightest movement. You have fallen into my trap. Look around and you'll see the pentagon formed by the kunai, Naruto said and loosened the control seal a little. You must have thought I was wasting my energy throwing it at you. But here's the problem. There's nothing you can do now. How could a loser like you pull something like this off? Neji exclaimed doomedly. His face showed incomprehension, anger, resentment, and contempt. It was pitiful to look at him. You called me a loser. Yeah, I guess I was, once upon a time. After all, I failed the final exam 3 times in a row, the blonde honestly admitted and looked carefully into the eyes of his opponent. In the eyes of Uzumaki was only self-confidence and the will to win. His gaze seemed unusual to the brunette. As if he was being looked at not by a 13-year-old, but by an adult shinobi. But, I've tried to change. I practiced in the sweat of my bones. And now, you, a recognized genius, will lose to a recognized loser. With just a snap of his fingers, a huge electric pole rose from where his opponent stood. Hyuga nearly passed out from the hellish pain that pierced him. It felt like every cell in his body was being torn apart. Fuinjutsu. Electric trap technique, Naruto said, already turning toward the stairs, but after a moment's thought, he turned back to the defeated man. Fate doesn't affect anything. Remember this. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, said the referee, and the stands exploded with wild cheers and a flurry of applause. Pav Naruto. Yeah, that was a tough fight. But, my strategy against it with the Byakugan worked. There's a reason I spent so much time on it. But it wouldn't have worked if Neji had been more careful when I threw the seal kunai. If he'd noticed that the ones thrown by the original were not aimed at him, but at different points, he'd probably have realized my plan. But as the saying goes, when playing, don't get carried away. Suddenly, I felt a lot of eyes on me and hurried to identify their source. As it turned out, I had not noticed that I had already gone up to the participants' box. And now, all my comrades were scrutinizing me. The guys were trying to figure out how I'd gotten so strong, and Ino was eyeing my muscular physique with interest. Sakura, on the other hand, is trying not to look at me. Afraid to see the anger in my eyes. That's right. Don't talk about things you don't know. Naruto, why don't you explain to us what just happened? Ah, the lazy Shikamaru was curious. Normally, this would only happen on extremely rare occasions. Looks like I've become one of them. But I don't have any desire to say anything right now. I'm sorry, but let's do it another time. I'm really tired, partly true. The fight wore me out, but I just didn't want to reveal my secrets. So, to keep the guys from getting angry and the blonde from getting overexcited, I should have worn a change of clothes. Good thing I brought it with me. Taking it out of the hand seal and quickly putting it on, I took a seat near the railing to watch the next bout. Okay, everyone, one of the examiners has not arrived yet. We'll postpone this fight and move on to the next fight that was supposed to follow this one, the referee said, and there were shouts of displeasure throughout the stadium. Of course, a lot of people had come here to see the last Uchiha fight. It's a bummer. Shino Aburame and Kankuro no Sabaku are called up to fight. In the blink of an eye, both competitors are in the arena. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't made a deal with Gaara. Oh, well, it is no longer of importance. As long as we can enjoy a spectacular fight. End Pav Naruto. Naruto's Pav. And so, the two rivals entered the arena and stood opposite each other. I'm tempted to call them dark horses. How else could you call them dark horses? One or the other is so mysterious and gloomy that the devil himself can't understand what they are thinking right now. I can tell you one thing for sure. Sabaku but will definitely use his puppet in battle. Quite an interesting technique. With special strands of chakra from his fingertips attached to the joints of the wooden puppet, he can control it as well as I can wield my kunai in battle. Except it's bigger and has a bunch of different deadly functions. Shino, on the other hand, is a real badass. Back at the academy, he was very withdrawn and didn't socialize with anyone. He wore baggy clothes and dark glasses. Although, that hasn't changed now. He's from the Konoha clan that specializes in the use of bugs, and they're all a bit strange. The living weapon lives inside his body and feeds on a small amount of chakra. Ew, gross. Imagining tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of these things inside him makes me feel sick. Symbiosis, my ass. But their techniques are quite interesting and useful in battle. Speaking of the clans of our village. There are a lot of them, but only a few are known to the world. The Uchiha, famous for their dujutsu, one of two in Konoha that can copy techniques and help you see the enemy's movements during a fight. But that's not all. They, like the Sarutobi clan, have been predisposed to the element of fire since childhood. Therefore, they are the ones who become the true masters of this element. It's a shame, but this clan was slaughtered by unknown criminals. The Hyuga clan is a group of people that includes Neji and Hinata, famous for their eyes and their fighting style, the so-called soft hand, based on the use of Byakugan. It is still not known which dojutsu is better, theirs are the Sharingan Uchiha. Therefore, there have always been disagreements between these families, but they subsided after one of the opposing families was downsized. The Inuzuka clan are people who mimic dogs and wolves. They have a keen sense of smell and hearing, as well as a four-legged partner. This makes them excellent scouts. Techniques are based on fusion, giving them incredible speed and reaction. But some animal behavior is also passed on to them. I've seen Kiba chasing and barking at a cat many times myself. It's quite a sight, to be honest. The Yamanaka family. Their abilities remind me of Fuinjutsu of submission. They can make their enemies do whatever they want by subjugating their minds. They are also very good sensors, capable of transmitting information over long distances or finding enemies before they are noticed. Akamichi. All of the members are pretty well-fed people who use their weight in battle. They use their weight to great effect. Just by increasing their own size to gigantic heights. But they're very kind. Just don't tell any of them they're fat. Otherwise, you'll have to dig your own grave. And finally, the Nara. These people are geniuses from birth. They make the best strategists and team leaders. And their techniques, which remind me of immobilization seals, can immobilize an enemy and shadow him in a variety of ways. Here's one of them. The heir to the clan and future head of the clan, Shikamaru Nara. If this man, who has a pineapple-like hairstyle and always suffers from laziness, has taken a break from doing nothing, then he's very interested in something. And I know what it is. Listen, Naruto, why don't you explain to me what happened to you? How did you learn 3 elements and Fuinjutsu in 1 month? And how did you get that dragon-like tattoo on your right shoulder? I've gone to public baths with you many times, and I remember you didn't have it before. You've got me so full of questions. I don't know which one I should answer first. It doesn't matter now, though. Shikamaru, let me explain it to you later, okay? I'm really tired after the fight. I'm sorry, but I'm lazy. I must have caught it from you. You must understand me. I just don't want to have to explain everything several times. All right, it's a deal. You gave up fast, though. You're just so lazy, you're so lazy. You can take a bucket and put it in front of you, so you can pour yourself some water later. By the way, be careful. And save your chakra during the fight. It'll come in handy, I can't help but warn him. If he or any of my companions get into trouble, I'll never be able to forgive myself. Moreover, Shikamaru is a smart guy and won't say anything unnecessary to anyone. As you say, he looked at me suspiciously, thought for a moment, and then sighed. I guess he'd figured out that this wasn't going to be an ordinary tournament. I finally looked at the arena and was surprised that I had almost missed the best part of the tournament. Shino's beetles had somehow begun to absorb Konkuro's chakra threads, preventing him from controlling the puppet, which was refusing to obey. The bugs must have gotten in and blocked all the mechanisms. A second and the puppeteer himself is covered from head to toe with a black swarm of insects. Ew, gross. I don't envy him. The fight is over. The winner is Aburame Shino, said the referee, who appeared next to the contestants. After waiting for the bug lord to leave, he turned to face the audience. The next fight is Nara Shikamaru vs Sabaku no Tamari. Participants, on the field. As the bout began, I began to follow the developments closely. Nara, as expected, was strategizing at least 5 steps ahead and was trying to catch his opponent using shadows. Knowing him, he wasn't just in energy-saving mode. He probably just didn't want to fight, but he couldn't let some girl overpower him either. Meanwhile, the girl was making full use of her fan and flexible body to avoid getting hooked by her opponent. Yeah, her techniques of subduing the wind element are good, but they're not up to my level of control. And they're useless against a non-material object. And now, the battle is at an end. The brunette used the kunai left over from my fight and, by extending his shadow, trapped the blonde. But, it didn't end the way everyone expected it to. Either because of my advice or because of his omnipresent laziness, Shikamaru gave up, citing low chakra. There was a lot of shouting and accusations from the stands, but as one of the books in the Dragon World said, a true general knows when to retreat, so as not to lose the war. And I completely agree with that. Just when people accepted such an unexpected ending as a voluntary withdrawal from victory, they immediately became nervous about the long absence of the genin whose fight was most awaited. Uchiha Sasuke, the last survivor of the Great Clan, as well as Kakashi's clone, had still not arrived at the site of the third stage of the exam. It's the second time that this arrogant brunette has been given a reprieve. Everyone is worried that he might not make it in time. Sakura and Ino are even praying that their beloved beady-eyed son of a bitch will arrive on time. And I, knowing my sensei's temperament, I'm not worried at all. He'll probably arrive at the very last moment to show off in front of everyone. And just before the referee announced the automatic loss, Sasuke and a Kakashi clone appeared in a swirl of leaves, right in the middle of the arena. Huh, what, were you trying to surprise us with Shunshin? Don't be ridiculous. The Uchiha stands there with such a satisfied face that it would be a sin not to spoil his mood. My hands are itching to do it. Okay. Let's go. Now I, with the help of Shunshin, appear in a bright flash of flame right in front of my comrade and look at him with a sly smile in his eyes, in which you can clearly read the surprise and incomprehension. You're late, my voice is harsh, but there's a touch of mockery in it. I have to show off a little in front of everyone. A little more and you'd have been eliminated from the tournament. But you're lucky. The judges were kind today. Naruto, what? I'm sorry, but I'm done talking to you for the moment. You don't deserve any more attention from me. Now, I have more pressing matters to attend to that have nothing to do with you. Kakashi-sensei, tell the original it's time to take the viewing seats. The show will start soon. The gray-haired clone nods, takes one last look at his ward, and disappears in a cloud of smoke. Why? What beautiful eyes, Sasuke. I could put them in a frame and hang them on the wall. They are a cocktail of different emotions. Let me think. How did he know Sensei was a clone when even I didn't know? How was he able to use Shunshin? Why isn't he wearing his orange suit? That's what you're thinking right now, isn't it? Sasuke, I have to get back to the bleachers. Don't you dare lose, or I'll be ashamed of you, I said to him. A moment, and I'm standing again, leaning on the railing of the participants' box. Well, soon everything will begin. The opponents stood opposite each other, and when they announced the start, they rushed to attack. Sasuke decided to use shurikens first, and only then to strike directly to the forehead, and Gaara, controlling his sand, put an obstacle, and sent all the gifts to the sender. But, here the Uchiha, knocking back his own weapon, surprised everyone present. He disappeared from sight for a second and, appearing behind the red-haired man's back, quickly, before the sand defense could react, struck a direct blow with his left hand right in the cheekbone, thus throwing his enemy back a few meters. Yes, in just 1 month, he was able to overtake Lee in speed. No, he even overtook him. And the beating of Sabaku no began. The sand couldn't protect him from the Sharingan wielder's swift attacks. So Gaara decided to switch to heavier artillery. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't improved his seal. I'm sure he would have gone berserk and started smashing everything in sight. But I was smarter than that, and it didn't happen. He started to use his hands, thus speeding up his sand and started to make preemptive strikes to prevent himself from being attacked. Not a bad strategy. I wonder what Sasuke is using, since he must have been practicing more than just his speed. So, he jumped on the wall and, using the chakra on his soles, hovered in place and began to fold the seals that I was familiar with. Yeah, just as I thought. He'd learned Kakashi-sensei's Reikiri. But it's kind of weird. It doesn't discharge as much current as the gray-haired one or me, and the sound from the technique isn't as loud. That means it's a technique he hasn't fully developed yet. Suddenly, the Uchiha snaps out of his seat and quickly thrusts himself at Gaara. How stupid. Head-on attacks often fail because the opponent can see where he's being attacked. And this technique can be used in more ways than one. I can shape it by controlling the shape of the chakra. So, for example, I can create a bird of lightning, turning the technique into a long-range attack, or lengthen the shape, creating a true lightning blade that can reach the enemy from afar. And so, the sand shield and Reikiri meet. Scraps of earth fly in all directions, showing that lightning is indeed stronger than sand. But, thanks to Sabaku no's constant regeneration of broken layers of defense, Sasuke was never able to get through to his opponent. Yeah, this technique can't be Kakashi-sensei's Reikiri. It's not a completed copy of it. Suddenly, Feathers start falling from the sky, and the civilians who came to watch the fights start falling asleep. Yeah, genjutsu, huh? Decided to get rid of the intruders right away. Well, it's for the best. There'll be fewer casualties. Oh, I'm getting sleepy too. Kai. Oh, I'm awake again. It's showtime. Quickly moving behind Sasuke's back, I slam my open palm into his neck, knocking him out. I'm sorry I didn't let you finish your fight, but I don't want you chasing after a one-tailed Jinchuriki during the battle for Konoha. And knowing you, that's exactly what you do. Gaara, you and your companions can get out of the village. I looked him straight in the eye and saw a mute gratitude. Well, if you can't say thank you out loud, that's fine. But remember, if you break our agreement, Shukaku will be the least of your problems. Understood. Silent nod again. You're not a man of many words. In a moment, the red-haired man and his relatives were gone. Okay, here's the information from the clone. So it's time to activate our gifts for the invaders. I'd love to see their faces when they realize they're trapped. But, I have other things to do. Orochimaru clearly didn't save his strength. He summoned 6 huge snakes that could easily blow the whole stadium to hell. It's a good thing I was a prudent boy. Among the peacefully sleeping people in the stands, several dozen of my clones lurked under henge, ready to rush into action at any moment. So, my loyal warriors. The time has come. Time to kick the asses of those who dare attack our village and show them that we're no slouch. It's so convenient to give your clones orders from a distance. All you have to do is attach a small seal to them and voila. One more thing. Deal with the snakes before they wreck the place. We don't want to suffer great material losses because of a destroyed manufactory. I think I've taken care of all the secondary tasks. Now, it's time for the protagonist to appear right in the thick of the battle between the third Hokage and one of the great Sannin trio. Boom. Wait for me, Orochimaru, I'm already flying towards you on the wings of night. End Pav Naruto. A few minutes earlier Pav Jiraiya. I never cease to be amazed by my godson. Not only was he able to think of countermeasures against the foreign invaders, but he also made traps and set them in the places where the enemy shinobi arrived. And now, watching them work, I was breaking out in a cold sweat. At first, as planned, a light green circle of spatial transition appeared, and crowds of enemies poured out of it. But as soon as Naruto's clone vaporized, giving the original information about the start of hostilities, all hell broke loose on the ground. Whirlwinds of air from the paper seals tossed people into the air and tore them apart, showering the ground with a rain of entrails and blood. Pillars of fire burned all those who came within their range, filling the air with the smell of burning flesh. Lightning bolts, which struck from the sky to the ground and from the ground to the air, struck enemy bodies, first immobilizing them and then frying them to a crisp. There were also enhanced explosive seals and immobilization seals. In short, it was a hodgepodge. In other words, in only about 5 minutes, the army of shinobi made of sand and sound was reduced by 3/4. I don't know how the traps worked at the other invasion sites, but here they did their job just fine. Even to me, a master ninja who had killed many times, the sight before my eyes was disgusting and horrifying. But I don't have time to shudder. It's time to finish off the rest. A barbed volley. Standing on all fours, I released countless needles from my hair, which pierced through the enemy. Now, it was time to stretch out. Generally, special teams were assigned to the invasion sites. For example, Kakashi, Guy and a group of Naruto clones were to repel the attack near the stadium. Shikaku, Asuma, and Hiyashi, food and ammunition depots. Yamato and Inoichi, the Konoha hospital. And me, Kurenai and a small group of Anbu members to protect the residents, the very heart of our village. A genius, not a boy. He was able to organize the groups in such a way that one squad member would immobilize the enemies and the rest would finish them off. This strategy was risky, because if the invaders scattered, there was little we could do, but in the beginning it was perfect. A slash, a blow to the breath, and a slight movement of the hand to break the neck. We take the kunai and charge it with chakra and throw it at the one behind us. Oh, that's 2 through and through. That makes 3 more of those who were too quick to move, out. That leaves about 30 more to go. That's all right, we'll get through them all in no time. The sudden explosion coming from the direction of the improper Chunin exam site distracted me, and I was almost hit by an enemy attack. Fuck you, asshole. Yeah, a punch to the jaw has never let me down before. Now, about our white-haired sheep. Naruto, don't die before your time. Otherwise, I'll kill you myself. End Pav Jiraiya. Naruto's Pav. You're heavy. Shit, he's drunk on his tomatoes and now I have to carry him. It's my fault he's unconscious, but still. I could have left him in the arena, but I couldn't do that. A stray technique or a kunai and it's gone. I'll have to blame myself for the rest of my life. What's in it for me? Well, now we can move on to more important matters. Got rid of the load, go ahead and with a song. Thanks to inhuman speed and strength, I was able to climb to the roof of the central stand in no time. This is where the most interesting spectacle unfolds, in which it is a crime not to participate. And because of my eternal thirst for action or a shill in my heel, it's a sin against all of me. Okay, fire barrier. It's like 2 fingers to the pavement. The guy thought to himself and began to fold a long combination of seals. The Anbu members were watching me with bulging eyes, though I don't care about those weaklings. They call themselves the Hokage's personal squad, but they can't even disarm a simple barrier like this. Okay, it's done. As soon as I finished the technique, a thread of symbols appeared from my hand, and as soon as it touched the barrier, a small opening appeared in the purple barrier, which I instantly slipped through. As soon as I crossed the barrier, the doorway closed behind me, cutting off those inside from the outside world. You little bastard. How the fuck did you get in here? What unseemly words for a young girl. Well, as soon as they take the barrier down, I'll remember everything she said about my mom. She'll be lucky to get away with all her bones broken. To Yuya, you're being rude to our guest. That hissing and sweet voice is infuriating. He said it like I was a new mouse the snake wanted to play with. Huh, if you can bring the first 2 Hokage back to life and now you're hiding behind their backs, that doesn't give you the right to underestimate your enemies. Boy, would you mind waiting on the sidelines for a while? I'll talk to you later. Orochimaru-san, I'm afraid I'm going to have to deny your request. End Pav Naruto. Old man, if you don't mind, I'll take care of him myself, Uzumaki said and looked at the third with a confident look. And Hiruzen, hearing such a thing, was very much surprised, but quickly pulled himself together. And after my victory, you will fulfill my every wish. But, Sarutobi started to say, but was interrupted in a most insolent manner. Yes, I know. Orochimaru is one of your students and one of the 3 legendary Sannin. He is now an S-class Nukenin whose goal is the destruction of Konoha, the blonde said, waving his hand away from the Hokage's admonition. But I assure you I can handle him. The next thing the Jinchuriki did was to summon 2 clones and mentally command them to engage the living dead while he pounced on the man whose skin was as white as recent snow. Naruto made a quick dash across the distance separating them and engaged in hand-to-hand combat. He knew he couldn't defeat such a dangerous enemy with taijutsu, but he had a plan. A strong punch to the temple was blocked by Sannin without much trouble. In response, he tried to hit the small upstart in the solar plexus to disorient him and capture him with his technique. Admittedly, it wasn't as easy as he expected. Jinchuriki quickly disappeared from his sight a second before the strike and reappeared behind the Snake Lord's back with a kunai in hand. The cold weapon, which had been infused with wind chakra beforehand, was ready to plunge into the living flesh of his opponent when suddenly, Orochimaru's body bent at an unthinkable angle, letting the blow pass him by. It was as if he didn't have a single bone in his body. Not bad, Naruto-kun. You managed to surprise me, the brunette said, sticking out his long, split tongue and grinning wickedly. Don't worry, the best part is yet to come. Uzumaki exclaimed and threw 2 kunai at Sannin, but he easily dodged them. What's this? You don't know how to aim, do you? The Nukenin was surprised and raised one eyebrow. However, when he heard 2 explosions behind him, he hurriedly turned around. At the same time, the kunai to which the explosive seals were attached reached their targets and exploded, seriously damaging the 2 living dead that had already been forgotten about. The blonde clones quickly reacted to the changed situation, grabbing the former Hokage who was just beginning to recover. Sealed technique. Absorption. The doppelgangers said, and symbols erupted from their bodies, binding the resurrected Hokages together. Two bright flashes of light caused everyone to squint, and when they opened their eyes, they saw that the clones, as well as the summoned Edo Tensei, were gone. I'm sorry, it looks like you won't be able to use the summoning of those two, Naruto said, smirking at how well his plan had worked. You're a very interesting young man, Sannin said. There was a note of recognition of the boy's strength in his voice. However, it was beginning to piss the blonde man off. But, it's about time I got to deal with you. Kaden. Serpent flame. A strong stream of fire erupted from his mouth and began to swirl as it approached its target. Uzumaki reacted quickly and jumped aside just in time, but it still scorched his hair a bit. He was about to rush to the enemy, but he himself jumped out of the veil of dust raised by the technique, and not empty-handed but with an unusual sword. Once again, the Jinchuriki had to wriggle to avoid being hit. Well, I guess I'll have to show you some of my skills, Naruto said, out of breath, when he had gotten to a safe distance. Fighting one of the legendary three was no joke after all. Rolling up the right sleeve of his jacket, he bit his finger and ran it over the unusual tattoo. If what you've seen before surprised you, this will put you in a state of shock. The tattoo seemed to come to life. It began to wriggle down the boy's arm and when it reached his palm, it stopped. But, at that moment, everyone felt that a strange, unknown power began to emanate from the blonde. Uzumaki's heart, trying to escape from his chest, stopped pounding frantically, and the muscles aching from fatigue, relaxed. Shall we begin? He asked, and without waiting for an answer, he disappeared from sight quickly, appearing behind the Nukenen's back and delivering a strong blow to the body. Orochimaru tried to stab the boy with his sword, but he was gone again. This time the blow came from above. The man's head curved unnaturally backwards. A new blast of flame flew at Naruto, but he deflected it with a simple sweep of his arm, summoning a strong stream of wind that dispersed the technique. At the same time, the Jinchuriki formed a seal of concentration, putting all his remaining strength into the technique. It was time to end the fight. Primordial Fudo. Drill. The blonde exclaimed and sharply thrust his clenched fist forward. A powerful stream of wind came off his hand and began to swirl, creating a semblance of Kiba's technique. Rashomon Gate. Orochimaru exclaimed, and biting down on his finger, he summoned 3 huge gates. For some reason unknown to him, Sannin was frightened by the power of this technique and tried to defend himself in the most effective way possible. The wind technique did not disperse as the Snake Lord had expected, but began to pierce its way through, creating sparks as it rotated. A moment later, the gate was completely destroyed, and the Nukenin himself flew aside due to the shockwave. Technique. He wanted to attack as soon as he got to his feet, but his arms refused to obey him, hanging at the seams like whips. The man looked with horror in his eyes, first at his hands and then at the smirking Naruto. What have you done to my hands? Nothing in particular. It's just that my technique consisted of tightly concentrated wind needles that broke through the defenses and struck at a molecular level at your hands, thus turning muscle, bone, and chakra channels into mincemeat, Uzumaki said calmly, tucking his hands into his pockets. With that, he made it clear that the fight was over. You're lucky your gate was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have been ripped off. Up to your elbows. And there's no cure for that, even with forbidden techniques. You scum, I'll have you. The brunette wanted to exclaim, but his 4 servants, who had removed the barrier, jumped to him and whispered something in his ear. Well, you're in luck, boy. Next time I'll finish you off. Momentarily, all 5 of them disappear with Shunshin's help, and the Jinchuriki drops to one knee, barely able to keep his consciousness. The Anbu members, who were no longer blocked by the barrier, and the Hokage himself as well, immediately run up to him. Naruto, are you okay? The third asked with a concerned yet surprised look on his face as he leaned over to him. I'm fine. But, could you carry me home? The blonde man asked in a quiet voice. And black dots were slowly starting to appear in his eyes, warning that he was about to pass out. It's just sleep. I really want to sleep. Those were his last words before he went into oblivion. Meanwhile, far away in Uzumaki's subconscious mind, the strongest Biju of this world was closely watching everything that was happening. Even though he was behind a huge cage, he was still able to influence the boy. All because the seal had lost its stability back then on the bridge in the land of waves. The kid's not bad at all. He was able to defeat one of the strongest Nukenin and only got away with exhaustion. In time, he'll be mine, thought Kyubi, resting his head on his front paws and covering his eyes. Surely it would have been better if he had remained the same temperamental idiot he was before traveling to that world. Damn dragons. Because he found out about me before his time, then he wouldn't try to suppress me. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Naruto's paw. Oh my head. It hurts like I jumped from the 3rd floor and landed exactly on it. Well, that's the least of what could have happened to me from depleting all my chakra reserves and using the true element. Okay, I should get up and take a look around. Yeah, this doesn't look like my apartment. Well, not if they hadn't made it bigger and taken all the stuff out and changed the color of the walls and ceiling. Well, they just decided to take the precaution of putting me in the hospital. In case I collapse and it's their fault. Now it would be a good idea to get dressed and walk to the residence. Yeah, lucky me. My stuff is in the nightstand. Done. I open the window, breathe in the fresh air and smile weakly. Let's get going. Konoha wasn't badly damaged. The only damage was done where that huge snake had rampaged. But it's not comparable to what it would have been if I hadn't organized a defense. Yeah, it's good to live in ignorance, but it can really take its toll. Although, my lifestyle isn't exactly comfortable either. Almost constant stress and the risk of losing my life. In a word, it's rough. Finally, having reached the office of the head of the village, I knocked on the door and, after waiting for permission, went inside. But what appeared before my eyes threw me off balance a bit. I was expecting Hiruzen, smoking a pipe and reading reports as usual, but what I got in addition to him were my teammates. Naruto, shouldn't you be in the hospital getting your strength back? Man, how can you do this? You didn't even say hello. He told me when I was a kid that I was completely tactless. Well, I'm not going to die of ordinary exhaustion. And I didn't get any wounds during the battle, it's not hard for me to answer honestly. I hope I won't have to explain everything in front of those present. As I looked around at the crowd, I could guess what everyone was thinking. Sakura gave me a fleeting glance and then looked away. She was probably afraid of pissing me off and seeing me like I was in the exam. Sasuke was silently burning me with a look of anger, resentment and indignation. He must have found out that I was the one who knocked him out. Kakashi, on the other hand, looked at me with eyes full of curiosity and pride. He was part of my defense plan, and he'd been in contact with the 3rd more than once, and now he wanted to hear the truth from me. Great. Do you want to explain some things to us? Sarutobi asked and released a ring of smoke from his mouth. He's getting comfortable, though. He gets to listen to the story and I get to do the talking. In front of everyone, I asked, raising one eyebrow. Well, most of my story is classified, and I don't want to tell the uninitiated. They're members of your team, so I'm giving you the go-ahead. And it's not a request, it's an order. Oh, I'm taking advantage of my position. Okay, whatever you say. Yes, I answered, immediately adopting a stance, putting my hands behind my back and straightening up. Is all the information available to the public? All of it, the old man nodded. And leaned back in his chair. Even during the qualifying rounds before the 3rd stage, I, as the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox, sensed that the 1-tailed demon Shukaku was sealed in Gaara, the son of the Case-Cage. Orochimaru received a grenade from the genin of Konoha. What, Hiruzen, you didn't expect such a detailed report. I can tell by the bulging eyes and open mouth that you didn't. I got what I wanted. A week before the final stage, while visiting Lee in the hospital, I ran into Sabaku. By offering him a deal, I got reliable intel on the attack on Konoha by the Suna Union and the Sound Village. This allowed me to come up with a plan and organize an effective defense, which involved Kakashi-sensei, Gai-sensei, Shikaku Nara, Sarutobi Asuma, Hyuga Hiyashi, Yamato, a man advised by a teacher, Yamanaka Inoichi, Yuhi Kurenai, and Jiraiya sensei. My fellow genin stood in utter shock because they hadn't expected me to speak so deliberately and seriously, and certainly hadn't expected that saving the village was my doing. They pinched themselves and rubbed their eyes, trying to wake up from the terrible dream, even discreetly folding seals to dispel possible genjutsu. Why didn't you tell me? I would have helped. Hiruzen, you seem offended, or was it just me? It wasn't reasonable, as you had to act naturally so as not to scare Orochimaru away, an honest and calm answer. What could be better than that? Oh, did I say that already? Whatever. I see, Third said, nodding his head. It was obvious that he was still thinking about what I had said. But, suddenly, he raised his head and looked at me. Okay. You can give me a more detailed report after you get some rest. For now, everyone is dismissed. After bowing, we turned toward the door. Just as I was about to open the door and be interrogated by my teammates, the old man called out to me. Naruto, here. I turned around and caught a green object in flight. Oh, a Chunin vest. Beautiful. So all my efforts were not in vain. Quickly putting it on, I smile with all 32 teeth. In the inside pocket are the deeds to your parents' house. You've fulfilled all the terms of our agreement. Deserved it, so to speak. Don't forget that you have another debt that I'm going to take advantage of soon. I realize I didn't have time to think during the battle with Orochimaru, but a deal is a deal. Walking outside, I looked at my friends and laughed out loud as I saw their sullen faces. But I wouldn't be me if I didn't tease them. God forbid. Well, comrades. It will be my pleasure to command you on the missions. I hope for your cooperation and, please love and welcome. Naruto's paw. The day after I was promoted from Genin to Chunin, I woke up quite early, as I had a lot of things to do today. First, I cleaned myself up by going to the bathroom and putting on clean clothes. Looking at myself in the mirror, I was satisfied. Black sleeveless jacket with white stripes on the shoulders and on the snake line. A white sweater that hid the tattoo on my arm and black pants, not constraining during active actions. But now my image was complemented by a Chunin vest. Beautiful and comfortable. What could be better? After having breakfast, I took out a few scrolls prepared in advance, in which I could seal quite a lot of things. Why do I need them? Simple. Today, I'm finally moving into my parents' house. Okay. Chuckles, time to start packing. 2 hours of packing later, the scrolls turned out to contain clothes, books, household items, some kitchen utensils I had until recently to be, and groceries from the refrigerator. Speaking of the latter, I, after returning from the Dragon World, stopped eating instant ramen, and switched to homemade food that I cooked myself. At first, everything I cooked either burned or boiled. But I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I can't be broken that easily. Although, it still leaves a lot to be desired. And now, standing at the exit, I take one last look at the apartment I've lived in all my life. It has seen my joy, sadness, tears and screams of rage. Sad, of course, but happy at the same time, because another home awaits me. I ran at a brisk pace across the rooftops, heading for the address Third had given me along with the paperwork for my new place. To be honest, I'd never been to that part of Konoha before, so I didn't know where to go. I'd gotten lost a few times, and in the end I had to ask passersby for directions. The man I asked for directions looked at me with eyes full of contempt, but after a while he helped me. And now I'm standing in front of a 2-story house, surrounded on all sides by a fence and with an orange roof. Thanks to the fact that I had studied the art of fuinjutsu for a long time and practiced it in practice, I was able to notice a faintly wavering, transparent barrier with a few symbols on it. Aha, so it would only let in someone with Uzumaki blood in them, right? Well, I'll have to prove it. Biting down on my thumb, I applied my blood to it. Nothing happened for a while and my nerves kicked in. What if I no longer belonged to the Namikaze clan? What then? But, my fears were quickly dispelled as the barrier blinked welcomingly in my hand, which was resting on it, calmly passed through it. As I stepped into the courtyard, a beautiful, but at the same time sad picture opened before me. The flowers in the garden that once bloomed and smelled were wilted. The small pond was covered with cherry blossom petals, which was growing here, and the water in it stank. Yeah, I've got a lot of work to do. Oh well. I had to look at the house first and then the surrounding area. As I walked into the living room, I realized that my mother, who was my mother because my father was busy with the Hokage's business, had excellent taste. A soft and wide sofa, flanked by two smaller ones, stood near the tea table in the center of the room. Opposite it was the fireplace, in which no fire had burned for many years. When I reached the kitchen, I found a refrigerator, a lot of cabinets with a variety of utensils, and a large table with 8 chairs around it. Clearly in reserve. But the whole impression was spoiled, for things were no better here. The entire floor and all the furniture was covered with a thick layer of dust. Even the air itself was gray because the room had not been ventilated for a long time. I'll have to call in a few dozen clones to help me. I won't be able to do it myself in a few days. So I did. 20 of my exact copies appeared right in front of me and, as soon as they received the orders, enthusiastically began to clean up. Some of them ran around the house and opened all the windows to air the place out. Others were using rags and mops, and others were already cleaning the yard. What would I do now without this equipment? After watching for a while longer, I decided it would be a good idea to grab a bite to eat and headed for Ichiraku. After an hour and a half, 15 plates of food from the gods, and hundreds of conversations with old man Kyuki and his daughter Ayami, I returned to my new home. Yes. It's unrecognizable now. The yard had been cleaned up, so that there wasn't even a pebble on the path. And the house itself was shining and smelling. Except that my clones now lay unconscious. Some on the sofa or armchair, some on the floor, and some of them had thought of using the kitchen table as a bed. But when I imagined what would happen to me when I dispelled them, I felt sick to my stomach. I went up to the second floor and entered the first room I could find and settled down on a wide, double bed. Well, God be with you. Dissolve, my helpers, and shower me with your fatigue. In the next second, the world faded before my eyes. Now, I was on my way to oblivion. When I came to, the first thing that came to my mind was a nagging pain in every muscle in my body. I felt like I'd been minced and then reassembled. It was a silly comparison, but it fit this case just fine. I stood up and looked around. The gold-colored walls gave a sense of calm. There was a large closet in the corner and 2 bedside tables on either side of the bed. But what caught my attention was what was on those bedside tables. Photographs. Photographs of my parents. One was of them as children. I'm sure they were just at the academy at that time. On the other, they were a little older than me and already standing in an embrace, smiling broadly. And on the third, my mom was already pregnant with me and sitting on my dad's lap. I felt sad and hurt at the same time. Why had fate ordered it so that they died? They didn't even get to know their son. They didn't see me grow and become stronger. How I surpassed them. Why did they suffer such a fate? Why did they punish me? Tears came to my eyes that I wasn't even going to stop. I felt bad. I felt bad. After coming to my senses a little, I went down to the first floor and took a water treatment to get rid of the bad thoughts. And it worked. A cold shower doesn't only drive away the desire to sleep. I wanted to eat something, but it wasn't meant to be. All the food in the fridge must have spoiled and the clones threw it out yesterday. This conclusion was drawn from the sparkling cleanliness of the shelves and the complete lack of anything. I decided to cook the food from the scrolls later. There are more pressing matters. First I laid out all the things I'd brought from my old apartment. Everything had its place. Then, going out into the courtyard, I began to work on the protective barrier. It's been weakened over the years. And this method was outdated. So, having imposed several new seals, as well as creating a closed system of chakra circulation, so that the excess did not go to waste, and on the contrary strengthened the defense, he was satisfied with the work done. Now it would not be penetrated by even the most powerful techniques of any element, and it would not weaken with time. And only those who are authorized by the owner will be able to enter. That would be me. After sending a dozen clones to the furniture store and ordering them to buy some shelves and bookcases, and ordering another one to write a detailed report to Old Man Hiruzen about the recent episode of the attack on the village. I went down to the basement of the house. End of Naruto. Yeah, there's not much room here. This room was probably used to store unnecessary things, the blonde thought and sighed heavily. After a bit of thinking about how to solve this problem, Uzumaki pounded his fist on his palm and smiled slyly. Walking over to the wall closest to him, he put both hands on it and concentrated. A red symbol in an unknown language slowly appeared on the stone plane, as if crashing into it. Repeating this action 3 more times, the boy, satisfied with himself, looked around the enlarged space. With each passing day, I am convinced that with fuinjutsu skills, one can achieve a lot. Now the basement has doubled in size. All it took was to change the structure of the space. After climbing up to the first floor, the blue-eyed man strode into the kitchen, took out a few simple ingredients, and began to prepare a late breakfast. After a while, he was already happily devouring scrambled eggs with ketchup and a few slices of bacon. Finished with his meal, Naruto thought it would be a good idea for him to make a small, secret library. With just a single hand seal, he traveled to the dragon world he had been absent from for 9 whole months. By the legendary creature's reckoning, of course, for in the real world it had only been 9 days since his departure. My lord, I'm glad you're back. How long will you be staying with us this time? Fulgur, who had seen him and was not far from where he had materialized, asked and, as usual, got right to the point. No, I'm here to pick up some manuscripts I couldn't finish reading earlier, as well as some new ones so I don't have to sit around in the evenings, the blonde replied, sighing at being called Lord again. He had asked the blue-winged lizard many times to stop referring to him that way, but it was as if he wasn't being heard. Yeah, if I would have said that before, I would have already been running all over the library looking for holy water and a silver cross to exorcise the evil spirit, because I wasn't interested in reading at all. I even forced myself to read the basics of theory at the academy. But after the mental tabs were removed from my mind and the restless curiosity of the Uzumaki clan surfaced, it became an integral part of me. While walking through the library and sealing everything he needed in the scroll he had successfully brought with him, the boy told the legendary creature what had happened to him during the time he had been away. The dragon questioned the incomprehensible for him moments and admired how strong his pupil had become. And when training with him, he wasn't so optimistic. He almost always grumbled and tossed me from side to side with wind currents if he didn't like something. Overlord, come back here in a few months in the real world. There are things that need to be finished. But, it takes time to prepare everything, Fulgur said and raised his index finger on his paw quite like a human. Uzumaki, hearing this, raised one eyebrow questioningly and only wanted to ask a question as he was interrupted. Don't worry. You'll enjoy it. In the meantime, I have some advice for you. What's that? Don't talk in riddles. Okay. The Jinchuriki said and folded his arms across his chest, waiting for more information. The Jinchuriki said and folded his arms across his chest, waiting for more information. You're already pretty good with the 3 elements. Try combining them, the dragon said with an instructive tone in his voice. And the blonde slapped his face with his palm and mentally reproached himself for not thinking of it himself. Now, it's time for you to go back. Don't forget what I said. I will. See you later. Naruto folded his hand seal and disappeared in a cloud of smoke. He reappeared right back where he had disappeared. Well, here I am home. Home. What a nice word that is. I've never had one. The apartment I've lived in all my life belonged to Konoha, and it was only because of Third's help that I wasn't thrown out of it, because I'm a demon who came to this earth from hell. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Uzumaki was finally done with everything. The small basement was now a huge library that would later house trophies from completed missions, if there were any. All of his parents' belongings except for pictures and books he put away, figuring there was no reason for them to collect dust. He was pleased to find several of his father's unusual kunai. Weapons with a wooden handle with spatial seals and 3 blades. The blonde decided that it would be awkward to use such in battle, so he should ask Hiruzen for all available information on the Thunder God's flight that he had heard about so many times. But another time. Going back, he didn't feel like going back. Why go back? Simple. Naruto had just given the report written by his Hokage clone. After reading it several times in a row, the old man had interrogated the boy, literally asking him to explain every action. In general, an hour was spent on idle chatter and explaining the small points of the past operation. All the while the Jinchuriki was bored and thinking that it would be better to train at the training ground adjacent to his new home. "Oh, Naruto, hey. Where are you headed now?" heard the blonde behind him, and when he turned around, he saw Shikamaru with a nonchalant face. As usual, he was just too lazy to do anything. Only he was now wearing a Chunin vest as well. I was just giving a report, and now I'm on my way home." He shook his hand and smiled at his friend. "What's the matter?" "Nothing much. I just have nothing to do, and I'd like to talk to you," the lazy genius of the Nara clan said and scratched the back of his head. Even though he pretended not to be interested, he had a lot of devils in his eyes that wanted to know everything. "It's very stressful, but would you like to sit in some cafe and talk?" Sure. I promised you I'd answer all your questions," Uzumaki said calmly, deciding that he didn't have the energy to cook, and he hadn't eaten since this morning. 10 minutes later, they were standing in front of Choji's favorite cafe, where the grilled meat is divine. "And you have to cook it yourself. Delicious food and not expensive." Once inside, the guys took the farthest table so that no one would bother them. Taking the menu, Naruto scrutinized it carefully, because recently he had been eating only the food that was supposed to help him get stronger, not fatter. After a few minutes, the waitress came over. "I'll have a portion of meat and one portion of rice, please. And some green tea too," said the Jinchuriki and smiled friendly at the young girl taking the order. "I'll have the same," the brunette said, pushing the menu away from him. "Okay, I'll have it for you in a few minutes," the cafeteria worker replied, leaving them alone. "Well, you can ask anything you want. I won't hide anything," said Uzumaki, after putting up a small, transparent barrier that should not allow the upcoming conversation to be overheard. "Well, first of all, where have you been for 3 whole weeks? I stopped by your place a few times to talk about what happened at the intermediate battles. I overheard the Jonin talking." Shikamaru didn't try to be coy, but got straight to the point. His inquisitive mind wanted to know all the details. "Did it have anything to do with the fact that you learned how to use Fuinjutsu and became much stronger?" "I'll start in order. Just before the qualifiers started, I asked Iruka-sensei to tell me how he appeared right in front of us. He showed me the seals of a regular Shunshin and I, as I'm sure you've already realized, tried to move somewhere," the blonde began to say, and, after waiting for his friend's nod to indicate that he had time to follow his thought, continued. "But, since I was a slow thinker, I didn't visualize the place where I wanted to appear. And I had no experience in using spatio-temporal techniques. In the end, I was transported to the world of dragons." Nara was very surprised and wanted to ask a question, but his thoughts became muddled. He remained seated with his mouth open. "Yes, you heard right. To the real dragons. I signed a contract with them and got dragon reflexes, sense of smell and strength. That's how I won the fight with Kiba," Naruto said and spread his hands apart. "I learned that a long time ago, a wise man made a prophecy. The ancient evil will bring death to the earth. And then, after many generations, a lord will emerge who will recognize the power of dragons. With their help, he will fight the darkness and decide the fate of the worlds. Those are the literal words of the prophecy. I don't know what kind of evil it is, but I've been told I'll be the one to fight it." "Yes," Shikamaru stretched out. He was even more surprised, but tried to hide his emotions. "What about the 3 weeks you've been gone?" "Wait," the boy said and removed the barrier as their order was already being brought to them. The girl arranged the dishes on the table and left with a smile. The barrier reappeared. The blonde boy put a few pieces of meat on the hot grate and inhaled the smell of cooking food with pleasure. "I've spent this time training. For you it's only been 2 weeks, but for me it's been 2 whole years. So I'm actually 15 years old now, not 13. Even though my body hasn't changed other than getting physically stronger, but it has. A lot of things make sense to me now. How you became so strong in such a short time," and why you got smarter and learned how to use fuinjutsu, the brunette said as he ate one bite of meat. After thinking for a bit, he decided to ask one more question. They say that you used some powerful technique against Orochimaru. Is that true? Yes, the Jinchuriki nodded and smiled. You've seen the tattoo on my arm. It's not an ordinary tattoo, but a special seal made up of tiny fuinjutsu marks. It allows me to use my original element. What is it, if it's not a secret? Nara asked, tensing up. Naruto even covered his mouth with his hands so that no one could read his words from the movement of his lips. The power of the dragons themselves. Since they are the spawn of these elements, they can use them without folding any seals and unleash truly great power, Uzumaki replied and popped another piece of meat into his mouth. After chewing, he continued. For example, I used the original Fuden drill, a stream of air that is compressed into tiny needles invisible to the human eye, and then twisted in flight. If Orochimaru hadn't protected himself with a triple barrier, he would have been torn to pieces. That was powerful. Nara nodded and took a sip of green tea to calm himself down. I understand that you can use the other primordial elements as well, yes. I can also use fire and lightning. But I won't explain what they are. It's long and painful, Naruto said, and was just about to take a sip of tea when he heard a familiar voice behind him. Shikamaru, I've been looking for you everywhere, and you're sitting here in the cafe, aren't you? Shikamaru said and looked at his teammate angrily. The blonde had to quickly remove the noise barrier. Oh, Naruto, and you're here, yeah. Hey, Ino. How are you doing? The blonde asked and smiled sweetly at his acquaintance. She, on the other hand, froze when she saw him in his Chunin vest. Are you here on business or just for fun? Well, no, she mumbled, clearly not knowing what to say. So Sakura was telling the truth. I didn't believe her. What are you talking about? The guy with the pineapple-shaped hair asked, and smiled, satisfied with the reaction he got. It wasn't every day you could see this perky girl in shock. About Naruto becoming a Chunin. Man, why did I argue with her? Yamanaka said and sat down next to her teammate. What do you owe her now? The Jinchuriki asked. He wondered what they had argued about, since it directly affected him. And it wasn't every day that they argued about it. She asked me to tell you her apologies for what happened on the third stage, the blonde replied and drank the rest of Nara's tea, to which he only snorted unhappily. Okay, I'll talk to her about it myself later, Uzumaki said and nodded his head. Shikamaru, you and I have already talked about it, so I'll be going now. Yes. Thanks for the answers, the brunette said and shook his outstretched hand. Here's the money for our dinner. It's more than you need, so, Ino, order yourself something, the blonde man said and put some of the bills he'd gotten from the Hokage for his work today on the table. And don't hold back. That's the way I want it. Okay, the girl replied and looked at the back of the departing guy with a confused look. Something about him has changed a lot. And it's something I clearly like. Okay, one more thing taken care of. Now I need to find Jiraiya and negotiate with him for a long-term sortie out of the village. Time to fulfill another promise, Uzumaki thought to himself and threw his hands behind his head with a satisfied smile. His path lay towards the Konoha bathhouse. Leaving the cafe, Naruto went in search of the great toad Sannin. His gut told him to look for it near Konoha's hot spring, as it was already 8 in the evening, which meant that the workday was over and tired people, especially women, would go to relax a little. And for a writer like Jiraiya, that's the best source of inspiration. The blonde decided not to waste any time, so he jumped on the roof of the nearest house and ran to his destination. 15 minutes later he jumped to the ground and immediately, as he thought, he noticed his relative. He was squatting and peeping at the beautiful floor through a gap in the fence with a notebook in his hands. And on his face he had a silly smile up to his ears. Godfather, you're not fixable. You should have found a wife and gotten inspiration from her already, Uzumaki said, moving closer and covering his face with the palm of his hand so as not to show the devils running in his eyes. He knew Sannin was still a pervert, but the fact that he was a strong shinobi and related to him discouraged him from saying, perverted hermit, out loud. Only mentally. Naruto, First live to be 25 before you give me advice, Sanin replied, pulling himself away from his work and putting his writing utensils away in his pouch. Did you want something, or were you just passing through? I wanted to talk to you, the boy replied with a nod of his head. But let's go to the side first, so you don't get distracted. Well, what did you want? Sanin asked as they sat down on a bench nearby. By the way, congratulations on your promotion to the rank of Chunin. You are closer to realizing your dream. Your parents would be proud of you. Thank you for the congratulations. I'm happy about it myself, said Uzumaki, a little embarrassed by such nice words and adjusting his new green vest. Now let's get down to business. I want to leave the village for a while, the blonde said and looked straight into the man's eyes. Don't you want to come with me? Can you explain more? The gray-haired man immediately tensed at the words. He had assumed that Naruto might just pick up and leave the village because of the way he was treated by the villagers. He was afraid that such a day would come one day. I want to find an old acquaintance of yours. Tsunade Senju, the boy replied, folding his arms across his chest and giving him a pensive look. And Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief at that moment. His fears were not justified. I have no idea where she is or how to find her. That's why I need your help. And why do you need her? The gray-haired man asked, scratching the back of his head. He hadn't expected Naruto to know about his former teammate, and he certainly didn't think he'd want to find her. My friend was badly hurt during the intermediate fights, falling under the hot hand of Gaara no Sabaku, the Jinchuriki replied with a sad face. That memory was a painful one for him, for he was unable to protect his comrade. The doctors say that he won't be able to be a shinobi anymore and will be disabled for the rest of his life. I don't like that outcome at all. I see. You're hoping that with Tsunade's medical abilities, he'll get better, right? Jiraiya asked and smiled. It pleased him immensely that his godson was a smart and kind guy, even though he could be cruel. It's a good goal and I will help you. But first, we need to discuss it with the third. I was already going to talk to him about it, if you agree, the blonde said, getting to his feet and smiling broadly. Let's go together, is that okay with you? Of course not. Let's go. They walked to the Hokage's residence at a leisurely pace. On the way, they discussed how to convince the old man to let them go, as well as where to find the destination of their upcoming journey. Uzumaki didn't remove the happy smile from his face the entire way. It was a pleasure for him to talk to his godfather, as they understood each other half-heartedly. This understanding had developed between them after they had spent a whole week preparing for the defense of the village and practicing in their spare time. He didn't feel lonely in his company. And that pleased the boy immensely. When they reached the tallest building in Konoha, they climbed to the top floor and knocked on the office door to enter. Sarutobi was sitting surrounded by huge mountains of paperwork and filling them out. As soon as he noticed his guests, he immediately put his work aside for later. Hello, old man. And we have business to see you, the boy said, standing in front of his desk and, as usual, showing no sign of respect. Do you have time to listen to us? Speak. I'm all ears, said the third with a serious look. But in his heart, he was glad that he could take a break from all the paperwork. Naruto explained the purpose of his visit. As he spoke, Jiraiya leaned back against the wall, thinking about the next chapter of his new book and not interfering with their conversation. I'm sorry, Naruto, but I can't let you leave. Even though the village is safe now, the other countries are aware that we were attacked recently. Thanks to you, the village wasn't really affected, but there is still a risk of another attack, the Hokage said when the boy told him about the attack. When the boy told him everything. And I can't let strong shinobi, who can take on any mission, go on and on for no good reason. Old man, think about it. The village needs people of her caliber. A lot of missions end badly, and we can't help them, Uzumaki said, spreading his hands apart. One more thing. Forgive me for being blunt, but you're already at an advanced age. Don't you think it would be better to be on the safe side by bringing your successor to the village now? Jiraiya won't accept the Hokage's position and take over Konoha, and it'll be hard to find anyone more worthy. And you're probably sick of all this paperwork, aren't you? Your arguments are quite convincing. But I'm not sure it's a good idea, Sarutobi replied, stroking his beard. He felt bad that he was no longer considered a worthy ruler and was hinting that he needed a replacement, but the opportunity to get rid of the papers was tempting indeed. That's not all. I just won't be able to work properly, knowing that I didn't fulfill my promise, and my comrade is now rotting from idleness with a crippled life. The boy summed up everything he said earlier. And it was the plain truth. He himself and his character had changed, but his ninja path had not undergone any adjustments and remained the same. I need to make sure I've done everything I can. Okay. Deal, Third said and leaned back in his chair. I give the go-ahead for the C-rank mission to find and deliver Tsunade Senju safely to the village. Satisfied. Thank you, old man. The mission is accepted and will be carried out in the best way possible. The Jinchuriki saluted and smiled contentedly. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto and Jiraiya went down to the first floor and stopped at the main entrance to the residence. When are we leaving? Sanin, who had been silent up to this point, asked, turning to face his godson. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning, meet me at the main gate, said the boy, shoving his hands in his pockets and making a bored expression on his face. I have some other things to do. And you probably don't want to move out right now, do you? I don't. Well, see you later then, the gray-haired man said and disappeared from sight. Uzumaki liked the fact that his godfather didn't ask him about everything he did. Some leeway, so to speak. The blonde stood in one place for a bit longer, thinking about what to do first. After a few minutes, he made a decision and using his inhuman sense of smell, found the person he needed and then, with Shunshin's help, moved to him. Emerging from the flash of flame, Naruto saw this picture. On the very range where they had taken their first test as the 7th team was Kakashi-sensei, sitting on one of the wooden poles and reading his favorite erotic book, and not far away from him was Sasuke, whose hand was covered with the arm of his brother. Sasuke, whose arm was covered in lightning discharges. As soon as the brunette saw his teammate, he immediately gave him a look full of anger and displeasure, and then clenched his fists and went back to his training. It really pissed him off that some loser who had gotten a shinobi protector only the 3rd time had become so strong, and that he had been able to become a chunin before him. Oh, Sasuke, practicing to improve your Reikiri, huh? I can give you some tips if you want, the Jinchuriki said with a sly smirk on his face. He knew that such words would make his comrade 100% angry and he wanted to mock him a bit like he had done to him before. How can a lowlife like you help me? You don't even have lightning chakra and you're giving out advice, the Uchiha said angrily. His voice was snarling and cruel. Of course not, how could I ever be as good as you, oh great-eyed one? The blonde bowed to back up his playful words. The brunette growled even more and was about to rush to punch the upstart in the face, but he was stopped by Kakashi, who appeared right in front of him. Sasuke, don't get distracted from your training. You want to get stronger, don't you? So don't slack off, the man said and smiled with his one eye open to the world. When his ward calmed down and went back to his training, Hitaki approached Naruto. Hello. Did you want something or just stopping by? Hello to you, too. I just wanted to let you know that Jiraiya and I will be leaving the village for a while to complete a mission of rank C. So, you'll be without me for a while, the Jinchuriki said, putting his hands behind his head and looking casual. Okay, I hear you. Good luck on your mission, the gray-haired man said and smiled again. Turning his back to his student, he was about to move away from him, but then he turned his head back to him. And thanks for not bragging to Sasuke about your Reikiri skills. Don't deny it, I'm sure you can. I didn't do anything special, Naruto replied and prepared to move to another location with the help of Shunshin. Okay, see you later, master. Uzumaki checked the location of his target again with his powerful sniff. He could smell Sakura's disgusting spirits a dozen kilometers away. Not a bad landmark, so to speak. He had a special conversation to have with her that didn't tolerate circumstances. Moving over to one of the clothing stores, the boy immediately saw his co-commander and smiled slyly. There she is. What am I supposed to do with her? Scare her. Approach her like nothing happened or play dumb as usual. Naruto thought and made a thoughtful face. Right, That would be the best way to deal with her in regards to the recent incident. Well, at least for me. For a while, he just stood with his back against the wall, waiting for Haruno to leave the building. The blonde knew that her visit to this place could take a long time, but he didn't want to go into a lingerie store and be labeled a pervert. So he decided to stay where he was. Fortunately for him, the girl came out 10 minutes after his appearance and, without noticing his comrade, went in the direction of his house. Uzumaki, on the other hand, smirked contentedly and began to sneak up on her. He wasn't afraid of being spotted, because he already had experience in silent operations. It was just that when he was in the dragon world, the boy often tried to sneak into the kitchen and have a night snack, because he was almost never full of the healthy food that Fulgur was always feeding him. It wasn't easy to do that. The refrigerator was under Vento's personal guard. "Hey, Sakura-chan. How are you doing?" The Jinchuriki asked right next to the pink-haired girl's ear as he crept closer to her. He said as much. He tried to mimic Orochimaru's sweet yet sizzling voice. And he succeeded in producing the desired effect. Haruno jumped up and down in surprise and fear, and reacted almost instantly, trying to strike a preemptive strike at her opponent. But her target managed to jump some distance away from her. "That's not a good thing to do, Sakura-chan. I was told that you wanted to make up, and you immediately started throwing punches at me," the blonde said in a feigned hurt voice and shook his head, mimicking his disappointment in her. "Naruto. What are you doing here?" The girl wondered. She had been afraid that there might be a potential opponent right behind her, and now she was surprised to see her teammate instead. "I came to talk to you about what happened during the third stage of the Chunin exam," the Jinchuriki said in a serious voice. "Let's go to the park near here. We can talk properly there." "Okay," the pink-haired girl agreed, and taking her bags, which she dropped to the ground in surprise, she followed him. In the 5 minutes it took to get to the right place, neither of them said a single word. The tension between them felt intense. Sakura was worried about what was going to happen, but Uzumaki just didn't want to talk to her right now, but he didn't want to leave things unfinished before going on a mission. "I'll start talking," Naruto said as they sat down on a bench at the farthest end of the park. "Why did you ask Ino to apologize for you?" It's. The pink-haired girl began to mumble. Her reaction amused the boy greatly, but he did not let the slightest sign of amusement appear on his face and remained seemingly completely calm. "You're ashamed of yourself, aren't you? There's no way I can believe that you, an arrogant and stubborn girl, would be embarrassed," the Jinchuriki said, looking straight into his partner's eyes. The answer to that question was evident in them. He was right, but a completely different emotion was mixed with shame. Something very big must have died in the forest. Why was it me? Haruno only wanted to object that she wasn't what he said, but she was interrupted. "Or am I so scary that you didn't want to approach me yourself?" The blonde asked, and mentally noted that he had hit the right spot, because his companion tensed after those words. "Enough," the girl said, barely able to contain herself. "Oh, I think I got it. I'm surprised. I'm already afraid of you, and I haven't done anything wrong yet," Naruto said. He was surprised, but he decided to finish her off. "I was scared of the most nervous, angry and cruel Kunoichi of Konoha, who doesn't pay attention to anyone but her beloved Sasuke-kun," he tried to say the last words as the girl herself. And it had the effect he wanted. "Shut up," the pink-haired girl roared, jumping up from her seat and tried to strike the insolent face with her chakra-charged fist. But, once again, the blonde managed to avoid the painful blow. He crouched down, quickly intercepted the kunoichi's arm and jumped behind her back, still holding the limb, and then lightly pinned her so that she wouldn't flinch. "Sakura, those who want to apologize don't throw their fists at the one they hurt," Uzumaki whispered in her ear again, which sent shivers of fear running through Haruno's body. "You see, the problem is that I'm not the same person I used to be. I don't have warm feelings for you anymore, and after you insulted my parents, the most painful topic for me, I don't consider you a friend anymore. You're just my subordinate now. That's all. Do you understand?" "Yes," Haruno said in a stammering voice. She was really scared now, because she didn't know what to expect from Naruto. "That's fine," the blonde said with a smile, letting go of her hand and turning to walk away. But then, he turned his head to her and smirked wickedly. "Don't you dare say anything more about my parents, because you don't even know who they are or what you owe them. And as for forgiving you, I'll think about it." Naruto's paw. Damn, what a stupid team I have. One is obsessed with revenge and would do anything to kill his brother. I wonder if the entire Uchiha clan was this weird, or if it's exclusive to them. And the other one is a future maniac. All she does is try to attract Sasuke. I wouldn't be surprised if she just attacks the red-eyed one someday and then chains him to her. Okay, gotta put the bad thoughts away. Since I needed to prepare for the long journey, headed to my home. The shortest route was through the central alley, the busiest street in Konoha. People bustle along it, heading to the various eateries for a bit of relaxation. The establishments themselves are as luxurious as each other. Neon signs attracting visitors, pleasant music coming from the bowels of the buildings, cheerful cheers and laughter fill this place with a pleasant atmosphere. It would be nice to crash into one of them now, but, not meant to be. I can still clearly see the hatred and fear in people's eyes. Of course, because in me sits the most real demon, ready to destroy everything and everyone on the way to his freedom. When I was a kid, I wouldn't have gone out here at this hour, because there was a big risk of running into drunken ill-wishers, but now I don't care. If there are daredevils, it'll be worse for them. And here I am at last. Home sweet home. Once inside, I immediately wanted to go up to the second floor, lie down on the bed and fall into a deep sleep. But, there were still important things to do. If I didn't do them now, I'd be ungodly late to meet my godfather tomorrow morning. And that's not good. First, I gathered all the things I needed in one place, namely 2 flasks of water, 2 sets of shurikens and kunai each, a few sets of clothes, some food, and 2 sleeping bags, and quietly sealed them in my hand seal. Why, it's very convenient. No need to carry around a heavy backpack and you can use it all at any time. That's it, now I can give in to the urge. After all, I went up to the second floor and entered my room. I laid down on the double bed and, literally immediately, went into the realm of Morpheus. End of Naruto. The next morning Uzumaki got up at 7:30, took a quick shower, had a snack and, at exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, the blonde appeared at the central gate of the village, where he had been waiting for several minutes for the gray-haired Sannin. "Are you ready to go?" Jiraiya asked, walking over to him and ruffling his hair. "Hey, I'm not some little kid, so don't get handsy," the boy exclaimed and bounced a short distance away. It always pissed him off when he was treated like a child. Therefore, he wouldn't even let even his relative do that. I'm sorry. I won't do it again," Sannin said and smiled good-naturedly. "Shall we go?" "Yes," the Jinchuriki nodded and made an inviting gesture with his hand. "Lead the way." For the first few hours, they moved at a leisurely pace. As Jiraiya explained, it was because he didn't know exactly where to find Tsunade. Therefore, there was no hurry. But as soon as they were far enough away from the village, they moved at a fast pace. They spent the whole day traveling, and only when the first stars appeared in the sky did they take a break. Naruto unpacked 2 sleeping bags and 2 servings of camp food. They made themselves comfortable and began to eat, only occasionally exchanging simple phrases. Then, after dinner, something happened that the blonde hadn't expected. "Naruto, I've been wanting to teach you a very powerful technique for a long time," Sannin said and grinned as his godson's eyes lit up with interest. "Huh. Still, he's just a kid. And, what is this technique?" the boy asked, barely containing his interest. "Rasengan is your father's creation," Jiraiya answered and created a small blue ball in his hand, with a huge amount of chakra flowing inside. Though it didn't look impressive, the Jinchuriki could feel the immense power emanating from it. "How do you like it?" "Super," Uzumaki nodded. In his head he began to flicker one obsessive thought, but he could not catch it. So, he decided to leave it for later. "But, why don't you show it to me tomorrow? I'm really tired." "Okay," nodded the gray-haired man. He didn't show his true feelings, but he was surprised by the boy's reaction. 10 minutes later, a purple barrier rose around their small sleeping place, and peace and tranquility reigned within it. Everyone was asleep. It was early morning. A barely perceptible, warm breeze blew, causing the still green leaves on the trees to rustle as fall gradually approached. The bright rays of the newly risen sun were shining through, illuminating the shinobi world. One of them hit the closed eyes of the boy sleeping peacefully on his sleeping bag, causing him to wince and slowly open them. "Looks like I won't be getting any more sleep tonight," Naruto thought to himself as he listened to how he felt. Turning his head toward the peacefully snoring teacher, he sighed doomfully. I'll have to wait for my godfather to wake up." Standing up, the Jinchuriki gathered his bed, sealed it in the seal on his arm, and washed his face with cold water from his flask. Once he finished all his chores, he decided to climb a tree and admire the view from up high. Yeah, it's not often you get to see that. Especially if you get up at the same time as me. And often, I have to hurry up and run for something to do, Uzumaki thought as he ran up to the top of the tallest tree and looked around. Even though the sun had already completely peeked out from behind the horizon, the sparse clouds that had bizarre shapes were still colored dark orange. After half an hour, he had to interrupt his admiration of nature and go downstairs to reassure his waking relative that he hadn't found him at the camp. After waiting for Jiraiya to clean himself up, the blonde was about to head out, but he was stopped by a hand in front of him. "Naruto, leave a dozen of your clones here," the gray-haired man said to his student, but when he saw his raised eyebrow, he hurried to explain why. "Half of them are to collect chakra, and the other half are to improve their chakra control." "Godfather, do you think I'm some kind of weakling with the level of control of an ordinary genin who just graduated from the academy?" Uzumaki asked and stared at his interlocutor as if he were insane. "You just didn't understand why it was necessary because you didn't listen to the end. Moreover, after the show you put on during the attack on Konoha, I don't doubt your strength," Sanin replied and scratched the back of his head, remembering the bloody mess that used to be people. Pulling himself together, he decided to continue explaining. "The technique I want to teach you is very chakra intensive. What I've asked you to do is necessary to reduce the expense it requires and speed up your training." "Okay, I understand what you're saying," said the newly minted Chunin and did as he was told, but he left twice as many clones as he needed. He could have told me what it was all for and not wasted time. Finally, at a strolling pace, they went to the nearest town, located 10 kilometers away from them, Atafika. It was a small border post that people had settled around, hoping to be safe in case of war. So, Naruto didn't expect to see anything impressive. Along the way, Uzumaki asked Jiraiya about his longtime friend, or rather Tsunade, to think of a backup plan in case she didn't agree to voluntarily go to the village with them. The gray-haired man was reluctant to answer his godson's questions, but some information that the boy found useful could still help with the mission. And so, after some time, they did make it to their desired city. Naruto's paw. I was right not to expect anything special from this place. Dilapidated, crooked buildings that had apparently been in this state for an extended period of time. Dirty streets with drunken men and suspicious-looking individuals hanging around. All in all, poverty and devastation. And there's something else. From the moment we entered the city, there was a disturbing feeling in the very periphery of my mind that someone was watching us closely. It was just my intuition, but I was used to trusting it, because it had never let me down before. So I had to scan the area carefully to find the spies. It turned out that there were indeed 2 people with advanced chakra circulation systems following us. They also had a decent supply of chakra. Well, that means we're going to have to fight. The only good thing was that the opponents were apparently quite strong. When we got a hotel room and were about to go upstairs to sort out our things, a pretty brunette with a pretty good shape appeared on the doorstep. I wouldn't have paid any attention to her if she hadn't started flirting with Sanin. I see. So the enemy decided to split us up and attack separately. A clever move for a pervert like my godfather. A very dirty move, though. I'll have to warn Jiraiya. Godfather, we're being followed by 2 people with advanced chakra circulation systems, I said, calling the gray-haired man over to me, then nodded at the girl. She's probably just a diversion to keep us apart. So you spotted them too, huh? Not bad, Sanin said and smiled, once again thinking that he had a good student. Don't worry, I'll be fine. But I'm not sure about you. I have a plan, I said and showed my relative a predatory grin, which appears on my face only in one case, before a great fight. Let's pretend you bought that cheap trick. Have fun with her, and I'll go to the clearing we saw when we entered the city. I'll meet you there in 25 minutes. No sooner and no later. Agreed. Okay, we'll do that, Jiraiya said and started walking away from the brunette, then turning his head toward me, he added quietly. Be careful. I know, I replied, but he didn't hear me, as he immediately began to flirt with the bait. Taking the Godfather's backpack standing on the floor, I went up to the room we had rented. Leaving it, I jumped out of the window and walked quietly down the dirty, empty street to the clearing I had chosen. 10 minutes later, I was already in a small clearing not far from the main road leading into town. It was surrounded on all sides by trees, which was to my advantage. No outsiders would be able to stop us from having fun. Well, it was time to start executing my plan. I haven't practiced in a long time, he said and began to warm up his muscles, pretending that he had really come here to practice. As soon as he finished warming up, he immediately sat down in the shade of a large tree and began scanning the area so as not to miss the moment of attack and get hit prematurely. Hopefully the enemies would bite and think the silly boy had decided to meditate. At first nothing happened. Tense nerves began to give me the idea that my plan had failed. But, just a few minutes later, I felt two large sources of chakra near me that didn't belong to anyone I knew. Great. So I was their target after all. These shinobi are obviously experienced, since they appeared completely silently. Come on, come on. Make the first move. Once again, my intuition coupled with my sensory abilities did not fail me. As soon as it sounded the alarm, I immediately grabbed the hand that was held out to me, yanked its owner toward me, and slammed my chakra-charged fist into the pain point. A crunch sounded and I had to jump aside to avoid being hit by the enemy's counterattack. Once I was upright, I looked at my opponents. The one I had just broken his arm looked like a fishman, because he was blue in color and had gills. And there were fangs sticking out of his mouth, just like a shark's. Yes, a strange mistake of nature. But the other one didn't stand out. He reminded me a lot of Sasuke. He's also brunette, similar facial features, and has the same arrogant look. But he's older. What made them different from the usual Nukenin was that they both had unusual black cloaks with red clouds on them. Yeah, so they must be in the same gang. You little bitch. That hurt. Growled the fish-headed one, interrupting my thoughts about their appearance, and grinned bloodthirstily. Yes, I'll make you into minced meat. Calm down, Kisame, I'll take care of him myself. I recognize the name of one of the couple. But it doesn't mean anything to me. Too bad. It would give me a hint of his abilities. Itachi-san, I can handle him myself. If you're stopping me because of a broken arm, you already know I can handle Samahata with one hand, the fish said with reverence in her voice, revealing the name of the other. So the brunette is stronger, if that's how his partner refers to him. I'm well aware of that, but still, you're not as effective with your sword, and you'll be in my way, Itachi said in a rougher voice. And what happened next threw me off balance. A Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Is he from the Uchiha clan? But I thought Sasuke was the last of them. Hey, how much longer are you guys going to babble? Why don't we get down to business? I had to ask that because I'm sick of watching them try to convince each other. Okay, Itachi-san, I'm giving this boy to you. But the next one will definitely be mine. Kisame said and stepped aside. That's a relief. I won't have to go to Konoha. No, that's no fun. I thought I could fight with you too, and you're making me so upset, I said, my voice fake resentful, before making a disappointed face. Kid, isn't that a lot to ask? You still have milk on your lips, and you've already decided to fight against two S-class Nukanino decided to fight. The fish-headed one boiled up. They probably don't know who defeated Orochimaru during the attack on Konoha. They shouldn't. They'd be more careful. Yeah, if you say so, I said and attacked the brunette, who was silently listening to our argument. The enemy easily dodged my slash and tried to kick me in the head with his left foot. His dragon reflexes prevented him from doing so, however, as I was able to bounce away from him and start quickly putting the seals together. Raiden. Lightning Fang. Having said the name, a bolt of lightning rushed from his fingertips towards the new cannon, which should have immobilized the owner of the Sharingan. However, this did not happen as the brunette simply dodged the attack. What happened next was completely unexpected for me, as I had conveniently forgotten this feature of the Uchiha clan's eyes. I was hit by a strong genjutsu. The glade we were in disappeared, giving way to a complete void. It was as if the world had lost all but three colors: red, white, and black. I was suspended on a cross, unable to move. "Welcome to my genjutsu, nine-tailed fox," Itachi said with the same haughty expression. "You'll spend 72 hours here, and only a few seconds in the real world." That's not a bad genjutsu. I didn't mean it, because it's not every day you get caught in such a powerful trap. "So, what's next? I'll torture you for the rest of our time," he said. As soon as he said that, his katana appeared in his hands and he slowly approached me. And the long hours began. "You think pain and suffering?" Nothing of the sort. I was bored and had the urge to laugh in the new cannon's face. Thanks to my advanced regeneration, all the wounds he inflicted on me just disappeared right in front of my eyes without hurting me. But I got bored of it all quickly. Activating one of the mental barriers that blocked the chakra flowing into my eyes and brain, I returned to the real world and yawned vigorously. My condition was normal, but being in such a powerful genjutsu was actually tiring me out. The Uchiha wasn't feeling well either. He didn't like my trick. He dropped to one knee and clutched his eyes, blood gushing from them. "End of Naruto. You're full of surprises, Foxy," Itachi said in a husky voice. "You're the first to be able to break out of that technique." "Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment to me," the blonde hummed and staggered a little. Suddenly he realized that he had lost sight of his opponent's partner and almost immediately paid for it, receiving a strong kick in the chest. After flying a few meters away and hitting his back against a tree, the Jinchuriki loudly exhaled all the air from his lungs. Meanwhile, Kisame had already brought up Samahata, preparing to rip the blonde's legs off, but he was prevented from doing so. Right in front of him, an armor-clad toad appeared out of the white smoke. Sitting on the amphibian's head was none other than Toad Sanin, sipping sake from a bottle. "Looks like I got here just in time to see you," Jiraiya said as he jumped down from the toad. Looking into the bottle as if it were a telescope and realizing it was already empty, the gray-haired man tossed it aside and focused fully on the enemies in front of him. "Kisame, we're leaving. We can't handle him in his current state," Itachi said, glaring sternly at his partner. They synchronously pulled out smoke bombs and used them to disappear from their sight as quickly as possible. Jiraiya wanted to rush in pursuit, but a heavy sigh and a groan from the tree made him change his mind. Walking over to his godson, he looked him over and shook his head. "Naruto, you tell me, are you in over your head or not? Did you really want to live and decided to fight 2S-ranked Nukenin without waiting for me?" Sanin asked the blonde, helping him to his feet. "And this is what you got because of your amateurishness: 3 broken ribs, a slight concussion, and severe exhaustion. Tell me, was it worth it?" "It was worth it," Naruto answered in a raspy voice and smiled wryly. "I realized that I still had a lot of training to do." "You got that right," Jiraiya nodded, supporting and leading the boy to the hotel where they were staying. "When we get Tsunade back to the village, I'll take you far away for a long time. And believe me, the training you've had up to this point is nothing compared to what awaits you." But Uzumaki didn't hear him anymore. Due to a severe headache and chest pain, he passed out, entrusting himself to his godfather. "Godfather, can you explain to me what's wrong? Why I can't use this technique for the second day already?" Naruto exclaimed and looked angrily at Sanin, who was sitting in the shade of a tree and looking at him with a condescending smile. "Hush, hush, don't get so angry. You'll get it someday." The gray-haired man raised the hands that had been folded across his chest in a gesture of reconciliation. "So what if you can't repeat one of the many techniques I've shown you? That's the trouble." "That's right, those techniques that you showed me before, it turned out to repeat with a 10th or maximum with 15 attempts. and this one I tried to repeat more than 100 times, but no results and did not get. The blonde couldn't calm down. He was ready to destroy everything around him, just to release the anger and resentment that had accumulated in him. Maybe it's because your hair isn't as long as mine. Hadn't you thought about that? The man smirked and got up from his seat. All right, let's call it a day with our morning workout. We only have a few hours to walk to the city. We've already been wandering from one town to another for so long without any results. It had been 10 days since Naruto had fought Itachi and Kisame, but they hadn't reached their goal. They hadn't found Tsunade Senju, even though they had already visited 6 towns. And all because of the fact that this woman does not sit long in one place because of her gambling addiction. After the second city, the Jinchuriki of the most dangerous Biju became bored. The identical scenery of the forest, where one tree was similar to another, did not raise his mood. And he had no reason to be happy or entertained. So Jiraiya decided not to waste time, but to start training the boy right away, even though he still hadn't fully recovered from the fight. Still, Uchichi Genjutsu is a very dangerous weapon. It had taken Uzumaki 10 hours to recover from the extreme exhaustion and severe concussion. And even his regeneration, which had repaired his ribs in much less time, was powerless before the damage to the most important organ in his body. When the Jinchuriki was able to think normally and speak meaningful sentences, his godfather told him about the dangerous people he had fought, and how lucky he was to have survived. But that was not all. The man also told him about the organization the 2 new Kenin belonged to, and what purpose they had in attacking the boy. This information alarmed the boy, but he tried to hide the feeling inside him and once again cursed the beast that had settled inside him and brought him one trouble after another. A day after the blonde awakened, they still continued their journey. But because of their physical exhaustion they could not catch up with their goal and often took breaks. It was good that he had something to occupy himself with now. Thanks to his experience in chakra control and his improved ability to absorb information, he was able to master Rasengan, his father's creation, and a couple of powerful fire elemental techniques he hadn't learned from Ignis in such a short time. Though he couldn't master Rasengan without the help of a clone at first, he had gotten the hang of it eventually. And now he was stuck on learning one of his relative's crowning techniques, the barbed guard. Naruto has simply incredible abilities. He was able to learn Rasengan in such a short time. And it took me and Minato several years to do it. Jiraiya thought as he looked at his angry godson and mentally chuckled. But he's not perfect either. No, I'm not going anywhere until I can use this technique. Uzumaki stubbornly stammered and shot his eyes at his relative. There's no point in learning something if you can't use it later. Huh, you misunderstood me. When we get to the city and check it for our target, I'll give you a detailed description of the technique and tell you what to do. Jiraiya explained his words to the boy and sighed, then picked up his travel bag and slung it behind his back and walked towards the city. Well, look at me. I memorized what you just said, the blue-eyed man said and immediately followed Sannin at a leisurely pace, since he didn't need to pack anything. All the things were already stored in the seal on his arm as it was. After 2 hours of walking, they finally reached the town. Neither of them spoke a single sentence along the way. Jiraiya was thinking about how he could bring back the muse who had gone for a walk to a faraway land, so to speak, and what to write a new chapter for his book. Naruto was piecing together in his head all that he had learned about the white knee technique called the spiky guardian and trying to figure out what the problem was. But when they crossed the city limits and walked down the busy main street, which was lined with hotels, shops and other establishments, they were immediately distracted from their thoughts when they heard a loud female laughing from a restaurant. Uzumaki wouldn't have paid any attention to it, but he noticed that Sannin tensed up and an unusual smirk appeared on his face. Was that really Tsunade herself roaring like a horse? Come on, there's no way that could be. A specialist of her level wouldn't allow herself such a transgression, the newly minted Chunin thought and shook his head in different directions. The gray-haired man stared at the place for a while, as if trying to see what was going on through the thick stone wall, and then decided to go inside. Naturally, the blonde followed him in. It was quite cozy inside. The walls were painted in soft colors, large leather sofas in front of each table and not bright, but not dim light, pouring from the lamps suspended high under the ceiling. In general, the two travelers liked it immediately, but they did not waste time and went to the farthest corner, from where very strange sounds were coming. What a slippery, spineless creature. What a slippery, spineless creature. I'll remember him for this, exclaimed the owner of the very voice that interested the travelers. He's making conditions for me. Well, I'll get him. When Sanin and his apprentice godson reached the table they were looking at, they saw the following picture. A middle-aged woman with long, blonde hair and brown eyes was waving her hands in all directions, one of which held a bottle of sake and the other a shot glass. A brunette sat next to her, trying to calm her companion down. But what surprised the blue-eyed man the most was the fact that some fearless or just plain stupid pig was brazenly eating their food right from their plate. "Oh, another one's here, eek," the ant said, noticing the new actors in this little show, and grinned. "And hello to you, Tsunade," Shizune, Jiraiya said and nodded to each of them. "It's been a while." While the elders greeted each other, Naruto quickly ran his eyes over the one he was so eager to find and fulfill his promise to Lee. As he determined, Tsunade was in an intermediate state of alcohol intoxication. Somewhere between, "I'm already having fun," and "just a little more and it'll be fine." Realizing this, he quickly figured out exactly how to get the greatest of all medicine shinobi to go with him to the village. "Why are you here?" Senju asked and raised one eyebrow in a sign that she was interested, but not really. His appearance alone had already alerted the blonde, and made her prepare for the worst. "This young man here wants to talk to you and ask you for something." "No, you should at least listen to him first, and only then give your answer," Jiraiya said, and noticing that his friend wanted to refuse right away, he stopped her without even letting her open her mouth. The woman sighed and stared at the blonde man with a hard stare that even the bravest of the brave could not withstand. "And what do you want from me?" "First of all, it would be a good idea for us to introduce ourselves to each other first and only then to start a business conversation. And secondly, don't drill a hole in me with your eyes. I'm not going anywhere until I get the answer I want," the Jinchuriki said and sat down across from his companion. At that moment, the toad hermit, realizing that the conversation would be long, walked around the couch and quietly sank down on it, not taking his gaze from his interlocutors. He wondered what would come of it, for he knew that the two had the same quality, they were as stubborn as sheep. "You're not as simple as you look. Well, there's Tsunade Senju, granddaughter of the first Hokage of Konoha and one of the legendary Sannin trio," the blonde replied and smiled. "Your turn, kid. I am Naruto Uzumaki, son of the fourth Hokage of Konoha with the rank of Chunin and godson of Jiraiya. I should have just said my name, though, since you know who I am, don't you?" The Jinchuriki said with a sneer in his voice, and smirked gloatingly as he saw her nearly choke on her sake. Calm down, there was no need to react so violently. How did he know about his origins? That mental question could be read by anyone who saw her facial expression. But she was not confused, and in a calmer and more peaceful voice she asked, "And what do you want from me?" "I need you to return to Konoha and help a friend of mine who was badly hurt during the Chunin exam." "Only you can help him," Naruto said and leaned back on the couch. "Oh yes, I also have orders from the third to bring you back." "How are you going to fulfill that order since I'm not going back to Konoha?" Tsunade asked with more interest in her voice. "Let's make a bet, shall we? If I drink you too much, then you'll come with us, and if you drink me, then Jiraiya and I will give you all of our money, which will amount to several tens of thousands, and just return and report to the Hokage that the mission was failed and we did not find you." Uzumaki replied to this question, spread his hands apart and squinted. "So, do you agree?" "Hey, Naruto. You can't do that. You're not even an adult yet. And you have no experience at all. She'll do you in a heartbeat," Jiraiya exclaimed, trying to talk his relative out of proposing to a woman like Tsunade, but he couldn't. Senju laughed for a very long time, and very loudly. It felt like laughing, she was letting go of all those problems she had accumulated for a long time. So the blonde didn't bother her and waited for her to calm down and wipe away the tears that were in her eyes as she laughed. I agree, one of the Sannin trio nodded and smiled excitedly. But look, you're the one who suggested it. So don't be sorry when you leave here with an empty wallet. Don't worry, I won't. Even though you're giving me a big head start, I won't lose, the Jinchuriki replied, looking at the number of vials on the table. But noticing the saddened look on Jiraiya's face, he hurried to reassure him. Godfather, don't worry either, I've got it all worked out. 5 minutes later, more than 10 bottles of sake were brought by a young waitress, and the gray-haired man was immediately attracted to her, flirting with her. When both participants were ready to begin, Shizune, Tsunade's assistant, tried to dissuade her boss and the cocky boy from such a reckless scheme, but she failed. And the fun began. One vial with inconceivable speed, empty, flew away after another. We had to order new portions several times, because the winner was still not going to show up. But, everything in this life has its limit. After the 25th serving, Tsunade couldn't take it anymore and passed out, nearly falling headfirst onto the table. Shizune picked her up in time and saved her from getting a huge bruise on her face. But Uzumaki was doing much better. He drank his 26th drink without even blinking an eye and smirked at his victory. Since one of the participants of this competition could not continue, and Sannin and his student had achieved what they wanted, it was decided to stop and disperse to the rooms of the neighboring hotel to discuss all the details of what had happened tomorrow. When the gray-haired man and the Jinchuriki got to their room, Jiraiya just couldn't stand it and swooped down on his relative with many questions. Naruto, are you okay? Are you okay? Can you walk? No dizziness. No pain anywhere. Calm down, Godfather. There's nothing wrong with me. Nothing hurts, nothing dizzy. The blonde waved away the annoying old man and began to prepare for sleep, not paying attention to the expression on the face of his interlocutor. How can this be? Sannin asked with a sinking heart. You've drunk too much alcohol and you can't even speak. I don't believe it. What's so unusual about it? It's just that I used my regeneration in a different area. Instead of speeding up the treatment of wounds, I set a task to speed up the metabolism in the body, answered the blue-eyed man and shrugged his shoulders. And it turned out I was drinking nasty water, not alcohol. I didn't even have time to get drunk. You're really good at making things up, Jiraiya said, scratching the back of his head. I couldn't help it if there was no other way. It was either take the bait or leave with nothing. That's the way it was. But, now I'm sure that the hardest part is over, and the mission is half done. All that's left is to bring her back safely. Uzumaki immediately went to sleep, and Sannin thought for a long time about what a dangerous man his godson could become, if he was already a shinobi who had been through more than one war. But, as they say, it's not a good idea to get too far ahead of yourself. Fate is a tricky thing. It is like a little child, who likes to spoil plans, and together with this and the whole life of ordinary people, throwing up such problems in the same place, that you can stand or fall. And this time it was not without her participation. The morning for Naruto and Jiraiya began not with a ray of sunlight entering the room, not with birdsong or any other nonsense, but with a violent explosion that threw them almost to the ceiling. Tsunade, come out. There's someone here to see you, came a familiar yet nasty hissing voice. Holy shit. Who was pulling my tongue yesterday? The blonde exclaimed and tapped his forehead hard with the palm of his hand. That's right, the morning is never good. Hearing the explosion and cursing this unfulfilling morning, Naruto immediately ran out of the room and jumped out the window opposite his room door. It was a good thing he hadn't undressed last night and had gone to bed with his clothes on, because if he had, he would have been rushing from corner to corner like his godfather, trying to get dressed as quickly as possible. When he landed, the blonde looked in the direction where the sound of the explosion had come from and saw that a large part of the hotel where they were staying had ceased to exist. Or rather, it had simply disappeared, leaving behind a smoking wreckage. But it was not this that surprised the boy the most, but the fact that right in front of him was a pale-faced man in a dark blue kimono and with bandaged hands, who, in his opinion, would have to stay in his hole for a long time to heal his wounds. It was the culprit of the recent attack on Konoha, Orochimaru. And standing next to the serpent was Kabuto, who was familiar to Uzumaki from the second stage of the Chunin exam. And you're here, Naruto-san, said the serpent Sanin, noticing the new hero's appearance on the stage. His voice might have sounded friendly to someone unfamiliar with him, but his eyes read a completely different emotion. Anger, irritation, and bloodlust. Blonde blood. It's good to see you here. I can't say the same for you, Orochimaru-san, the blue-eyed man replied with a grin that was more like a grin than a grin, mimicking the tone of his interlocutor. I don't want to see you here, but I don't want to see you here. I'll deal with him, Orochimaru-san, Kabuto said and stepped forward with a condescending expression on his face. Oh, and you're here? Naruto asked the guy. So, you're the sound spy who leaked all the information to the squads that attacked Konoha. This kid is dangerous. You can't beat him on your own, because he could beat me. Sanin looked at the bespectacled man with a judgmental look, pretending not to hear the blue-eyed man's questions. I'm sorry, but I don't believe he could beat you. I'm sure he couldn't physically do it. Kabuto's reply didn't take long to come. The guy pulled out a kunai from his holster and adopted an attack stance. So, with your permission. While Sanin and his subordinate exchanged remarks, the Jinchuriki frantically tried to come up with a battle plan based on his current physical condition and the tools at his disposal. The concussion was still bothering him with dizziness and slight pain, so he wouldn't be able to use the true elemental to its fullest right now. And that bothered him a lot, since last time he had defeated the snake with it alone. He was saved from Kabuto's swift attack by Jiraiya, who had appeared in a puff of smoke just in time. The blonde was not impressed at all, as he knew that the gray-haired man was very fond of spectacular appearances. Long time no see, my old friend, said the hermit from Mount Myoboku, turning to Orochimaru. With a quick glance at him, the old man grinned. I see that you have changed a bit since the last time we met. Jiraiya, you're very observant as always, the S-class Nukenin replied, realizing that his interlocutor was alluding to his mangled hands. And you're still as perverted as ever. Having said that, Sanin, who had an even bigger fire of hatred in his eyes, looked at the dilapidated building and smiled evilly and said, Tsunade, didn't you know it's not polite to be late for a scheduled meeting? Because of that, I had to look for you myself. Shut up, Snake, the voice of the world-famous ninja medic came from the place where the smoke was rising. A few seconds later, the culprit herself came out. She looked sickly, as she must have been hung over, but the green chakra covering her hand, which was leaning on her head, was already trying to fix it. When Tsunade finally stood next to Jiraiya, she was already looking a little better. Uzumaki, on the other hand, stood a little behind his godfather and tried to think of the best battle plan. But he wasn't getting anywhere. So he decided to improvise like the good old days and rely on luck. Naruto, you take care of the glasses guy. Don't let him get close to us, said the gray-haired Sanin, who was staring intently at his old comrade and didn't even turn his head toward his relative. Tsunade and I will take care of the snake. Shall we get started? Orochimaru asked and made a discreet sign to his subordinate. He immediately understood what his master meant. He bit down on his finger and ran it over the seal on Sanin's hand. And at the same instant, 3 huge snakes, similar to the ones Naruto's clones had handled during the attack on the village, emerged from the puffs of smoke. Kabuto, take control of the 2 snakes. Then do what you want, the pale-face said and rode his creature to his former comrades who were ready to fight. And the fun began. Naruto had to dodge not only the kunai and punches of the bespectacled man, but also the very persistent snakes. He just didn't have time to fold his seals and respond to at least one of the attacks. Therefore, he decided to proceed a little less cautiously. Quickly approaching Kabuto, a series of strong blows to the body, legs and head, which were blocked and quickly breaking the distance to prepare for a new attack, already using chakra-pumped lightning kunai. But at that very moment the blonde received a strong blow with a snake's tail in his side. He was thrown a few meters away and slammed into the wall of their former hotel. Damn, that hurt. It's a wooden wall, but that doesn't make it any easier. So, it's time to get to work, the Jinchuriki thought, getting up from the floor and pulling out a small piece of wood stuck in his hand. Limping for looks, the blonde slowly walked out into the open and looked angrily at the grinning bespectacled man standing calmly waiting for his opponent. Well, nothing, you won't have long to smile. Angrily thought Blue-Eyed and rushed to attack. But his lunge was interrupted in the cruelest way, a blow from the back. The blow made his body stop obeying. Looking at his stomach, the boy realized the reason for his ailment. It was pierced by the sharp end of the tail of one of the snakes. Looking up, Uzumaki saw a smirking Kabuto, whose eyes were filled with triumph and the joy of such an easy victory. I was right. There's no way you could have defeated Orochimaru-sama, since you let yourself get caught in my trap so easily, said the Sound Village spy with his hands spread apart, barely containing his laughter. Naruto grinned evilly and disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving a small gift on the tail of the snake that had impaled him. The amphibian froze in place, unable to move, and out of the ruins of the former hotel came the real Jinchuriki, both hands revolving around his new technique, Rasengan. A leap, and two swirls of chakra hit the creature's body, beginning to tear it to pieces and eventually tossing it aside. The plan succeeded. One creeper done. 2 to go, Naruto thought as he watched the defeated creature disappear in a puff of smoke. And that was a big mistake. A very big mistake that would change his entire life in the future. But that wasn't what this was about. Before falling to his knees, Uzumaki felt 2 weak blows, on his neck and ankle, but there was nothing he could do. His body had completely stopped obeying him. It was as if someone had switched all the parts of his body and his brain didn't realize it. The boy wanted to move his right leg, but the little finger on his left hand moved. He moved his pinky, his eyelid twitched. Not a bad trick you pulled off, but mine will be better, Kabuto's sarcastic voice sounded somewhere behind the blonde's back. You had a good time. You'll be a good snack for my snake, though. Naruto realized that he was in trouble. Just a few meters away, the snake's huge face appeared in front of him. Its mouth was open, and its bifurcated tongue was fluttering with the amphibian's eagerness to swallow its prey. Enjoy your meal, Kabuto said afterward. The snake, hearing his words, opened its mouth even wider and rushed towards its victim to put it out of its misery. They say that before a person dies, their whole life flashes before their eyes. But that wasn't Naruto. The only thing that flashed before his eyes were the things that could help him get out of this situation. All the techniques and all the hand-to-hand moves were discarded at once, because he couldn't control his body. Suddenly, he remembered what he needed in Vento's words. You can use this before the ritual, but I don't advise you to do so, as it is very dangerous. You have no idea what the consequences could be then, the air dragon said then. What else can I do in this situation? Thought the Jinchuriki and began to channel all the chakra currently available to him into one place, the tattoo on his right shoulder. The last thing the boy heard before he was swallowed was Jiraiya's desperate scream and Orochimaru's evil laugh echoing throughout the neighborhood. Damn. How? Why? The gray-haired Sannin fell to his knees and slammed his fist furiously on the ground, never taking his eyes off the summoned creature, which was licking contentedly. Even though his ribs and left leg were broken, he still berated himself for what had happened to the boy. Forgive me, Minato, Kushina. I failed to protect your son. Jiraiya would have blamed himself for what had happened for a long time yet, and would have surely missed the fatal blow with Kusanagi's sword that appeared from Orochimaru's mouth. But something happened that no one expected. The snake that had swallowed Uzumaki exploded, showering the ground with a rain of shards and blood. And a large column of smoke appeared where it had been. Master, why did you summon me? I warned you that. A loud voice shook the entire area. But he was interrupted by a familiar 13-year-old boy in a Chunin vest. I simply had no other choice. As soon as the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. Naruto Uzumaki, Konoha's most unpredictable ninja, stood atop the head of an oversized blue dragon with his hands folded across his chest. Even the hermit from Mount Myoboku simply couldn't believe his eyes. Even though his godson had told him about the creatures he had signed a contract with and described them in great detail, the old man had never imagined that he would ever see one of them with his own eyes. Ventos, take care of the rest of the snake and distract its master for a while I take care of the glasses guy, the blond man said and disappeared from sight, appearing behind Kabuto's back and giving him a hard kick to the back of the knee. Orochimaru's subordinate didn't even have time to react before he was already down on one leg. However, he was prevented from doing even that, much less counter-attacking. The blue-eyed man jumped over him, grabbed him by the chest, and with all his might slammed his knee into his face, followed by a spinning heel kick to the temple, throwing his already defeated foe a dozen meters away. My body has become as light as a feather. Even time flows differently for me, Naruto thought as he watched the bespectacled man do impossible somersaults in the air and slam into the stone fence at full speed, smashing through it with his body. But there will be very painful consequences later. If there are any. Meanwhile, Ventos had managed to deal with the amphibious creature that Orochimaru was sitting on, launching a true Fudo technique from his mouth, tearing it apart. The pale-faced Sannin was able to retreat just in time to avoid being hit, but was immediately pressed into a corner by Tsunade. "Master, should I continue to attack or retreat?" Ventos asked, turning his muzzle toward the Jinchuriki. "If I continue, I'll probably hook the woman. You may be free to go," Naruto said and waved his hand. "Thanks for helping me get out of that damn thing that swallowed me." "I'm sorry," the dragon said before disappearing from this world in a puff of white smoke. But the blonde didn't pay attention to the last words, as he was already rushing to help Tsunade, who was already fighting off Orochimaru Kusanagi's mouth rather than attacking. Here comes a lunge aimed straight for the woman's throat, which Senju has no way of fending off. A second, and the sword stops just a centimeter away from the target. "No way. I will not fail my first mission as a Chunin," the Jinchuriki shouted, standing in front of the S-class Nukenin and holding the sword point with his right hand, which was already bleeding scarlet blood. "Naruto, let go of the sword. It's poisoned. You're going to die because of it," shouts Tsunade, staring at the boy's back with uncomprehending eyes. "I'm sorry, but I won't die until I become Hokage and change the world." Uzumaki, accumulating the remaining chakra in his left fist, already feels that the poison is spreading through his body and that a little more, and he will lose consciousness. "Take that, you scum." Still holding the sword with his right hand, the Jinchuriki manages to hit the insolent pale face with all his might, breaking several bones and throwing him aside. "I've won again," were Naruto's last words before falling into unconsciousness. "Well, Tsunade, I take it, you're not going to treat me," said Orochimaru, getting to his feet. It was obvious that it took a lot of effort. He spoke, almost gasping for breath. There was blood running down the right side of his face, and part of the right side had peeled away, revealing the face of a nobody. "I hope we'll meet again." And then the renegade disappeared into his own shadow. Fell into it like water. But no one tried to pursue him, as even Kabuto, defeated by the blonde man, disappeared without a trace. But no one cared about that. Everyone rushed towards Uzumaki lying on his back and bleeding. "It's strange that his wound isn't healing," Jiraiya said, propping his godson up and laying his head on his uninjured leg. "He's just got mad regeneration, which should have cured him long ago." "She's doing just that. Keeps the wound from growing," Senju muttered, staring dumbfounded at the boy's wound that she had caused. "This poison corrodes the body quickly. But the regeneration prevents it from doing so." There was only fear in the woman's eyes. She couldn't do anything about it, as the fear of blood hadn't gone away. But the blonde remembered Naruto's words, "I'm sorry, but I won't die until I become Hokage and change this world." "And I'll help you achieve that," thought one of the legendary Sannin, and lowered her hands covered in green chakra to the wound. "Do not fail me and do not forget these words." Flashback. "Ventos, will I be able to summon you in the real world?" Naruto asked, sitting in the shadow cast by the legendary creature. It had been over a year and a half since he had come to the dragon world to begin his training. And now, resting on the green grass of the third training level of the library after a strenuous training session, Uzumaki decided to ask a question that had long interested him. "Yes, my lord. You can," the blue dragon answered, turning his muzzle to the blonde, who again grumbled at the fact that his friend and mentor does not want to address him by name, and persisted in calling him Lord. "But not right away. And not soon." "Why?" The Jinchuriki was genuinely surprised and looked into Vento's big eyes. Explain it to me, because I can't understand it. Remember what I told you about not all dragons recognizing you as their master. That we would have to prove to them your right to rule them. Waiting for Naruto's nod, the wind dragon waited for a moment before continuing. Well, you're not ready for that yet. Which means you're not ready to summon us into your world. I'm not strong enough to do that. The blue-eyed one was indignant, jumping to his feet and looking angrily at his mentor. How could he be? After all, he had practiced so much, and now he was told that he couldn't use such a trump card because, you see, he wasn't ready yet. No, you misunderstand me. You are not physically and mentally ready for this. Not yet, Ventos replied, shaking his head and sighing heavily. His apprentice and master had changed, but he still had too much excitement in him. The tattoo on your arm says that you are our lord. But it's not complete yet. So far, there are only 3 true elements. And so far, that's the maximum number available to you. To get more than that, you'll have to go through one complex ritual to become a true lord. What happens if I summon you to the real world without going through this ritual? Naruto asked, with only one feeling in his eyes, a desire to learn as much as possible about it. Then the consequences would be completely unpredictable. End flashback. It had been a week since Orochimaru and Kabuto had been defeated and fled the battlefield in disgrace. So many things have happened in that time that it would be impossible to summarize them. To begin with, thanks to Tsunade's efforts and his own enhanced regeneration, Naruto regained consciousness 5 hours after he had lost consciousness. The heavy loss of blood was making itself felt, but the blonde didn't react in any way to the dizziness that was a consequence of the fight. He barely even reacted to what was going on around him. He was just staring blankly in front of him and thinking about something of his own. Naturally, Senju and Jiraiya were even more worried than before. They were afraid that something bad had happened to the boy's sanity. But Uzumaki quickly came to his senses and pretended that nothing serious had happened. A day after the sick man awakened, a group of 4 men and 1 pig left the partially destroyed city and traveled to Konoha. Strangely enough, the locals did not make any claims or demand reparations. On the contrary, they thanked the shinobi for not letting the city be completely destroyed. They were moving at a brisk pace, even though one of them had been recently injured. Naruto had demanded that they return to Konoha as soon as possible. They even stopped once a day, and that was only to spend the night. One day, as the group was preparing their small camp for the night, the gray-haired Sannin decided that he needed to have a short training session with his godson, since they hadn't exercised in a while. But to Jiraiya's surprise, the blonde refused, citing his poor health. This refusal alarmed the Toad Hermit, for his ward had never slacked off before. Even after he recovered from his battle with Akatsuki, the Jinchuriki continued to improve his skills. But Sannin decided to ignore it, writing it off as fatigue from the day's marches. And so, at the end of 1 week, the group was only 1 day's walk away from their destination at a leisurely pace. Naruto's paw. Yeah, I didn't have it this hard even when Ventos, Fulgur, and Ignis decided to fight me at the same time to show how weak I still was. Lightning, fire, wind. Yeah, if it wasn't for the healing source on the living level, I definitely wouldn't have survived. But now I'm much worse. The bones in my whole body ache as if one piece of each of them is slowly being broken off. My head is noisy and makes it hard to think straight. Chakra is almost running low. Even Ninetales' deployed supply of safe chakra is almost running low. And the damn tattoo burns like molten metal was poured on my arm. Godfather was going to work out with me. What the hell is training? If I couldn't get Sannin to postpone it, then it would have definitely happened. I'd be dead before my time. How can I sleep with such a good feeling, huh? That's right. You can't. That's why I'm sitting almost on the very last branch of a tall tree and looking at the slowly turning scarlet horizon. What can I say? I have to savor this sight. Perhaps it's my last dawn. I sit here and remember the very words Ventos told me about the rite of passage. What a fool I was. I put it off for a month. I could have done it before I went to find Tsunade. But I didn't. I wanted to take the test without new powers. And now I'm paying the price. It's a good thing I have a lot of chakra. A normal person would be exhausted within 2 to 3 days of the incident. I've had it for a week. But I don't have long to live. Just one day. Well, it's time to wake up my companions and get on the road. There's not a minute to waste. There's so much to do and so much to get done. Wake up, people. The sun has risen from the horizon and the birds have been trying to wake you up. Then it's time to move out. Jumping from the branch to the ground, I shouted in a mischievous voice that did not give away my true feelings. I feel so bad. I wish you were horse, you unkillable bird. Jiraiya grumbled, getting up from his bed and wiping his sleepy face with his fists. Aren't you used to getting up early, Godfather? I wake you up almost every day. Well, you won't have to put up with it much longer. Your nephew doesn't seem to know that it's uncivilized to wake up women so early, Tsunade said, stretching. I have a special occasion today. So, I don't care about the rules of good manners. Shizune was the only one who didn't say anything, but simply got up and headed to the river nearby to clean herself up. It was the right thing to do. Nothing would change because of yelling and recriminations anyway. 40 minutes later our company set off. And after a few hours of fast running, the scenery of the forest began to change. There was a straight road leading to the main gate of Konoha, with small houses, eateries, and farms nearby. Finally, civilization. And here are the gates of the hidden village. Every time I see them, I'm always marveling. It's as if they're just saying that uninvited guests can't go any further. Yeah, except for the sneaky ones like Orochimaru, that's true. After quickly passing the checkpoint and allaying fears that we were spies in disguise for another hidden village or some criminal organization, we headed straight to the Hokage's residence to report on a successfully completed mission. I certainly don't care about rules and duties anymore, but there's something I need to talk to the old man about. Old Man 3 has done a good job since we left. There's no other way to put it. It only took me a few fleeting glances to realize it. Security's been increased. Patrols have been increased. The tallest buildings had observers, most likely good sensors. And in fact, the protective barrier that covers the village like a dome has been completely altered. Yeah, paranoia is a scary thing. Arriving at the residence, the main building of the village, we went inside and climbed up the spiral staircase to the floor we needed. Approaching Hirazen's office, we knocked politely and after waiting for permission, we entered. The old man as always sits in his robe and smokes a pipe. Only there are no reports on his desk. Instead there is an empty bottle of expensive sake and 3 glasses. It is obvious that he has already been notified of our arrival, if he even had time to prepare properly. When he looked at me and saw the grin on my face, he smiled and made a gesture with his hand, inviting us to sit down. He poured an alcoholic drink and held it out to my godfather and Tsunade. I'm glad the mission was a success and that you agreed to come home, Tsunade, third said, taking a drink from his shot glass. What an old drunkard. And his students weren't far behind either. They probably decided to follow his example when they were kids. Tsunade has yet to operate on Lee. Don't worry. The operation will go smoothly. It's not today, but tomorrow. I need to examine the patient and figure out what the problem is, Tsunade said, seeing my displeased look at her. Naruto, congratulations on successfully completing your first mission as a Chunin. Believe me, it's a great achievement. Not everyone can pull it off on the first try. Hiruzen started to congratulate me, but was immediately stopped by me. I don't want to be stuck here if things go the way they're going now. In my case, time is precious minutes that shouldn't be wasted. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but I have to go. Thank you for the congratulations, but you'll get a detailed mission report from my godfather, I said before jumping out the open window of the office. As I walked slowly toward the Konoha hospital, I thought about the situation I was in. I didn't want to tell the third what was going to happen in front of Jiraiya and Tsunade. It would be too hard. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it in. And I can't do it later, either, because the party will go on too long. And the old man won't be able to understand anything afterwards. Who else can I meet? No one but Lee. Saying goodbye to Kakashi, old man Kyuki and his daughter is too hard too. I have no desire to see the pink-haired psychopath. Basically, neither does the red-eyed one. They don't deserve to waste my time on them. As I pondered this, I reached my destination, and without even noticing it, I found myself in the small room of the man who had organized my last. In this case, really last mission. Hello, Naruto. Long time no see, Lee said, turning away from the window and seeing me. His cheerful smile, even in as heavy a state as he was in, made me smile myself. Where have you been? On a mission. I brought a medic to the village, who will probably be able to cure you. Rock's eyes, which had been full of thirst for action until that moment, burst into a fire. If he were healthy, he'd crush me in his arms. Okay, I need to calm him down a little. What if it doesn't work? Then I'd have given him the hope he wanted for nothing. But the success of your treatment will depend only on yourself and your willpower. That's what Tsunade, the same doctor, said when I asked her. So take a deep breath and wait for her to come to you. He didn't want to jump out of bed. That's good in principle, but it's worth making sure. Do we have a deal? Agreed, Lee answered me seriously and smiled cheerfully. Well, then, I'm off. There's still work to be done, I have to hurry. I can already feel that there's not much chakra left. But as I turned around and was about to leave, Rock's words made me stop. I owe you. I won't forget this for the rest of my life. Even if I don't get better, you've still done a lot for me, the brunette said and laid his head back down on the pillow. Most likely, he just had too much energy left because of the overabundance of feelings. Heal well, I said and left the room, heading for the roof of the hospital. Chakra, and therefore time, is almost gone. Fine, I'll have to use Shunshin and spend the rest. I'll have a minute to spare after all. Konoha is as beautiful and majestic as ever, one last look at the place I hold most dear. In my words, silent words, spoken standing on a stone image of the fourth Hokage that no one would ever hear or hear. No one can be here but me. After all, this is the cultural treasure of our beautiful village. So Mom, Dad, here I am about to join you. Naruto's end pav. If one were to stick around, or just look at the stone faces of the village leaders, they would see an unusual and very frightening sight, a boy with golden eyes squatting and writhing in pain. The clothes on his right arm seem to have burned off and reveal to the world a scarlet tattoo. But it doesn't last long. It stops after a minute. The boy rises to his feet, smiles and cries out as the tattoo, like a whirlpool, begins to quickly pull him into itself. And then, there is no one else on the rock. Only the wind rustles over it, erasing any trace of anyone being here. And the eyes of all the awake villagers are focused on the place where the heartbreaking scream came from. Part 2. Tsunade Senju sat in the Hokage's office, looking out the window at the sun slowly appearing from behind the horizon and thinking about the past and what was yet to come. It had only been a year since she had taken the honorable position as the head of the Hidden Leaf Village. In truth, she would have loved to hand over the reins to someone else, for she had never wanted such a high rank, but her teacher Hiruzen and her advisors had left her no choice but to accept. And now one of the great trio of Sannin was only reading and signing various documents, and giving missions to her subordinates, rather than participating in them. What could be worse than that? After all, she's a person who doesn't like monotony. Earlier, when she traveled with her ward, impatience for monotony was one of the main pushing elements. But not the main one. She just wanted to forget everything related to Konoha and the people close to her who had sacrificed themselves for her benefit. Forget getting drunk every day. Distancing herself by getting as far away as possible. But one person had managed to soothe her soul, even a little. No, as Hokage, of course, things weren't as bad as they seemed. The third one had retired, but he was still helping out with some of the difficult issues, as he had a lot of experience. But Tsunade was still bored. She lacked freedom. A road leading from one town to another. A gambling establishment, after all. The only one who liked Senju's appointment as fifth was Shizune. She was almost glowing with happiness for the first 2 weeks. How else could she be? Her mistress had been assigned to one place and was overworked. That meant she would no longer have to run from one rich man to another, begging for funds for an inveterate gambler. No more traveling from town to town to hide from the disgruntled. As it turned out, her assistant still did not fully understand what was going on in her damaged soul. But that wasn't what was most upsetting to the new Hokage, it was the fact that she was forbidden to drink. Even though she no longer wanted to drink herself into oblivion, her bad habit was still kicking in. Now she had to hide and drink in silence, like some juvenile, afraid that her parents would find out about it and scold her for it. And now, leaning back in her fancy chair and looking out the window, Tsunade took a small sip of the excellent, expensive sake from the glass she held in her left hand. Sighing heavily, she looked at the useless report of a major incident she held in her other hand. The report on the disappearance of Naruto Uzumaki. It had been 2.5 years and still nothing had been found out. All that is known is that a large number of villagers heard a wild cry of pain on the very day that the first's granddaughter and her entourage returned to the village. Or rather, the moment she, Jiraiya and Hiruzen were nostalgic for the old days. There was nothing else. No place, no time, no witnesses. The disappearance of the host of the nine-tailed fox demon was not something anyone was going to let go unnoticed. Though he was a resident of the village and a friend to many people, he was still the village's living weapon, without whom Konoha's military might was weakened. This made it a tidbit for other countries. Which meant that the search for Naruto was immediately prioritized. The third had even created a special unit of Konoha's finest sensors to find the missing Jinchuriki anywhere in the world. But those results, which were obtained during the scanning of the entire surface of the planet, threw the specialists into a great shock. The perfect light blue sphere that should have been obtained had a completely different appearance. Instead of a small orange dot, indicating the location of the desired object, clearly observed a huge hole in the world. It was as if a huge vortex was going straight into the center of the planet. Time passed, but the missing person was never found. The conclusion was that Uzumaki was dead. In that case, the nine-tailed should have been reborn in a random place, because when the Jinchuriki died, the Biju chose to be reborn rather than live forever in the dead body of their host. But Fox had never been reborn. No, there was still a chance that he could have been reborn stealthily, but still, such a huge, bloodthirsty monster was hard to miss. After much debate, the experts finally assumed that the nine-tailed Jinchuriki, as well as Fox himself, had disappeared not only from the village itself, but also from this world. A year and a half later, the hole slowly tightened. This meant that the world balance had finally stabilized. That was when it was decided that the world could do without the ninth Biju. Of all the people searching for the missing Chunin, only 2 were willing to give up and believed that he would return, Jiraiya and Rock Lee. They were the only ones trying to find out anything about their godson and savior. One of them traveling from one country to another. The other by gathering rumors and patrolling within the village. "Can I come in?" asked someone in an uncertain voice on the other side of the office door, interrupting the thoughts of Fifth, who almost dropped the report from her hand in surprise. "Come in," the woman replied, turning to face the entrance and stashing the unfinished glass of sake in her desk drawer. The pink-haired girl and the gray-haired man entered, and stood in the center of the room, standing at attention. They looked tired, and there was only one wish in their eyes, to get things over with and go to bed. "Ah, Kakashi and Sakura. That was a quick mission. Were there any problems?" the blonde asked and folded her hands in a lock, immediately concentrating. "While we were escorting a person entrusted to our protection, a small band of mountain brigands tried to attack us. We dealt with them and continued with the mission. There were no further problems," Hitaki reported clearly, sighed heavily, scratched the back of his head, and added quietly. "And what other problems could there be on a C-rank mission? Come on, Kakashi. You know very well that because your team is incomplete, I can't send you on a more difficult and therefore more dangerous mission," Senju replied and waved her hand. "There is no one to replace the missing members of your team. I'm sorry to ask you this again, but the searchers haven't found anything out yet, have they?" Sakura asked, not paying any attention to the conversation her teachers were having, and pointed to the file on the table. Tsunade sighed and stepped out from behind her desk, taking the pink-haired girl by the shoulders and smiling softly. "Don't worry, they'll both show up again someday. Sooner or later. Tsunade-sama, alarm." Suddenly one of the Anbu members wearing a falcon mask appeared behind their backs in the smoke. Seeing that the Hokage was not alone, he fell silent and, after waiting for permission in the form of a nod, continued. There was an unknown black-cloaked man who had managed to penetrate the protective barrier. He tried to sneak through the sensor roadblock unnoticed, but he was detected. We attempted to tie him up in a fight, but he quickly escaped. Casualties. Any guesses as to where he might be now? Senju asked and covered her eyes with the palm of her hand. She was going to go get at least a few hours of sleep before Sakura and Kakashi arrived, but it looked like she wasn't going to be able to. No one had gotten hurt during the altercation. It's like he was just checking us out, and after getting some results we don't know about, he went off to do something else, the Anbu member reported with a slight edge of excitement in his voice. I have a guess as to his location, Hitaki said and pointed toward the window. Everyone turned around in sync and saw a man in a trenchcoat sitting languidly on a table, with one leg draped over the other. The fleeting shock passed quickly. The Anbu member and Kakashi drew their sharp weapons and in a single leap they covered the distance separating them and the unknown man. Hey, that hurts, the man said in a husky voice and made a small movement with his left hand. In the same instant, the Anbu flew to the wall and hit his head hard against the wall, losing consciousness. An instant turn and a quick series of blows on the gray-haired man, who had to jump aside. This is becoming a tradition. I keep getting stabbed with something sharp in front of the Hokage. Grasping the hilt of the katana and kunai sticking out of his side and chest, the unknown man pulled them out without making a sound of pain. His wounds immediately began to heal, fuming slightly as he did so, and he himself spit up the blood and turned once more to those gathered here. I realize that potential enemies should be eliminated immediately, but still, he said, finishing his self-repair and removing his black cloak with a single tug. Well hello, Tsunade-sama, Sakura, Kakashi-sensei. The initial shock of the audience did not pass immediately. Everyone stared in surprise at the intruder, who was not, and could not believe their eyes. Before them stood a man with long hair the color of gold, dressed in a black robe with the image of blue fire, cream-colored pants worn by many jonin and a black chunin vest. In other words, an exact replica of the fourth Hokage, differing in appearance only in that his normal, round pupil was vertical, animal-shaped, and he had 3 fox whisker-like scars symmetrically placed on his cheeks. Fourth, Hitaki asked, the first thing that came to mind while in shock. Kakashi-sensei, I certainly look like my father, but not enough to be mistaken for the one who rose from the dead. The boy replied with a shake of his head and smiled radiantly with the trademark smile that only one person was capable of. Naruto, is that you? Fifth asked, eyes bulging with surprise. But how? Where are you? Why? I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, but in order for me to answer all your questions, you'll have to arrest me and lock me up. Believe me, it would be better for both you and me, Uzumaki said seriously in a voice that would make you stop wanting to argue. On top of that, the scarlet-tanned pupils added even more tension. All around was darkness and silence. Even when he tried to say something, Naruto couldn't hear anything. He didn't even feel his lips say anything, or even move. And so on for a long time that seemed like an eternity to Uzumaki. Total darkness. Only one feeling appeared after a while and did not want to leave. Fox chakra enveloped Jinchuriki from head to toe, piled on him like a multi-ton slab. And all because the seal of the 8 elements had broken, allowing the 9 tails to take advantage of the situation. I'll have you, you little brat. You won't stand a chance against me. Growled the Biju, once again trying to break through the barrier that Naruto had put up, supported only by his unbending will. Give up already and give me your body. I promise I'll take care of all your problems. And I won't even retaliate against Konoha. You know, Fox, I don't believe you for some reason. So, you're not getting me, the blonde snapped back. Though he kept the very essence of the tailed man from breaking free, the demon's will was getting closer and closer to the Jinchuriki's mind. Naruto realized that he couldn't thwart the monster forever, but he was going to do it for as long as he could. Suddenly, the darkness in front of the blue-eyed man parted and the one he didn't want to remember for any reason came into view. The red-headed girl, who was his age, was kneeling right in front of him, pulling her hand towards him. Naruto cried out at the pain of the heavy memories that came over him. Tears were running down the girl's face, and a bloody stain was growing on her chest as the tip of the katana protruded from it. "Naruto, why didn't you help us? Where were you?" Naruto asked, coughing up blood as she got to her feet and slowly approached the boy. Her once beautiful, dark blue eyes were full of pain and despair. The blonde wanted to step back, but he couldn't even move the tip of his little finger. "How could you do this to us? Why?" Finally, the girl's hands closed around Uzumaki's throat, and in her eyes there was only one feeling left, hatred mixed with the desire to kill. Jinchuriki tried to break free, even though he realized it was useless. "I'm sorry, Alaya. I didn't have time to come to you," the blue-eyed man barely whispered, but the girl's quick movement interrupted his speech. Abruptly opening his eyes and assuming a sitting position, Naruto immediately grabbed his neck and only then looked around. He quickly realized that it was only a plausible nightmare, as he was now sitting on a bed in the solitary confinement of Konoha prison. The walls were covered with multiple ligatures of various Fuin seals, one stronger than the other. "I see, so they must have realized something after all, since they were so overprotective. I shouldn't have. If I had wanted to, I could have gotten out right away." Looks like we're going to have a very fun conversation, Uzumaki thought as he looked at the seals he knew well. Half an hour later, the door of his cell opened and the seals on the walls immediately disappeared. An Anbu unknown to the guy walked in and without saying anything, gestured that the Hokage wanted to talk to him and he could come out. The blonde nodded in agreement, got up from the bed he'd been lying on while waiting for the call, and walked slowly out of the cell. On his way out, he was immediately surrounded on four sides by waiting ANBUs, blocking any escape routes. Naruto just shrugged and gestured that he was ready to go and wouldn't do anything. After 5 minutes of wandering the underground corridors, they finally reached the right room. Inside, there was a small table right in the center of the room, and a chair with chains blocking the use of chakra was attached to the floor next to it. The blue-eyed man whistled in appreciation of the security measures. When he did sit down and was chained up, 5th, Kakashi, Sakura, and Yamato, who at his request had also been involved in the defense of Konoha during the Sound and Sand attack, entered the interrogation room. The guy immediately realized that this was another measure to protect those present from himself, as this man could use the Mokuten. "Well, let's get started, shall we?" Tsunade said as she sat down in the chair directly across from Naruto. The others remained standing behind her back. "After we put you to sleep, we took some tests, and ran some things. However, we were all astonished by the results. Could you please explain who you are?" "Naruto Uzumaki or Nine Tails. I am what I am. And there's nothing I can do about it," the blonde replied, rubbing his wrists where the chains had been snapped on only a second ago. He'd been presumed dead for the last 2.5 years, but when most people had given up on finding him, or even knowing anything about him, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He didn't just show up, he broke into the Hokage's office and politely advised them to chain him up. It was a big surprise to everyone who knew of his return, but his actions were justified. A moment later, everyone in the cell where he had been brought in for questioning, namely Tsunade, Kakashi, Sakura and Yamato, could see his blood-red eyes with animal pupils and a snide smile that was not Naruto's usual. It was a smile familiar to the older generation. It was the kind of smile that could make even the oldest shinobi, who had seen more than a few things in his life, cringe. And so it was. "You don't think so?" the blonde asked in a voice that sounded like he wasn't the one being questioned, but the other way around. The intimidating smile on his face and the tone with which the last words were spoken naturally frightened everyone even more and made them take a few steps back. But Captain Yamato quickly came to his senses and, folding a few seals, struck the floor with his hand. In the same instant, cracks appeared in the stone, and 6 wooden poles with the image of a fox's face on their tops emerged, forming a regular hexagon. "Captain Yamato, you were quick to react," Naruto said and clapped his hands together. After a moment's silence, and noting that his actions had only made things worse, he spread his hands apart and sighed heavily. I assure you that I am no threat to you or the village. It's just that these handcuffs were getting a little annoying. So I got rid of them. All right, I'll take your word for it, Fifth said, sitting down again in the chair opposite the prisoner. With her palms locked and her chin resting on them, Tsunade looked at her old acquaintance carefully, as if trying to see something. After a few seconds of oppressive silence, she decided to ask after all. Could you tell us where you've been all this time and what happened to you? What exactly do you want me to tell you? Naruto asked, getting comfortable in his chair. From the beginning, the Hokage replied firmly, keeping her eyes on her companion and not relaxing for a second, as if afraid of missing something important. From the beginning. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I was born in Konoha the day the Nine Tails attacked the village. My father is Namikaze Mina. The boy started to tell his story, but a heavy blow to the table, which almost shattered one of the only decorations in the place, interrupted his words. You're either kidding or you're missing the point. And I'm inclined to believe the former, Senju said angrily, who was starting to lose her temper. Captain Yamato, Kakashi and Sakura, noticing this, hurried to get away from Tsunade, as they knew that their superior in a fit of anger could stab her without her noticing it. And if she wasn't quite sober, it was a fight for survival, the outcome of which was always the same, not in their favor. Forgive me for being a fool. I couldn't help myself. Since some time I really like to make jokes about my neighbors, or somehow sneer, answered the blonde with a cheerful smile on his face and raised his hands in a sign of reconciliation. Since when? You've always been the most mischievous and unpredictable ninja in our village, but still, Kakashi spoke up for the first time, squinting his one eye that was visible to everyone. He knew a lot about his student, but not everything. That was why he took every opportunity to learn something new. Since I merged with the fox, Uzumaki replied. The tone with which he said it surprised everyone present. It was completely indifferent and cold. It was as if the guy was just informing what time it was, not something he said out loud. Excuse me. Shedding. What's that? Asked Yamato in a confused voice, still holding his wood technique. But he was not allowed to finish the last question. That's what it means. Merged. Became one with him. Absorbed his personality, his memories, his emotions. Took all of his power without a trace. Became two beings at once. The blonde man, who had been perfectly calm up to that point, answered harshly. How did that happen? If you still consider yourself a shinobi of Konoha, then tell us. It's an order, Tsunade said in a calm yet commanding voice. You didn't have to give me an order. Naruto took a deep breath in and out, concentrating to make sure he didn't miss anything important. Remember when I summoned the dragon in the battle with Orochimaru? Well, I did it at my own risk. I had no right to do it without undergoing special training or participating in a single ritual. Nor the opportunity. Although I could have done it before I left to find you. But I delayed it. The fact that I was able to do it was a miracle. An accident. Luck. Call it what you want. Well, I paid for that call in full. I was slowly drained of chakra all the way back. Every last drop. And when it ran out, I was sucked into the space between the two worlds. Our world and the dragon world. There, in the pitch darkness for an eternity, feeling nothing but hellish pain and helplessness, the fox kept trying to devour me. Take over my body. But I resisted. It was only my will that kept him from doing it. And so it went on for a year and a half, which I learned much later. And then one day, when the fox was about to get his way, for some reason the interworld went dark. First I started seeing flashes of light. Like lightning. And then one day, right in front of me, a passage opened up. Like a light at the end of a very long, dark tunnel. I can't really understand what happened, but I woke up with all of Nine Tails' memories and a slightly different personality. In other words, we became one. After Uzumaki's words, there was a dead silence in the cell. Everyone was thinking about what they had heard and trying to imagine themselves in his shoes to understand what he had been through. Naruto sat quietly and watched the reactions of his acquaintances to his story. He saw many feelings: shock, misunderstanding, pity, fear, and most importantly, disbelief. So he decided that he needed to confirm the veracity of what he had said. If you want, you can call a squad of puzzles and check if I'm telling the truth or lying. I'll remove all the mental blocks and let them see everything with their own eyes. But I want to warn you. Call in someone with a psyche of steel and a high pain threshold. What they see could kill them. Okay, we'll do that. Sakura, summon them. Tsunade nodded her head in agreement and gave the order. The pink-haired girl immediately rushed to carry out the order. As soon as Haruno was out the door, Naruto sighed heavily and leaned closer to the table. The fifth noticed this and, realizing what the boy was implying, leaned closer. The blonde whispered something in Fifth's ear and leaned back in his chair. The Hokage remained in the same position with a confused look on her face. Kakashi and Yamato, who noticed this, looked at each other with uncomprehending looks and shrugged. 10 minutes later, Sakura returned, bringing with her Morino Ibiki, Konoha's chief force interrogation specialist, and Inoichi Yamanaka, a master of various interrogation techniques. After they were brought up to speed, they got down to business. Ibiki stood beside Naruto's right arm and folded a few seals and placed his index finger on the guy's carotid artery. Inoichi also used an unknown technique and placed his palm on the blonde's head. "We're ready. We can begin," Yamanaka said, turning to Fifth. She thought about it for a moment, then concentrated and prepared to listen carefully. "Tell me everything in great detail. Don't forget that what you say will be checked for accuracy. If you lie once, you'll regret it," Tsunade said with an angry glare. "I realized that a long time ago," the blonde nodded and began his story. "A year ago. Naruto's paw. My first memories after going through that portal were fuzzy and sketchy. I was constantly regaining consciousness for small snippets of time, then falling back into unconsciousness. Thanks to them, I knew for sure that I was lying in a clearing surrounded by many huge trees. But I remembered one part of those memories exactly. It was as if there had been a brief lucidity. The beautiful, well-defined face of the girl leaning over me. Her dark blue eyes looked at me with concern and incomprehensible care. Her long red hair fell down over my chest. She said something, but I couldn't hear what it was or answer her. I only saw her lips moving. And right after that I was literally dragged back into the darkness, where I had been for too long already. I came back to consciousness a few more times, and I could see that my surroundings had changed. I was no longer lying in a clearing in the forest, but in a dark room I didn't recognize. I couldn't see anything in detail because my vision kept losing focus. And all the lucidity of my mind was short-lived and quickly passed, plunging me back into the inexplicably foreign memories. It was like I was reliving all the moments of someone else's life. I was watching everything on Fox's behalf, but I felt as if I were there myself, looking at everything with my own eyes. I saw an old man I had never met before, but I knew for sure that he was the sage of the 6 ways. I saw him instructing the newly born Bijou in how to live. Recognized their true names. Felt the loneliness and despair both within himself and looking into the eyes of the other tailed beasts when the old man died. Experienced the first contact between beasts and humans that didn't end well. Constant attempts to hide from the seal masters who pursued us, who wanted to imprison me and the other beasts. And then darkness and nothing else. When I felt that I was fully awake and would not lose consciousness again, I tried to get up and see where I was. It turned out that all this time I was in someone's house. When I looked around, I noticed that I was wearing only pants I didn't know. All my own clothes and things that were with me were gone. After checking the whole room, I couldn't find them. Looking around again, I decided that they were not important and could be replaced soon, and tried to leave my temporary shelter unnoticed, so as not to inconvenience my hosts even more. An unexplainable feeling of uneasiness, which shouted that people could not be trusted, only pushed me more and more to leave the place as soon as possible. Having reasoned that there might be other people in the next room, I decided to escape through the window. After making sure that there was no one outside, I jumped out and ran toward the woods not far from the house. But what happened next, I did not expect. When I was already close to the nearest trees, someone jumped out to meet me. Before I could stop myself, I slammed into the stranger, knocking him to the ground and falling on top of him. Before I realized what had happened and who was under me, I bounced to the side, missing the slap by a fraction of a second. I fell on my heel and stared at the person I'd accidentally knocked down and opened my mouth involuntarily. In front of me sat the same girl I'd seen in that very clearing. You pounce on every girl first before staring at her. My random victim exclaimed, grabbing a stick that was lying not far from where she had fallen. When she looked at me, she opened her mouth and dropped the instrument of defense she had just picked up. It's you. You've finally come to your senses. Why are you running around? Can you keep your voice down a little bit? My head is already buzzing, and you're yelling and asking so many questions. To tell you the truth, I wasn't really feeling well. My head hurt like I'd been hit with something heavy. Every muscle in my body was aching and unresponsive. I'm sorry I hit you, but I have to go. No, you're not going anywhere. Your face looks so pale, like you're about to pass out again, the redhead replied, standing up on her feet and putting her hands to her sides. She stood like that for a moment, then helped me up, and slowly led me back into the house. You need to get some more rest. You're not fully recovered yet. That's how our meeting with Alaya went. After taking me into the house and setting me down on a chair, she disappeared into the back of the house for a while. It turned out that she had called all her relatives to see me awake. A woman and an old man came. And then 2 girls came into the room, much to my surprise. They were twins. In front of me stood 2 exact copies of each other. The length and color of their hair. The color of their eyes. Even their facial expressions were similar. After a long conversation, it turned out that Alaya's sister, Aliyah, had found me, standing off to the side and shuffling from foot to foot. I immediately realized that the sisters differed from each other only in character. One was perky and energetic, and the other was shy and modest. They told me that I was unconscious for 2 weeks and did not react to anything. The sisters took care of me during this time and nursed me to the best of their ability, but had little hope of my recovery. At the end of the conversation, I was offered to stay until I was fully recovered. But I refused, saying that I did not want to inconvenience my hosts. Then we agreed that I would help them in the household to the best of my ability and my health. And so began my life in the family of kind villagers. A little later, I learned that I was still in the land of fire, albeit on the very edge of it. Alaya and Aliyah's mother's name was Leah. She was kind to me. Caring and didn't give me too difficult a job. I developed a warm, friendly relationship with my sisters, who turned out to be my age. Although, at first, Aliyah was obviously shy of me, but over time, she got used to me and stopped running away from me as soon as she saw me. This was possible not without Alaya's help, of course. We often talked about a wide variety of topics. They talked about their lives and I talked about mine. Of course I didn't tell them everything, but only the most innocuous stories. And I didn't mention that I was a shinobi of Konoha or that I was a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It wasn't exactly my whim. The sister's grandfather, who was Leia's father, wasn't very friendly towards me. I wondered why, but one day, he called me in for a serious talk. He told me that the girl's father was a shinobi like me. But one day, he just didn't come back from a mission. It was a loss to everyone, including himself. So, handing me an iron tread, all that was left of my personal belongings, demanded that no one find out about my shinobi life. And I had agreed to that. Everything was fine. Except that every night I had dreams. Not even dreams, but snippets of Fox's memories. Everything from the battle between Madara and Hashirama that Fox had managed to participate in, to him trying to capture me in the interworld. They were so realistic that I could feel all the feelings of the Biju. Anger, the desire to kill, anger at those who used him as a weapon, and loneliness. Only one dream was pleasant to me. The one in which Fox was sealed into my mom. That was the first time I was able to see her in person, not in a photograph. Albeit in someone else's memories, but still alive. I couldn't understand what was happening to me, so one day I decided to go down into my subconscious and visit an old acquaintance, hoping to understand everything. But what was my surprise when, instead of dark corridors filled with water up to my ankles and huge gates holding back the Fox, I found something else entirely. The corridors took on the appearance of rooms worthy of the daimyo himself. Gold trim. Floors of expensive wood. The walls were cheerfully decorated with torches and paintings depicting particular moments in my life and the life of Nine Tails, and in the center of each stood a fountain from which orange water flowed. From one room you could get to another room exactly the same. It was like a labyrinth. When I got tired of wandering, I wished I was in the very room where Fox had once lived. But it, too, had changed. The same expensive finishes, paintings and jewelry, but no bars. No sign of a living ponytail. Except that at the farthest wall there was a huge throne, behind which there was a huge, in real size, statue of the fox made of pure gold. It was only then that I realized that the Bijou hadn't disappeared anywhere. He was still here. In me. But no longer behind bars. He became me, and I became him. One and the same. Once and for all. Naruto's paw. A full 6 months had passed since I first woke up after being in the space between worlds. I realized that I'd already stayed too long in this village, located almost on the very border between the land of fire and the land of tea, but I'd only fully recovered relatively recently. I was always feverish, my vision blurred, and I couldn't see anything. And the terrible headache, which came on me unexpectedly, made it hard to live. Even though I had recovered, I didn't want to leave yet. And there were 2 reasons for that. The first reason, it's still not clear what happened to me. Why did Fox and I merge? Would I lose control of myself if I found myself in a stressful situation? And what my abilities are at the moment. And 2, I've grown very close to the people of this village. They treated me friendly from the very first day I was in their settlement. No one looked at me with hatred and a hidden desire to kill me. It was so pleasant that my soul was rejoicing. Leah, Aliyah and Aaliyah's mom was kind to me. She became one of those people who took care of me and nursed and fed me. I didn't even know how I could repay her for her kindness. So I started to help her around the house. Or rather, I helped her by doing men's work around the house. Chopping logs and fetching water from the well when I felt well. Of course, it wasn't much, but I couldn't think of much more. Leah's father, Rojin-san, still didn't trust me and wasn't happy that I was still living with them. But he didn't say anything to me about it. It was only the expression on his face as he looked at me that gave him away. I already knew I was overstaying my welcome, but I couldn't help my physical state. No, once I tried to leave unnoticed, but I felt sick and fainted, and woke up back in the house. Naturally, in such a peaceful environment, I had a few buddies with whom I could just have a heart-to-heart talk. And those people were Aliyah and Aliyah. The girls were always trying to find out who I was, because they didn't believe that I was just an ordinary traveler. Asking tricky questions, hanging around me. They even tried to spy on me covertly. But they didn't succeed, because I'm a Chunin of Konoha for a reason. To be honest, their attempts to spy on me made me uncomfortable. I couldn't practice and learn about my new abilities because of them. But, one day, I managed to sneak out unnoticed. I told them I needed to rest and retreated to my assigned room. I closed the door and tried to create a clone. I wasn't sure I'd succeed. What could have happened to me? Just as I folded the seals, a clone appeared out of a cloud of smoke. I was glad I hadn't lost my skills, so I ordered my copy to go to bed, and I jumped out the window and went into the forest. A few minutes later, I was already standing in a clearing in the middle of the forest. Remembering the distance I had just run, I immediately realized that I had become much faster than I had been before my imprisonment in the interworld, which I was glad about. I created 100 clones and ordered 20 of them to practice taijutsu techniques. Another 20 were to practice chakra control. The rest of them were to try out the techniques I knew well and compare them with our old results. I listened to how I felt. Before, when I had created so many clones, I had felt that some of my chakra, though not very much, was separating from me. But that was not the case now. It was as if my chakra source had become bottomless, boundless. It was as if I could move mountains just by wishing for it. I could change the landscape at my whim. I was so mesmerized by this feeling that I didn't notice my clones had stopped practicing and were looking at me and our visitor in surprise. Ahem, Naruto. Those words quickly brought me out of my euphoric state and made me turn around sharply. Aliyah. To say I was surprised would be an understatement. I just couldn't figure out how she found me and why I hadn't noticed her before. What? How? Where did you come from? End Pav Naruto. I was in the courtyard and I saw you jump out of the window and go somewhere fast. I decided to run after you, but you ran away too fast. So I searched the forest for you, she said, looking first at the boy and then at his many copies. Her eyes widened, but she quickly regained her composure and turned back to the original. So you're a shinobi, huh? Why didn't you say so? There goes my secret. Naruto sighed heavily and dispelled all of his clones. Not feeling either their fatigue or the emptying of their chakra reserves, the guy smiled contentedly, then gathered his thoughts again and turned to his friend. I'm sorry, but Rojin-san asked me not to tell either of you about this. He didn't want to disturb you. And I agreed with him. I see. But it wasn't necessary, the redhead replied, smiling and shaking her head slightly. Then she smiled back. I'm glad I was able to find out a little more about you. And you know what you've been doing here is awesome. Thanks. Uzumaki looked embarrassed and started scratching his cheek with his index finger. Suddenly, he got a flashback of his clone he left in the house, from which he realized that something had happened. At the same time he saw a bright flash from the direction of the village. Something is wrong, the blonde said seriously and looked at the girl. Whatever happens, stay here and don't go anywhere. Understood. Aliyah wanted to object, but the guy's serious look made her agree. After receiving an affirmative nod, Naruto rushed towards the village to find out what was going on there. He felt uneasy, so he sped up even more. Running out into the open space in front of the house he lived in, his eyes went wide. The part of the house where he and Rojin-san lived had disappeared. All that was left in its place were charred embers and a small crater. The village itself was in flames. Shouts, cries, and pleas for help could be heard from everywhere. As he rushed towards the main square, he saw a frightening sight. Unknown shinobi were attacking civilians. They were slaughtering and killing them. He just couldn't believe what was happening. The blood in Uzumaki's veins boiled. Rage clouded his vision, but it didn't take away his sanity. His eyes turned red with a vertical pupil. His fingernails increased in size, becoming sharp claws. And he threw himself at his attackers with a wild scream. It all came together in a whirlwind of events from which he remembered little. He used Reikiri to pierce the chest of one of the attackers, then snatched the katana from his hands and used it to slice through several others. Then the lightning elemental techniques fry a couple of enemies. When he got their attention, the guy killed half of his opponents. The remaining ones surrounded him and decided to eliminate him using a combined fire technique. A huge pillar of flame reaching almost to the heavens engulfed the blonde. The shinobi expected that only a handful of ashes would be left in his place and relaxed. But their expectations were not realized. Naruto still stood surrounded and stared at his enemies with hatred. Suddenly, 2 chakrolapas erupted from his forearms, from which a powerful wind elemental technique came off, reducing the number of remaining attackers by another half. After that, the guy rushed towards the opponents with his bare hands. His chakrolaps tore enemies apart, tearing off legs, arms, heads, and sternums, ripping out their insides, painting the area scarlet and decorating the place with shreds of bodies and mountains of corpses. From his own hands, techniques came off one after another. Uzumaki stopped suddenly when he heard a girl's scream and a man's wild laughter. Looking in the direction it was coming from, the guy was stunned. The remaining 5 freaks were standing far away from him, holding the hostage, who turned out to be Aliyah. I told you to stay in the clearing. Why didn't you obey me? The blonde shouted and clenched his teeth so hard that they cracked. You've had enough, you bitch. We're gonna kill you for our comrades. And you know what the best part is? You can't do anything to us because we have your chick. Shouted the big man who was holding the redhead beside him, holding a kunai to her throat. He laughed wildly again, and Naruto only bent the motherly construct and held his hands up, showing that he was giving up. The boy saw that Leah was hiding behind a neighboring house, looking at her captive daughter with tears in her eyes. Uzumaki only got even more angry, because he couldn't see that woman crying. I surrender. Just let me go. He was not allowed to finish. Aliyah jumped out at the attackers with a wild shout with a katana in her hands, which she probably picked up from the ground. But she was never able to use it. One man quickly jumped up to her, broke her arm, forcing her to drop the weapon, and then picked up the falling katana in the air. The blonde didn't have time to do anything, he just stood there and watched with pain in his heart as the shinobi grinned a vicious grin and thrust the cold weapon to the hilt into the chest of the redhead, whose eyes were filled with fear. Soul pain clouded the boy's mind, and he roared angrily at the top of his voice. This roar made the attackers flinch and hesitate for a second, which Uzumaki took advantage of. He sharply put his hands forward and spread his fingers, from which lightning bolts in the form of arrows flew out. The enemies could do nothing to defend themselves. They were on the ground with large holes in their heads. Naruto snapped out of his seat and ran with all his legs to his wounded friend. The rescued Aliyah rushed to her sister as well, as did her mother. They all collapsed to their knees in front of the girl and began trying to help her. Naruto abruptly pulled the katana sticking out of the girl's chest and tossed it aside. He immediately put his hands on the wound, from which blood was rapidly flowing. The boy began trying to pour his chakra into the redhead's body to force the wound to heal. He prayed to all the gods to take pity on her and let her survive. But all his attempts were in vain. The wound didn't want to heal, and the chakra he was pouring into his friend just disappeared without a trace. But the guy kept going until he felt a hand on his cheek. "Naruto, that's enough. It's okay," Aliyah whispered quietly, a smile on her face. It was obvious that the words were not coming easily to her, causing her pain with every utterance. "I won't give up. I won't let you die like this. You'll live a long time and die of old age," Naruto said, more to himself than to the wounded woman. Even though he wasn't a medic, he realized that the katana had punctured one lung and had caught the heart, and that there was nothing he could do to help her, since he didn't have any medical techniques. "Thank you for saying that, but you know it's not true," Aliyah said, still smiling. A single tear ran down her pale cheek. But the girl kept smiling anyway. "Promise me you'll take care of my family. Promise." She spoke more and more quietly with each word. "I promise." "No, I swear I won't hurt them," Naruto said, biting his lip bloody with anger. "Thank you," Aliyah whispered and closed her eyes forever. Naruto screamed wildly and started pounding his fists on the ground. Aliyah and Leah stood back and cried bitterly, holding each other in a tight embrace and silently cursing fate for everything. A day had passed since the attack. All the dead were buried on a high hill with a beautiful view. The survivors were few, only a third of the village's population. But they had rallied under the pretext of shared grief and now stood before Naruto. "It's not safe to stay here. It's not clear why those freaks attacked you. That's why I advise everyone to go to Konoha, as they may come back again. Believe me, the hidden leaf will help and protect you, as the wise fifth Hokage does not abandon her compatriots in trouble," Uzumaki said in a serious voice. The survivors immediately began to whisper, but everyone quickly came to the conclusion that the blonde was right. So they quickly dispersed to gather the essentials for the journey. But not all of them. Aliyah and Leah were left standing in front of Naruto. "Naruto, I want to go with you. You're not going to go to Konoha, are you?" the redhead asked, stepping closer to the boy and looking him straight in the eyes. "Why would you want to do that? What about your mom?" Uzumaki asked in a surprised voice. "It's fine. I'm going to Konoha, and I trust my daughter to you. After all, she'll be safe with you," Leah replied and gave a small smile. It was hard for her, as she had lost both her father and one of her daughters yesterday. "Ah. Well, okay. If you don't mind," the blonde replied, realizing that now he would either have to take care of the girl at every turn or train her. "But I'm leaving right now. So, Aliyah, climb on my back." Seeing the surprised looks, he hurriedly explained himself. "I'll run fast. You won't be able to run as fast as me. So, climb on." As the girl climbed onto Naruto's back, they turned to the woman, waved goodbye, and sped away from a place that was so familiar, but also so sad.